we are Novels Hall Dynasty. If you want to listen to more novels or more chapters of this novel, visit a path with the name of Novice Hall Dynasty. We continue with the novel. Yama Rising. Part 1. Chapter 1, A Different 6 p.m. The 2nd of June, South Cloud Province, Nanjiang City, 2nd High School. 3 GRLs were dabbling with a Ouija board in their classroom at 10 p.m. at night. Girl A was found dead in her classroom, while the other 2 GRLs were found dead in their own homes the next day. Just before she died, the family of the deceased girl B received a phone call from their daughter, claiming that there was someone in their home. She didn't know who it was, she had never opened the doors, and the windows were still tightly shut and locked. She had checked every single one of the doors and windows, and she couldn't see any signs of a person at home. However, she could still clearly hear the sound of ragged breathing coming from behind her. 2 hours before the death of the deceased girl C, her father received a phone call from his daughter as well, similarly claiming that there seemed to be someone at home. She was doing her homework beside her windowsill, and for some strange reason felt that there was someone looking at her from the other side of her window, almost as though that person was standing motionless, staring intently and silently at her. However, she lived on the 6th story. 3 hours later, she was found lifeless and limp on her table, and her face revealed an expression of extreme terror just before she died. Rows and rows of words gleamed in a pair of pristine clear eyes. The owner of these eyes possessed pleasant features and decent appearances. His complexion was smooth, and he touted an air of youthfulness about him. His thick eyebrows looked sharp, but not too sharp, and he had a reasonably ordinary hairstyle with bangs on the slightly longer side. This man stood at approximately 1.75 meters tall. With a book standing tall on his desk, he continued to flip through the news articles on his phone as his slender fingers slid dexterously across the screen. His eyes were transfixed on the screen of his phone. The 8th of July, Gan Province, Paulonia High School. A blackout struck only the 2nd and 3rd classrooms for exactly 3 minutes. No other location within the district faced any similar issues. Investigations revealed that there were no issues with the power lines. Later, within 3 minutes from the end of a period of self-study in the evening, 9 students were found dead with smiles on their faces. The 12th of June. Swish. The phone in his hand was snatched away before he could finish reading the next article. Kinyi lifted his head slightly, taking in his surroundings for the first time in a while. West River Province, Zhejiang City, Qingxi County. Qingxi High School was the only high school in the entire county. A blackboard stood stoically at the front of the brightly lit classroom. It was filled with several eye-catching slogans, such as 365 days to the college entrance examinations. Other messages sprawled glaringly across other parts of the blackboard, reminding students to work hard to improve themselves. The tables in the classroom appeared somewhat old and dated. The old yellow paint was peeling slightly, revealing the dark brown wooden material ls beneath. The time now was 5 p.m. The last class had just ended for the day, and there were already few students remaining within classroom 3-2. In fact, apart from him, there were only 2 other well-built students idling around on their desks to his right. The student on the left sported a buzz cut. The top buttons of his uniform were undone, revealing a cheap silver chain within that had a slightly lackluster sheen to them. The student on the right wore a premium-grade uniform. Yet, even though he appeared prim and proper, there was an obviously artificial, ruthless and hostile expression on his face, replete with a sneer on his lips. Both students were evidently crooked sprouts. Kinyi's heart thumped heavily. Zhang Yilan, Wang Chenhao, both of them were notorious problem kids in his class. They did everything you'd expect, from fighting to smoking, to even teasing GRLs. Kinyi had never mixed with them, and he had consciously steered clear of their way as much as he could. Yet, in his moment of fascination by the news articles on his phone, he overlooked the time and failed to leave with his other classmates. It was a ubiquitous problem that plagued all SHULs, regardless of class or status. These hooligans posing as students would make trouble out of nothing, yet the average student could do nothing more than gnash their teeth and curse at them under their breath. School violence was a blemish of the education industry that was a topic of taboo for many. Click. A cheap plastic lighter lit up. A stick of cheap, Red River brand cigarette. The pungent smell of smoke caused Qin Yi's brows to furrow slightly before relaxing once again. Zhang Yilong took a puff pretentiously, before exhaling the greenish-blue smoke smugly. Then, he looked at the phone in his hands and mocked, "Aren't you a stupid fool? Ouija board, 9 female students died tragically, TSK TSK TSK, whoever believes in these things are idiots. How can such news make headlines these days? Don't the editors have anything better to do? I hear you sell wreaths at home." Zhang Yilong glanced at Qin Yi. Qin Yi gently pursed his lips. "Return me my phone." "Bloody hell. Return it to him." Before Zhang Yilong could finish speaking, Wang Chenghao sat aggressively on the table, placing one foot on the chair and glared at Qin Yi with a slightly raised eyebrow. "This kid has got a temper, doesn't he? Do you think you're like that fatty in our class? Can't even let out a muffled fart even after a bit-in? Ah yeah, fuck." Zhang Yilong blew out a breath of smoke onto Qin Yi and turned his head around. The phone flew through the air with a parabolic trajectory, and Qin Yi casually grabbed it in his hands. "What's up?" Qin Yi placed his phone into his pockets and asked as he forcibly suppressed the anxiety in his voice. Nothing much." Wang Chenghao glared at Qin Yi for a few seconds before jumping off the table and placing his arm around Qin Yi's shoulder. "Little Pasty White, there's really nothing much. But you see, today, Zhang Yilong and I are on cleanup duty. However, we've got something urgent to attend to. Aren't you willing to extend us a favor?" Qin Yi's gaze quivered as he surveyed the classroom. Everything was a mess, and even the blackboard had not been cleaned. "What are you guys going to do?" he added. "Under the school's regulations, everyone absolutely must leave the school before 6 p.m. Haven't you heard the announcements that have been playing at half-hour intervals over the last 3 days? Those found flouting the rules will immediately be expelled. I don't have time for this nonsense." Before he finished speaking, Wang Chenghao's arm tightened slightly, and his voice deepened to an imposing boom. Qin Yi was unable to finish his sentence. Wang Chenghao leaned closer and spat some smoke directly at Qin Yi's face, causing Qin Yi to cough several times. Wang Chenghao continued disdainfully, "What's the meaning of this? Don't you know that your brother's already asking for your help nicely? 6 p.m. Before he could continue, Qin Yi felt the arm around his shoulder flex immediately, constricting his neck. Qin Yi's disposition paled, and he forcibly suppressed what he was about to say. Zhang Yilong was already walking back with a broomstick in his arms, and he shoved it into Qin Yi's arm as he bellowed imperatively, "Sweep." The command echoed in the still surroundings of the classroom. Qin Yi gnashed his teeth as he wrested free from Wang Chenghao's grasp. Seething, he muttered, "I'll sweep. But you must all help out. Otherwise, we'd never finish by 6 p.m. Are you seriously such an idiot?" Wang Chenghao spat out more smoke as he snuffed out the cigarette forcefully. 6 p.m. means 6 p.m. So what if I don't leave at 6 p.m.? They ask you to leave and you leave? Are you a fool? Don't be a bloody idiot. You'd better relish the face I'm giving you right now. I'm only asking you to sweep because I approve of you. How dare you continue to mumble and grumble there? Sweep. Qin Yi drew a deep breath, before continuing, "Don't you find it strange? The number of supernatural occurrences reported in the news has increased quite substantially since last week. But this kind of thing had previously been completely taboo in the entire country. Furthermore, even the Ministry of Education has dictated that all classes must end at 4:30 p.m. School used to end at 5:30 p.m. in the past. And they've time and again reminded everyone to be home by 6 p.m. Even if you're not home, you'll have to be with others at all times. Then, there's still the school's announcement that has been played on repeat day after day. Do you really think that the school is just pulling a prank on you?" Overwhelming silence. Zhang Yilong and Wang Chenghao stared at Qin Yi as though they had just seen a ghost. Then, several seconds later, they burst out into an uproarious laughter. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha. This is too damn funny. What time and age are we living in now? Are there still any fools who believe such things? I'll be damned. I can't take this anymore. I really can't. I'm dying of laughter. The school's rules were actually used to interpret today's uninspiring headlines. I'll be damned. This is pure genius. The two laughed like toads, gasping for breath as they leaned on the table. Kinney remained completely expressionless as he watched the two, before finally adding, "Today is the 15th day of the 7th month of the lunar calendar." "So, what are you trying to say?" Wang Chenghao wiped off the tear in his eyes as he responded. Kinney shook his head and spoke solemnly, "Mid-7th month, ghosts run amok. The gates of hell open, and the ghosts are free to roam the streets at night. This happens to be one of the 3 major ghost festivals, the Hungry Ghost Festival." Pew ha ha. Hungry Ghost Festival, ha ha. Bloody hell, I've not heard that in such a long time. No wonder you run a wreath shop. Ha ha ha, Brother Wang, that's not a wreath shop, it's a funeral parlor. You don't know shit. I really can't take this anymore, I'm dying of laughter. Ha ha. Kinney grimaced bitterly. Regardless of whether others believed in the supernatural, it didn't change the fact that he was one in this line of business, and he would much rather err on the side of caution and believe that they were real. But what about now? How many people were there who still believed in such things? He picked up the duster silently and began to clean the blackboard. Wang Chenghao and Zhang Yilan were still guffawing on their desks, and it was evident they had no intention to help out to begin with. Instead, they picked up another cigarette and continued to make fun of what Kinney had said earlier. Kinney vaguely overheard some derisory phrases such as "stupid idiot looks just like a ghost," and the like. Time trickled by. Kinney had no expectations that the 2 other students would help him out at all as he continued to sweat profusely from the menial work. They were drawing close to their graduation, so not only was the blackboard covered in all forms of scribbles and marks, there were also innumerable sheets of rough paper used for calculations and other tattered practice papers scattered all over the floor. There were even broken pencils, bits of erasers and other stationery strewn around. It was a complete mess. "Hugh?" He finally straightened his back after what seemed like a long time. Yet Zhang Yilan simply called out impatiently to him, "Can't take it anymore. How long more are you going to take? Why is something so simple like sweeping the floor taking you such a long time?" As soon as he finished speaking, the school's speakers coincidentally began to blast its usual announcements. "Fellow students, it's 6 p.m. again. Once again, the school solemnly reminds all students to leave the campus within 10 minutes. This is the final warning. Any students who are caught flouting these rules will immediately be subject to expulsion. The school disclaims all liability and responsibility in the event of your breach of the school's rules." Kinney stood up. The announcement echoed throughout the cold corners of the school. Yet, Wang Chenghao and Zhang Yilan were simply indifferent. "To all students who are still on campus right now, please leave the school by 6:10 p.m. Additionally, kindly avoid any locations with mirrors or rooms that have not been opened for a long time. This is a further reminder that you should not approach the old school building either. Construction works are currently in progress, and these warnings are for your own safety. All personnel on duty are reminded to be deployed in groups of 5. The school guarantees that electricity will continue to be supplied to the school throughout the night until 5 a.m. All security personnel are to leave the school compound with immediate effect. There is no need for night patrol." What Kinney and the others didn't know was the fact that the exact same announcements were being made across the entire country of Cathay, spanning 23 provinces, 661 cities, 1,636 counties and 41,636 towns and villages. At this very moment, in a country with over 1 billion citizens, apart from exceptional areas that had no access to electricity, all taxis, cars, trains, televisions, radio channels were playing neither news nor music. Even the hottest stars and artists had to give way to the most important announcement. For the next 5 minutes, the same announcement would play over and over again on repeat. Attention, all citizens, kindly refrain from leaving your homes after 6:30 p.m. Please secure your homes. Attention, all members of the county, kindly ensure you have put up at a suitable lodging by 6:30 p.m. Those who are sharing rooms or premises are reminded to ascertain your roommate's identity as well. Additionally, please ensure that you are not alone in your room after 6:30 p.m. You are to remain in groups of 3 at the very least. Attention, all villagers. For no apparent reason, King Yi suddenly felt chills go down his back. Then, for some strange reason, as soon as the announcement began playing, they felt their surroundings suddenly become cold and chilly. It was a peculiar chill. The coldness did not come from the air about them. Instead, it was an otherworldly chill. It felt as if the chill came from within, almost as though someone who had been dead for a long time were leaning in close to their necks, breathing out the stale, cold air from his nostrils, sending goosebumps creeping all over a person's skin. Run! Without anything more, King Yi grabbed his school bag and motioned to leave. Unfortunately, his school bag appeared to be caught by something. It remained completely motionless on the table. Chapter 2, Supernatural Encounter. Wang Chenghao pressed his hand heavily on King Yi's school bag and glanced at him. What are you trying to do? Do you want the teacher to scold us tomorrow? You've still got the last 2 rows of tables. Clean them before you go. Zhang Yilong blew out another puff of smoke. What's the meaning of this? Have we been too nice to you lately? Don't our words carry any weight at all? Yet, King Yi simply couldn't appreciate what they were saying, because he could feel the chill around him intensifying. His hair stood on end, just like how a rabbit's ears would perk up when it discovers a tiger approaching. It was abject fear stemming from a primal instinct for survival. That's right, he believed in these things. Regardless of whether it was a figment of his imagination, or whether it was true, he sincerely believed that he was quite sensitive to these changes. Therefore, as the inexplicable sense of fear washed over him, he immediately thought to flee, as far as he could. Let go. With one powerful tug, he managed to wrest his school bag free of their grasp. Wang Chenghao's expressions immediately darkened, and he kicked ferociously. Caught off guard, King Yi cried out in shock as he was knocked back a meter by the powerful kick, crashing into 3 desks behind him. Crash. The textbooks that had been placed neatly into each of the desks were instantly strewn all over the floor once again. All of his hard work had gone to waste. Bloody hell. Wang Chenghao kicked again as his face contorted menacingly. I gave you face, and you trampled on it. I've been spoiling you too damn much. Go fuck yourself. Crash. Yet another desk tumbled to the ground. Just then, a bolt of lightning flashed across the sky. Rumble. What was once clear skies had suddenly become overcast, like the underside of an urn. WLST greenish-white colored lightning streaked across the sky like a dragon's majestic dance. The shadows of the 3 students in the classroom extended ominously. BZZT, BZZT. As though suddenly plagued by an electrical surge, the lights in the classroom flickered several times. Wang Chenghao was unable to hold back his anger. His wrath was stirred by the sight of King Yi rubbing his back and catching his breath. His anger burgeoned, and he grabbed a nearby textbook and motioned to charge at King Yi once again. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound of a cell phone rang out. 3 kinds of sounds rang out 3 times each. Wang Chenghao was taken aback. Zhang Yilong was stunned. King Yi also froze on the spot. Bang bang bang. At the same time, windows and doors which were originally open were immediately slammed shut. Papa papa. It was as though an invisible person were pushing against it. In that moment, the classroom was engulfed with a pin-drop silence. An empty school, an empty classroom, windows and doors that suddenly shut on their own, overcast skies, and dim light within the classroom. All the works were present, save possibly for the sound of tolling bell ls that signified the end of a person's life. The silence was so oppressive that a person's breath sounded almost deafening and harsh on the ears. At that moment, Wang Chenghao and Zhang Yilong exchanged glances and gulped uneasily. Gulp. The otherwise discreet sound of swallowing saliva was now so loud that they inadvertently jumped at it. Wang Chenghao immediately switched on his phone. In the next moment, he let out a shrill cry and almost dropped his phone. And Qin Yi switched on his phone and looked at the screen. He owned an old-fashioned Nokia phone, the kind that could be used as a brick. At this moment, the black and white screen of his phone was presently displaying 7 numbers: 4,444,444. Death, 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 death. TL, in Mandarin, 4 sounds like death. This, what kind of a JJ joke is this? Zhang Yilang's voice trembled. His grip loosened, and his phone fell straight to the ground. Run! Goosebumps emerged all over Wang Chenhao's skin. Too weird, what the hell is going on? Without any other thought on his mind, he turned around and motioned to leave. However, just as he attempted to leave, Zhang Yilang grabbed tightly onto Wang Chenhao's sleeves. Wait for me, brother Wang. His earlier imposing disposition was completely gone, and his face was pale and drained of color. Then, he turned his head stiffly and stared at Qin Yi. You? Go pick it up for me. Why don't you do it yourself? Qin Yi continued to massage his waist as he clambered up from the ground, made a beeline for the door and grabbed the handle hastily. Unfortunately, he first shook it, and then began to hammer it. Yet, despite the loud, thudding sounds resulting from his efforts, the door remained firm and unyielding. Qin Yi, why you'd best not be scaring me. Wang Chenhao's lips quivered. Even though he was already on his feet, he was still huddled close to Zhang Yilang at this moment. Who the hell is trying to scare you? Qin Yi turned around and bellowed with bloodshot eyes, the door won't budge. What do we do? What do we do? Wang Chenhao's voice grew shrill. He had never encountered something so bizarre in his entire life. The anger that plagued his heart just moments ago had also completely dissipated as a deeper, intense chill shot down his spine. Terror? Perhaps. But an overwhelming part of it was simply the fear of the unknown. Could there really be something like the supernatural? Don't give me that bullshit. Qin Yi clutched desperately at his hair as he racked his mind. 3 seconds later, he yelled, "Smash the windows!" The other two were momentarily taken aback. Then, Wang Chenhao's eyes brightened as he picked up the closest chair and motioned to smash it at the window. Just then, BZZT. All of the lights went out. Dead silence. It was a deathly silence. The entire school was completely engulfed in darkness. Nobody dared to make a single sound. It was as though someone had their fingers wrapped tensely around their hearts, and the only thing that could be heard was the faint breaths of the trio in the classroom. Smash it! Qin Yi gnashed his teeth as he bellowed once more, "Do you really want to spend the night in school?" Wang Chenhao's lips were slightly agape and his teeth were chattering incessantly. He yelled loudly in an attempt to muster his strength to stand up. However, just as he picked up the chair once more, he screamed shrilly, before his legs gave way again. His crackling voice echoed throughout the entire classroom as he held his head with both hands. Qin Yi immediately grabbed him by his shirt. "What's going on with you? If not for the fact that I'm not as strong as you, I would have personally smashed the windows by now. Is breaking a window really something that difficult?" There's a ghost." Wang Chenghao croaked raspily. He was evidently on the verge of breaking down. "I saw it. I saw it. I really saw it. What the hell is going on?" Qin Yi peeled Wang Chenghao's hands away from his head. Yet, there was no response. There was only the sound of whimpering. The towering, dominant student had been reduced to nothing more than a pile of snot and tears in just an instant. It took him 2 full minutes to pull himself together and chatter with a quivering voice once more. When I stood up and picked up the chair, I saw from the window, a small child dressed in complete white JJ just staring at me. Mid-7th month, ghosts run amok." Qin Yi released Wang Chenghao's hands. He was now almost certain that this bizarre encounter was caused by something unclean, Why else would the school have to keep repeating those announcements? Bib. Suddenly, an ear-piercing sound echoed through the darkness. Wang Chenghao and Zhang Yiling were so shaken that they even cried out in alarm. Simultaneously, a faint light shone from the ground. It was Zhang Yiling's phone that was still on the ground. Nobody dared to pick it up. His phone had fallen to a location that was 4 rows of table from where they were presently at. And right now, the only sense of security they had came from the mild heat that was emanating from each other's bodies. However, the fact that nobody answered the phone didn't mean that it would stop. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Just like that, the phone continued to ring menacingly, intermittently cutting through the oppressive solitude within the classroom. The 3 teenagers who were huddled together, cowering in the corner of the classroom, had an expressions that were nothing but fear. This isn't normal. This can't be a normal phone call at all. No matter what model of phone this was, and regardless of who the caller was, the phone would most certainly have to stop for a moment before ringing once more. Yet, this phone had been continually ringing for 3 full minutes without pause. This isn't my phone's ringtone, woo woo woo. Zhang Yiling exclaimed with much difficulty before he completely broke down and began to bawl. Had they known that something like that was going to happen, they would most certainly have left the school at 5:30 p.m. without fail. But who could have expected something like this to happen? They were witnessing a well-kept mystery of the world. They were experiencing something almost akin to a miracle, albeit much darker. However, this was just the beginning. As soon as Zhang Yiling broke down into a pile of tears, Qinyi and Wang Chenghao immediately held their hands over his mouth. Zhang Yiling's eyes widened in surprise. The ringtone plaguing them seemed to have dwindled slightly. Torrential rainfall was pouring outside. Yet, amidst the chaotic cacophony of sounds, a faint voice penetrated the darkness, sending a mind-numbing chill down their spines. Kekik, hei. Laughter. A child's laughter. Hollow and peculiar. The sound reverberated throughout the dank eeriness of the classroom. The trio couldn't help but shudder in fear. None of them uttered a single word at this point in time. Tears were already strewn all over Wang Chenghao's face, and he had bitten down so hard on his lips that faint traces of blood could already be seen. He clutched desperately at his own hair. On the other hand, Zhang Yiling's eyes were already glazed over. His body trembled uncontrollably, and his eyes were bloodshot. Both men held on to each other tightly. Qinyi was the only one who was not out of sorts at this moment. Thump, thump. It felt as though his heart were leaping out of his chest. Qinyi's palms were moist and damp, and his inner shirt was already soaked through by now. Were they supposed to answer the call? Bibibi. The shrill yet monotonous ringtone cut through the silence once more. Approximately 10 seconds later, Qinyi gnashed his teeth and bent down as he took a closer look under the desk. Yet, in the very next moment, his head recoiled, and he immediately covered his mouth. Shock? He nearly gasped and exclaimed. Just a moment ago, amidst the thunderous night, amidst the darkness that engulfed the entire classroom, and amidst the faint glow of the ringing phone, he had just seen a pair of pale, white legs belonging to a child, pat, dashing straight towards the phone. A ghost. It was really a ghost. It was in the classroom, together with the 3 of them. And it was attempting to communicate with them at night. Almost as though it was aware that Qinyi had bent down, the phone rang with renewed vigor, so much so that it even began to vibrate slightly. Qinyi held his chest and regulated his breathing. After steadying his mind, he crouched down once more and made his way down the aisle. If nobody switched off this phone right now, they would most certainly go mad from all that ringing. It was merely 4 rows of seats, yet he trudged along the aisle for what felt like tens of minutes on end. Qinyi was completely drenched in sweat by the time he arrived beside the phone. Then, just as he picked up the phone, the screen went dark. In that single moment, the reflection of the ink-black screen revealed for the first time a child's face. Long hair draped over the face, and the places where the eyes and mouth ought to have been were instead hollowed out, leaving 3 dark orifices that seemed to be widening in an exaggerated fashion as it shrieked at him. His heart nearly stopped and sweat percolated his skin. He suddenly whipped his body around and switched on the light on the phone once more, illuminating the area behind him. Nothing. His hands were trembling as he opened the message on the phone with bated breath. The message consisted of only 2 words. Look up. Drip. Just then, a drop of water fell from the top of his head, sliding across his neck icily before landing on the ground. At this moment, Kinyi was still crouching in the aisle between the rows of desks and chairs. That drop of water was red in color. And it was thick. Blood. Kinyi's body trembled. Something was just over his head. Chapter 3, Hell's Dictum. Kinyi's neck stiffened as the amount of blood dripping from above increased. Despite the darkness engulfing the classroom, he glanced up slightly, gently tilting the phone in his hands so that it illuminated the area over his head. The dim glow of the light shifted slightly. In that split second, he saw a foot-long gaping wide mouth replete with pasty white skin hanging just overhead. With a sharp hiss, the vicious teeth snapped ferociously at him. From behind, it appeared as though a naked child with sickly skin was hugging Kinyi's head as it took a bite from it. Zhang Yilong and Wang Chenghao squealed at the same time. Their eyes rolled back, and both of them passed out in the very next moment. Fortunately, the vicious teeth never got the chance to clamp down fully, nor did any grisly sound of crushing bones echo out. With his back turned, Kinyi held a silver staff with intricate lotus flowers etched on both ends right above his head, wedging it horizontally right between the little child's mouth. Woo! The bizarre child's body contorted as it struggled to shut its massive mouth. Unfortunately, the silver magic staff lodged in its mouth easily thwarted its efforts. Kinyi's expression was now starkly different, laced with both an intent to tease and some measure of indifference. Smiling faintly, Kinyi remarked, "You've finally made your appearance, How? I've been searching for you for some time now. I'd even put on a show of weakness and cowardice. You've finally caved into my efforts." Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, a black wind visible to the naked eye erupted from Kinyi's body. At the same time, a majestic, domineering voice boomed through the darkness, "By Hell's Dictum, or rabble must disperse." Whoosh. A sudden storm swept up, picking up all of the dust particles on the ground and sending them flying out of the classroom with a powerful shockwave visible to the naked eye. Even the curtains were immediately swept aside. As soon as the storm began billowing, the dark orifices on the bizarre child's face where eyes would otherwise have been constricted immediately. Did ghosts have physical bodies? Perhaps. Because, right this moment, one could see with the naked eye innumerable strands of black ki twining around the child's body. That said, this was nothing compared to the much thicker and denser yin energy that had already enveloped Kinyi, swirling intensely as it formed a pitch-black vortex. Fearsome. The child's body trembled. This feeling was something that emanated from the deepest part of its soul. It was a manifestation of its primal instincts when faced with a qualitatively oppressive force. That's right, it had previously only heard of such qualitatively veilous of oppression, and this was. Suddenly, the child shuddered and let out a shrill shriek as it frantically sought to rush outside. Emissary of Hell. It's an emissary of Hell. Hell's gates are open. An emissary of Hell is here to arrest us. Swoosh. The child immediately ran like a dog with its tail between its legs, completely ignoring the fact that there was a magic staff lodged horizontally in its mouth. The only thing weighing in its mind was overwhelming fear, surpassing that experienced by Wang Chenghao and Zhang Yilong combined by 1,000 times. How could it be an emissary of Hell? Emissaries of Hell have not appeared for over 100 years. No, this was nothing more than an incidental point. It was an undeniable truth that all emissaries of Hell were clothed with authority as an official, and each emissary of Hell wielded so much power that they would be able to deal with these wild ghosts almost effortlessly. Thud thud thud. The previously tightly shut windows and doors were immediately slammed wide open as the wild ghost charged desperately out of the classroom. Just then, a long chain and hook sped straight after the ghost. The hook shot straight towards the magic staff as though it were intelligently tracking the staff. This was a top-of-the-line ghost shackle formed entirely out of silver-white chains. As soon as it latched onto the magic staff, the shackle's chains began to glow with complex, ancient writing, albeit only for a split second. With a devastating howl, the frantically running ghost child slammed onto the ground, knocking up a massive cloud of dirt. "I bear the authority of Hell's dictum. Do you really think you can escape?" With a calm voice, Kinyi tightened his grasp around the chain, and the little child was forcibly pulled back as it continued to choke and sputter. The door to the classroom slammed shut with a bang once more. Res crash. The surrounding desks and chairs were smashed to pieces. With a clang, the hook flew back, bringing back with it the silver-colored magic staff. At the same time, the little child's body exploded with a sickly hum, turning into nothing more than wisps of black ki that scattered in all directions. Just then, a hoarse voice laced with a thick trace of vengefulness hissed, "When Hell's dictum arrives, the entire Hellgods won, sea spirits." It's an emissary of Hell. There are actually emissaries of Hell still in existence. Right in the middle of the classroom, the outpouring of black ki formed a massive vortex before exploding powerfully. Kinyi's face sported a pale complexion. He wore an asymmetrical black robe embroidered with 3 round black and white patterns. The soul shackle was wrapped around his waist, and he donned a black fretwork Chinese skull cap. Wisps of pure nether energy emerged from his sleeves and lapels, while his robe fluttered eerily without any wind. He looked awesome and imposing. His hand wrapped gently around the scabbard on his waist as he exclaimed, "What ghostly existence speaks? Introduce yourself." There was no response. Several seconds later, the vengeful voice boomed aloud, "Hell has already washed its hands off the affairs of the mortal realm for 100 years. What gives you the right to interfere?" Whoosh! Kinyi drew the saber from his scabbard and gently ran his finger across its edge. "Well then, today marks the first day of Hell's governance once more." "You?" The voice screeched, and the windows and doors slammed open at the same time once more. A powerful gale blew into the classroom. Hey, hey. I've only just taken up my post here as one of Hell's emissaries after all. Wouldn't leaving right now be far too disrespectful?" Kinyi spoke softly. Yet, as soon as he finished speaking, a soft swishing sound sliced through the air. His blade was light as snow. Everything came to an abrupt halt. A blood-curdling scream echoed in the night. It was an incredibly deafening sound, yet it seemed to be drowned out by the torrential rainfall outside. The appearance of a child glowed faintly on the blade of his demon-head saber before turning into wisps of black smoke and dissipating into the surroundings. Finally, it was swallowed by the ghastly head etched onto the hilt of the saber, igniting a bright green flame for a split second before flickering out. Kinyi furrowed his brows as he shut his eyes once more, almost as though he were attempting to sense something. Several moments later, he sighed with resignation, "It's not it either. I still can't find it anywhere within this hunting zone. Is that old granny just messing with me? Notwithstanding the fact that I've already captured 3 vengeful apparitions this month, I'm still nowhere close to achieving the requirements for tenureship. Is she just using me as free labor?" Just then, something caught his eye, and he glanced out the window into the distance. He had a good vantage point. The classroom was pitch black, so nobody from the outside could see anything on the inside. However, Kinyi could clearly see what was outside. Amidst the torrential rain, a stooping man dressed in ink black with a walking stick in hand was slowly hobbling towards him. "It's him again." Kinyi collected his thoughts and furrowed his brows. The black-colored energy enveloping his body abruptly vanished, and his clothes transformed back into his usual uniform. He controlled his breath, shut his eyes, and laid on the ground quietly. As the rain continued to pour down incessantly, the school returned to a state of complete stillness and silence. After what felt like 5 to 10 minutes, knocking sounds finally echoed from the door to the classroom. The knocks were neither fast nor slow. "Hello. I'm an investigator from the National Special Investigations Department, Kinxi County Branch. My registration number is AC 285. May I come in?" Naturally, nobody responded. After approximately 10 seconds, the voice added, "Then, please pardon the intrusion." The door was gently pushed open. There were 2 coughs, followed by the light, rhythmic tapping of the walking stick on the ground. There were also faint traces of the clinking of chains muffled by the sound of thick clothing. Then, the visitor crouched down. His clothes brushed gently against the ground and rustled gently. Several moments later, he switched on his phone. "It's me. Yes, there's nothing here. It's strange. This is the 3rd supernatural incident within Kinksy County, each of which had been caused by an evil ghost powerful enough to necessitate my personal involvement, yet for some strange reason, each of these 3 evil ghosts had already been purged by someone else by the time I had arrived. There's no doubt, it's the same person. His mark is very distinct. In particular, the remnant yin energy is far thicker than the ordinary ghosts that we've seen. I've never seen such thick yin energy either. I know, I'll notify the city if necessary. But so far there's no sign that this B-rated supernatural entity is out to hurt anyone. It's almost as if it's only targeting the evil ghosts themselves. I don't think there's a need to alert the city just yet. Got it. I'll take care of the scene. Don't worry." After the man hung up, Kinyi heard a wistful sigh and the ignition mechanism of a lighter clicking softly. Shortly afterwards, a peculiar fragrance drifted through the air. Kinyi remained still and silent, like a tortoise playing dead. In fact, he waited for a full hour before taking a peek at his surroundings once more. There was no longer anyone left in the classroom. The desks and chairs had been magically restored to their initial condition. The only difference was that there was a pile of burnt-out ash that was still emitting some residual heat lying on the teacher's podium. Kinyi picked up some of the ash and took a whiff of it, before sneering, "Incense of Paranesia. Anyone who smells this won't be able to remember anything that happened the next day when he wakes up. If I recall correctly, something like this is extremely valuable. Even the old granny doesn't have much of it. Yet, this person had just expended an entire stick of it just to take care of the scene. Isn't that far too extravagant?" Then, Kinyi shifted his gaze and looked thoughtfully out the door. "He's been pursuing me ever since the first evil ghost I'd cleansed and purged. It's almost like a wild dog that doesn't know how to give up. He's really fortunate though. If not for the fact that it's not his time yet, I would have given him rest a long time ago." Kinyi walked over to Zhang Yilang and Wang Chengheo's side, stretched out his arms and held their heads up gently. He then opened his eyes wide and glared disdainfully at them for several seconds more, before suddenly unleashing a barrage of fierce punches and kicks on their abdomen. Thud. Both students were sent flying towards the blackboard by a powerful kick, where they landed with a muffled thud. The incense of Paranesia will prevent you from recalling exactly what happened here. Since your parents haven't taught you properly, then let me teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Kinyi chuckled coldly as he grabbed Zhang Yilang and gave him a tight slap across the face. Before his face could recoil from the impact, Kinyi's chained a backhanded slap once more. Don't you know the concept of unity among students? Friendship and fraternity? Students these days, face my wrath. Pack. 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 Crisp smacking sounds reverberated throughout the otherwise silent classroom. Been hanging out with too many hooligans? You young sproutlings haven't even learned to fly yet. Have you ever seen what members of a true secret society are like? Pack. 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 A good man doesn't live long, but the misfortune one brings upon himself lasts 1,000 years. Bursting with emotions, Kinyi lifted the 2 other students and slammed them down over his shoulder with a loud thud as though he were tossing a deflated ball. Finally, he clapped the dust off his hands in satisfaction. He was pleased. The 2 students were completely bruised and swollen, and yet their eyes were still tightly shut. Kinyi had beaten them up skillfully and methodically. It looked bad, it felt worse, yet they suffered no internal injuries at all. In other words, these were injuries that they would recover from in just a few days. They were merely students and classmates after all. There was no life or death feud between them, at least, there was no enmity that couldn't be resolved by a good, violent beating. Even if there were, he could just beat them up once more. After leaving the room, Qin Yi walked to the bordering wall surrounding the school, leapt over a height of 2 meters with ease and somersaulted over the wall before landing on the other side. Incidentally, there was a bicycle parked right outside. The rain had already stopped by now, yet not a single person could be seen on the streets. The former bustling night markets had ceased operations as soon as the national announcements had begun. In fact, there were hardly any traces of the living right now. The only thing that remained were the street lamps that were softly illuminating Qin Yi's silhouette as he plodded on unhurriedly. The rabble had dispersed around the emissary of hell, and the road Qin Yi took was unnaturally tranquil. As he plodded on, his mind began to churn and race. I gather that man must be from the government. He mentioned something about a berated supernatural entity. Doesn't this mean that Cathay has already begun to take notice of such matters on a national level? No wonder things have seemed rather bizarre lately, given the customs and conventions these days. How could such news about the supernatural otherwise have made the headlines? The government must already be laying the foundation for the future. How? And how could it already have developed to such an extent? They've even begun nationwide announcements and establishing the relevant department to handle these matters. Such incredible speed. Then, I wonder just how many people know about these developments to date. Qin Yi knit his brows together even more tightly, mumbling as he continued to gaze blankly into the darkness of the night sky. With so many people getting involved, I'm afraid it's only going to be even more difficult locating it. As he continued to immerse himself in his thoughts, Qin Yi found himself arriving at the outskirts of the county. Qingxi County was hardly large by any means. Incidentally, all of the county members who had passed on over the last few decades had all been buried on the Green Dragon Mountain just behind the county. Naturally, it stood to reason that the present street Qin Yi was on had become ubiquitously known as the Funerary Street. Some peddled paper dollars in the shape of humans and horses, while others sold firecrackers and paper money. The narrow street was lined with approximately 20 shops that all thrived on the business of the dead. Even though the number of shops could hardly be considered substantial, it was nevertheless considerable for a county whose population numbered only 30,000. His family's business was known as the Afterlife. The name was simple and easy to understand, and it was located at the very end of the street. Regardless, he was startled to find a large group of people surrounding his home at this very moment. Little Qin. An old lady noticed him dismounting his bicycle and immediately skittled over. You've finally returned. Quick. Something's happened. 1. The Mandarin words used here are, and it can mean a number of things, including a concept that is central to Buddhism which states that everything is constantly changing. In this context, the author is probably made in reference to the, who are the Black Guard and White Guard in charge of escorting Sueles back to hell. That said, the author goes on to use the same word to refer to a class of hell's emissaries later in the story, so I will use anitar instead, a Sanskrit word for the term impermanence. The class of hell's emissaries will be referred to as the Anitya Hellgood class, or simply Hellgoods. Chapter 4, Granny, what's going on? Qin Yi froze. As he returned to his home slowly, the crowd separated, making a path for him to enter. A middle-aged man in his 40s was pacing about frantically in front of his house. As soon as the man noticed Qin Yi's return, he immediately went forward and grabbed Qin Yi's hand and sighed with resignation. Little Qin, you've got to mentally prepare yourself. What in the world is going on? The man grimaced as he continued to explain softly. Earlier, your grandmother suddenly fainted and collapsed, and she's no longer breathing. That's right, little Qin, you've got to bring her to the hospital quickly. Let us know if you need money. Your grandmother is old, and you shouldn't dally any longer. Hurry up. We've already dialed the emergency services on your behalf. Everyone along this street habitually kept their doors open and unlocked. This was vastly different from the coldness and distance between neighbors in the larger, more urbanized cities. Amidst all the care and concern showered upon him by his neighbors, Qin Yi's eyes gleamed brightly as he dashed back into his home. As soon as he opened the front door, he saw a gray-haired elderly lying on the bed with her arms folded primly. Qin Yi drew a deep breath. Trembling, he stretched out his hand to check for breath and pulse. There isn't any breathing. He stood silently in front of the bed for almost 2 minutes, yet the old lady remained completely still. Then, he suddenly turned and walked back out of his house to address his neighbors once more. "Thank you, dear uncles and aunties. I've just fed some medicine to my grandmother. She's fine now. It's just a chronic problem that has been plaguing her. Now that she's recovering, please excuse me as I attend to her. I'll thank each of you properly tomorrow." As soon as he finished speaking, he shut the door once more, foreclosing any further discussion on the matter. Leaning against the door, his head drooped low, and he lifted his hands weakly, almost as though he were going to cover his eyes. Finally, a chuckle escaped from his lips, cutting through the silence of his own room. The hands that were hovering over his eyes curled up tightly into fists. "Yeah. Your time has finally come." He dashed over to the bed once more and lifted his grandmother bunglingly. The elderly's bones were light. Kinyi looked about his home excitedly. Being in the funerary industry, there was simply no lack of coffins around the area. He immediately kicked open a coffin and shoved his grandmother in. Then, he picked up his tools like a well-oiled machine, nails between his lips and hammer in hand. Just as he was about to hammer down the lid on the coffin, the old granny in the coffin suddenly opened her eyes and stared straight back at Kinyi soulfully. Time appeared to freeze awkwardly right that moment. "Pretty busy, huh?" "Haha, not at all, not at all." Kinyi chuckled awkwardly as he retracted his hands, attempting feebly to conceal the tools of his trade. "I recall that I was lying in bed earlier. The bed is too hard. I thought to shift you to a more comfortable place. Don't you think that the space here is too small?" The old granny sneered as she sat up with an erect posture. Speckled skin, disheveled hair, replete with a face full of wrinkles. The old granny donned a black overcoat. She flicked her finger at Kinyi casually, yet Kinyi howled and immediately clutched at his forehead where she had struck as he crouched down in pain. The old granny leisurely poured herself a cup of tea, took a sip of it and spat it out on the floor. "The tea in the mortal realm is still just as disgusting as ever." "Then leave us. How can you freeload off me like that? Doesn't your conscience tug at your heartstrings a tiny bit?" "Grandmother." Kinyi moaned for several seconds, before finally standing up once more with a red and tender forehead. Gritting his teeth, he began to placate his grandmother with an artificial smile. Have you gone down again? Don't call me grandmother. I can't live up to such honorifics." The old granny chuckled dryly as she looked at Kinyi as though staring at a dead person. "Have you heard of a legend? Legend has it that a person who has consumed the tesu fungus, also known as the fungus of Eons 1, can end up in 2 ways. The first possibility is that he would transform into a monster completely devoid of all humanness. The second," she tapped her ancient fingers on the table, "is that he would live forever." She stretched her body and stared straight at Kinyi once more. The wrinkles on her face appeared incomparably gloomy as she smiled genially. Have you heard of these things before?" "No." Kinyi responded curtly and calmly. After staring at each other for several more seconds, the old granny shifted her gaze and smiled grimly. "That's strange, then, because your name isn't in the book of life and death. Furthermore, when I knocked on your door in the middle of the night a week ago, you could actually see me." Kinyi plastered a look of utmost seriousness as he made up a bunch of tall tales. "Don't be ridiculous. That's just the result of the refraction of light. There's a scientific basis for this. Canadian scientist Michael Pacina has proven that exposing the temporal lobe of one's brain to electromagnetic flux can increase a person's propensity to report supernatural experiences. Furthermore, a toxicologist known as Albert Downey has hypothesized that protracted exposure to certain substances, such as carbon monoxide, formaldehyde, pesticides, etc., can produce an environment that is conducive for supernatural experiences." Before he could finish speaking, a muffled smack struck Kinyi's forehead once more, causing him to fly back 2 meters and crash into the bed frame. This old bag of bones hates smart Alex the most. The old granny took out a foot-long pipe and lit it and puffed lightly. The surroundings were immediately filled with smoke. Have you managed to find it? Grimacing, Kinyi rubbed his back and stood up. No. That's weird. The granny tapped on the pipe as she added, that doesn't make any sense, it has to be in this county. Kinyi glanced at the old granny's expressions as he probed further, just what exactly is it? Shouldn't you at least tell me that much? And you should leave as soon as you find it. Shouldn't you limit the duration of your freeloading after all? The old granny didn't respond. Kinyi swallowed his saliva, numbed his nerves and continued, even if you can't tell me what it is, shouldn't you at least tell me your name and why you've come to the mortal world? Look at the amount of yin energy surrounding your body. He paused and blinked his eyes nervously. If the amount of yin energy surrounding his own body was likened to a bonfire, then the yin energy emanating from this old granny could only be described as a beacon fire on the Great Wall of China. The yin energy was so strong that it was almost corporeal. Comparing himself with her was tantamount to comparing the light from a firefly in a moon that hung high in the sky. This was no longer an existence of a mere ghost, wasn't this more akin to Yama on Earth? So, given your peerless existence, why do you have to freeload off me in my humble little shop here? Might I therefore invite this majestic ghost Pokemon to please return to your Pokeball? Your yin energy suggests that your existence in hell is more than that of an average emissary of hell, right? There was still no response. The old granny squinted her eyes, as though pondering about the truths of life as she remained enveloped by the smoke from her pipe. Kinyi attempted to probe even further. It's not as though I don't welcome you here, after all, you're considered a fellow sojourner from down there. However, there are expenditures required to live in the mortal realm. It's those red color notes on the table. Yet you just showed up and lodged at my place without giving me a proper account. Don't you think you should spare some thought for me and allow me to be mentally prepared at the very least? I've already given you a week's time to adjust, and you've still not gotten used to this arrangement. The old granny finally set down her pipe and turned her wrinkled face towards Kinyi. Kinyi shook his head adamantly. So, it's like that. The old granny sighed softly. With the hook of her finger, a black, ancient manuscript filled with yin energy flew straight out of Kinyi's chest. The old granny flipped open the manuscript and opened a folding page at the front of the manuscript. The first page was Kinyi's picture. However, this picture could hardly be considered a photograph at all. Rather, it was a black and white composite formed entirely out of black and white colored energy. There were a few lines written on the manuscript as well. Name, Kinyi, nickname, Doggable LS, place of origin, Liu Mound Village, Gazi Gully, Tangan County, Qingyuan City. Family members, grandfather, deceased, parents, deceased, date of birth. The 1st of October 1938. The old granny's wrinkled hands paused slightly, and she stared at Kinyi with a somewhat complicated gaze. There's nothing much you can hide from this old bag of bones. As long as you've once been born, as long as you've been a human, as long as you're still living, then every single thing in your past is as clear as day to me. To have kept such a cheerful and positive attitude despite having experienced decades of life on end, you're not too shabby at all. I approve of you. Kinyi dug his ears. What are you talking about? I don't really understand what you're saying. It's all so profound. The old granny ignored him and continued smoking her pipe. Only a person who has experienced the vicissitudes of life would never lose himself among the tides of humanity, whether ugly or kind. This old bag of bones is well assured in bestowing the seal of the emissary of hell upon you. You should also know how important the status of an official is to you. The fact that you are neither considered the living nor the dead means you are an existence that is viewed with contempt by both sides. Several other words were imprinted on the manuscript just below his personal particulars. Occupation, probationary emissary of hell. Duration, 5 days, 13 hours, 27 minutes and 6 seconds. But the old granny ran her finger gently across his picture and sighed softly. I turned my heart to the bright moon, yet the moon only shines on the canal. Her dry, wrinkled hands rested on his picture and Kinyi's monochromatic picture quivered for a second. Before she could go on, she discovered yet another hand pressing on hers, almost as though filled with determination. Buddha has once said this, if I don't enter hell, who will? Qin Yi's expression was filled with resolution, almost akin to that of a revolutionary martyr. "Chief, you must learn to give newcomers a chance. Jobs are hard to come by these days, you know. Perhaps youngsters may complain and mumble and grumble, but it still doesn't change the fact that their hearts are filled with an immeasurable desire for promotion and career progression. What they really need are opportunities. Opportunities to show their abilities." The old granny's lips twitched slightly. "A youngster born of the year 1938. It looks like the vicissitudes of life hasn't merely increased the thickness of your skin. I can also see an undeniable thirst to stay alive." She casually threw the manuscript back to Qin Yi, who immediately received it with gratitude and chuckled light-heartedly. "If there's anything you require of me, please let me know. Doggable LS." Qin Yi's face instantly darkened. The old granny raised an eyebrow curiously. Comma, "I await your instructions." The old granny's smile faded. She set her pipe gently on the table and paused for a long while before continuing. "I know you've got many questions, including why I've come looking for you in the middle of the night 1 week ago and why I'm here in the first place. However," she drew a deep breath, "tomorrow at midnight, this old bag of bones will explain everything." Qin Yi contemplated for a moment, before probing further. "When the moon hangs high in the sky and the living are heavily in slumber?" Dead silence. Inhale. Exhale. The old granny's voice was once again filled with vigor. Scram. It was a declaration that the discussion was over. As Qin Yi slowly departed from the room, the old granny sighed as she watched his fading silhouette with an incomparably complex twinkle in her eyes. It wasn't until the sound of showering could be heard that she solemnly pulled up the sleeve over her arm. It was still her old speckled skin. However, from the left elbow up, her arm appeared somewhat transparent and ethereal. Furthermore, one could see that the bones and muscles were all glowing faintly with a mild golden hue. The traces of golden light was a mark of the Bodhi. One could even vaguely make out several rootless golden lotuses slowly stirring and destroying its host from within. Innumerable tiny, faintly visible Sanskrit words flowed through her meridians. At the same time, the mark of the Bodhi caused the old granny immeasurable pain and suffering. It had only been a few seconds, yet her forehead was already percolating with cold sweat. "It's not long now." She pulled up her sleeves yet even more as she gazed out the window into the distance. "The mortal realm has already discovered the upheaval in hell, and I don't have much time left either. It's a pity. This kid has got a good heart, but he's seen far too many things. He's too cunning. He's consumed the fungus of eons. Not only will he never die, he will never grow up either. He will live as though his age is forever locked in time. To live in such a cruel world with such an outrageous identity. Sigh, if it were possible, I would have liked to personally teach and guide him a little more. Unfortunately." She stood up slowly, and her white hair danced on its own without wind. "There's no time left." "Where exactly is it?" "If I can't find it, then everything is nothing more than empty talk. Billions of evil ghosts are pouring into the mortal realm right now. The onset of these supernatural phenomena is merely a foreshadowing as to what is to come. This is just the prologue. 1. The Mandarin word used here is, which refers to a mythical fungus that is believed to bring about immortality. Chapter 5, Ghastly Mahjong. The next day, Qin Yi went to school as per normal despite the fact that it was a Saturday. After all, what was a Saturday to the seniors of the school? It was a concept that didn't exist. After the first class of the day, 2 well-built figures found their way before Qin Yi's desk. The other students immediately made way for them as though there was a tacit understanding among all of them. Zhang Yilan, Wang Chenhao. The swelling on their faces still hadn't gone down, yet they continued to stage fierce expressions on their face. It was ridiculous and hilarious. As precedent would have it, the person these students stood in front of invariably determined their choice of target for venting their frustrations. However, this was an exception to the norm. Both students looked at Qin Yi with a complicated look on their face. Qin Yi furrowed his brows. "What's up?" Given that the evil spirit had already been disposed of, Qin Yi no longer had any reason to put up with his pretenses. Thus, if the 2 students were merely looking for trouble, Kinyi had no qualms confronting it straight on. In fact, he would now naturally be unable to guarantee that the two students would return in one piece. However, there was simply no response. Several moments later, Wang Chenghao raised his eyebrow and pointed out with his thumb, "Shall we go for a walk?" "Wang Chenghao, what's the meaning of this?" "We've still got lessons to attend." A girl with a ponytail at Kinyi's table uttered nervously with a low voice, yet she didn't dare to make eye contact with them. After all, the phrase taking a walk was far too laden with hidden implications. Mind your own business. Zhang Yileng's cowardly disposition from last night had completely vanished. When he glared straight into the female student's eyes, she immediately shut her mouth and grew taciturn. "It's fine." Kinyi stood up, smiled and nodded to the female student, "Thank you." The three of them made their way to the school's rooftop. It was very windy there. Qingxi County belonged to the Sichuan province. In this region, the sun rarely made an appearance in the sky, and the sky would invariably look as dark and overcast as the bottom of an urn, even in summer. Scram! There were several students on the rooftop when they first arrived. Yet with one command from Wang Chenghao, the rooftop cleared out almost instantaneously. He didn't address his agenda immediately. Instead, he simply opened a pack of cigarettes and nodded at Kinyi. "Want one?" "Masochist?" Kinyi glanced at the two students suspiciously. These students were the archetypical brawny hooligans that partook in all types of vices, whether smoking or drinking. They were practically evildoers, thorns in the sight of all teachers in school. They were notorious in Qingxi High School for their errant ways. To make matters worse, there were rumors that Wang Chenghao's family was rather influential, and that his father was the richest man in the county. Therefore, nobody dared to interfere with their affairs. This one-night stand, no, after just one night of emotionally charged interactions, were they now extending their invitation to him to join their intimate brotherhood? Kinyi casually picked up a cigarette and lit it up, and the three students smoked in sullenness and frustration. The bell for the next class soon rang, and Kinyi got up and motioned to leave. Just then, Wang Chenghao finally spoke up, "Hang on. It's time for class. It's gym class." Wang Chenghao took another deep drag on his cigarette. Then, almost as though he had matured a fair bit, he muttered, "Previously, there's been some misunderstanding between us. From today onwards, I'll look after you. Anyone who doesn't see eye to eye with you doesn't see eye to eye with me. As for me, I've only got one question. Last night. What in the world happened last night?" Kinyi blinked at him. "What do you remember?" Wang Chenghao's body trembled, and he buried his head in his hands, voice quivering. "I only remember the door and windows suddenly slamming shut. Phone, that's right. The phone kept ringing incessantly. Then, what happened next?" As soon as he began recollecting the incidents of last night, he immediately became far more verbose than before. When he looked up once more, his eyes had already become red and bloodshot. "Then, what happened? What happened next? Last night, did we see?" His voice softened to a whisper, and it took him several seconds to utter the rest of the sentence. "Did we see something unclean? How did the school find out about these things? And why didn't they inform the students about it? How dangerous is that? Fuck." Zhang Yileng snuffed out his cigarette violently as he recalled to mind the horrific incident last night. His entire body was trembling ferociously as he took out his phone and added, "Look. I looked up the forums of several other cities, and I discovered that we're not the only ones. These damned announcements are being played everywhere. And it's not just SHULS, it's being played in factories, offices, shops, public streets, and even remote neighborhoods. Kinyi, what in the world happened last night? You know it full well, don't you? You must know. Your family is in the funerary industry after all. What has being in the funerary industry got to do with all these? Should a finance student naturally become a finance minister?" His heart was filled with grievances and complaints. Yet, when he noticed the frightened and bewildered expressions in the other students' eyes, something came over him, and he finally relented. Sighing, He received Zhang Yileng's phone and took a look. Shocking sighting at West River City's first public hospital. Last night, all of the patients heard someone performing a Huangmai opera at 2 a.m. in the morning in a completely empty corridor. This phenomenon went on until 5 a.m. Some patients looked out of their window, yet not a single person could be spotted. Absolutely bizarre. Everyone, look at this picture that my aunt took yesterday. 8 months pregnant, yet the fetus already possesses a fully grown man's face. Tagged location, 3rd Hospital, Linshan City. It's the dead. It's the dead. Last night at midnight, 2 luxury cars collided with each other on the bridge that crosses the Yellow River. Yet, just half an hour later, one of them actually turned into a paper car. My neighbor's grandaunt's 3rd husband was there at the scene. I've seen the video footage. There were many similar news articles. Perhaps the number of news articles couldn't be considered substantial in the grand scheme of the sheer number of forum posts. Nevertheless, this was still Cathay after all. Reports of superstitious matters or supernatural activities were hardly heard of these days. In the past, whenever these posts appeared, the videos, articles and the like would immediately be reported and censored without recourse. But now, it was almost as though such news were once again being condoned, even encouraged. And this went beyond mere forums. As Qin browsed through the various news sites, he discovered that even several mainstream media such as the Kyandu News, Tidal Wave News and Penguin News had also been reporting similar events. The world is changing. He didn't know why. But having lived for such a long time now, he was sensitive to such changes, and he knew that this was one of the first symptoms of a tidal wave of changes. Even the media is starting to endorse such news. What in the world is happening to Cathay? Qin Li. Qin Li. Say something. Wang Chenghao's anxious and unsettled voice disrupted his train of thought. Qin Yi returned the phone and responded thoughtfully, I don't know either. The only advice I can give you right now is to comply with the government's instructions. There are some things in this world that just can't be explained by science. I believe we've all experienced it. It's more prudent to believe in these things than otherwise. When all was said and done, the bullshit that Qin Yi spouted was neither useful nor helpful. However, the 2 students nevertheless nodded their heads obsequiously, almost as though they were offered a lifebuoy amidst tumultuous waters. After all, there were many times when people weren't really seeking the truth, and all they wanted to hear were words of consolation. They wanted to have conviction and be able to believe, regardless of what the truth might be. Then, I'll take my leave first. Qin Yi patted his buttocks as he stood up once more. However, Wang Chenghao suddenly added, Qin Yi, do you know of a way to deal with these things? You're afraid that they'll come after you again? Upon closer inspection, Qin Yi noticed that Wang Chenghao truly appeared rather striking and imposing. Wang Chenghao stood at 1.8 meters tall. Even after last night's frightful event, his complexion was still rosy, and he was still filled with vigor. No. Wang Chenghao bit down on his teeth as he mumbled, it's not me. It's, my family, has been a little bit off lately. I don't have any means to help you. Qin Yi opened the door and walked out. Such matters should be left to the professionals. An amateur like me might only cause more trouble. It was difficult to be a senior in school. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. At 5 p.m. sharp, yet another wave of announcements was made. Just as Qin Yi mounted his bike, he suddenly paused and listened more closely. It's different. The announcements are different from yesterday. If you are still on campus, please leave the school by 6:10 p.m. by hook or by crook. From today onwards, the school will be commencing renovation works in all of the unoccupied classrooms. Entry into classrooms which have been sealed off is strictly forbidden. Any trespassers will immediately be expelled. All staff on duty are to return to their rooms by 7 p.m. and remain within their rooms. Anyone spotted outside by our CCTV cameras will summarily be dismissed. The school shall not be held responsible for any losses incurred by persons failing to comply with the school's regulations. He paused for a long time before mounting his bicycle and cycling home once more. However, his brows remained furrowed this whole time. It's really different. Only those who had experienced it could tell that the renovations were a lie, it was a mere cover-up. Something unpredictable was happening to the entire country of Cathay, and it was affecting every single county, and even every single village. Incidents like that which they experienced last night must be happening everywhere around the nation. The forum posts were nothing but starters. Cathay was presently giving their citizens a buffer period as they contemplated their next move. Were they going to subsequently make an announcement or take a stand on these issues? It was important to maintain stability within their nation. Cathay was a superpower with over 1 billion citizens after all. The consequences of chaos would be absolutely unfathomable. That said, the Cathayan government had evidently started to compromise on some fronts as well. This naturally meant that the magnitude of the supernatural upheaval concealed behind the fog of bureaucracy was probably hundreds or even thousands of times worse than he imagined. Furthermore, the change in the content of today's broadcasted announcement could only mean one thing: things were quickly escalating out of control. It was like a rabid horse that had broken loose of its yoke and was going on a rampage. In just 1 week, from the initial schedule of one announcement per day, to the endless repetition of announcements after 6 p.m. 3 days ago, to now, the school had even begun to withdraw its employees and staff. All of this pointed to the severity of the matter. I wonder if the other countries know about just what's going on in here? As the wind whistled past his head, Kinyi sighed wistfully. I don't know, but there must be someone who does. His gaze stretched into the distance, where the outskirts of the county was located, the haunter in the pokeball. No, that old granny ghost must know something about this. Tonight at 12, how? He arrived home in no time. Yet as soon as he stepped into his own home, that frosty look in his eyes immediately melted. He even began to suspect that he was being oversensitive about the entire incident. As soon as he opened the door, he noticed that the coffin in the center lay wide open, and a square piece had been cut right out of the coffin. 4 old ladies were each seated on one side of the square piece of the coffin. The old granny's hand was holding tightly onto something, and her expression was unimaginably frigid. Several seconds later, she pushed it onto the makeshift coffin table. 2 coins, 1. Very well. I'm out there painstakingly earning a living, yet you're in here pretending to look pretty? Excellent, you've even mastered the art of identifying those mahjong tiles by feel. And who are these other old ladies? Why haven't I seen them before? Did you actually manage to hook up with ladies from the other neighborhoods? By the way, is it really a good idea to play mahjong on a coffin in such an idyllic and innocent manner? The begrudging spirit within him was roiling, and his heart was filled with displeasure. Finally, he managed to forcibly suppress the rage in his heart. He had no choice. There were others around, and the old granny also appeared to be hiding a wealth of formidable abilities. It was therefore prudent to suppress his anxiety and endure for now. Pong. The lady on the other end of the table revealed 3 matching tiles, and waiting on a single tile. How can you be so fast? Are you cheating? If you have 1 BAMS or 2 BAMS, you'd better discard them now. I'm already waiting, but I'll discard them if I have to. I can't afford to mess with this fierce old lady. 1 BAMS, 2. The old granny took a drag on her cigarette before discarding a 1 BAMS tile. Unfortunately, her expression froze in the very next instant. I've won. All Pong hand, clean hand, and I was waiting for a single 1 BAMS tile. The dues for this round are 30 million. The old lady seated opposite smiled widely, accentuating the wrinkles on her face as she revealed her mahjong tiles. 30 million. How could you play with such high stakes? Hang on a minute, how are you going to even pay 30 million? Before Kinyi could exclaim aloud, the old granny slapped a 100 million note onto the coffin board heroically as she exclaimed, "Go buy yourself a nice coffin." This was paper money with 100 million printed on it. Hang on. Kinyi blinked several times. Then, as he took a closer examination of the 4 old ladies, he drew a deep breath, and took several steps back. Apart from the old granny, the other ladies didn't have legs at all. Everything from their calves down was completely illusory. Even their toes didn't touch the ground. This was a game of ghastly mahjong. 1. They're playing mahjong, and coins is one of the simple suits in mahjong. 2. Bams is another one of the simple suits in mahjong. Waiting is a term to refer to a collection of tiles that is one tile away from winning. 3. All pong hand and clean hands are a collection of winning tiles that add a multiplier to her final score. Chapter 6, The Yin-Yang rode very well. Qin wondered in his heart whether it was time to change the signboard for his shop to read Gloaming Gao-LS Gambling Den. And then he would have the most epic ethnic song playing in the background. Perfect. No, wait, what kind of forcible conversion of property was this? Do you know just how much that coffin costs? Qin stared daggers, fired freeze rays, ice arrows, fireball LS, and even death rays at the old granny, yet the old granny completely turned a blind eye to it. Instead, she looked straight at the other old grannies seated around her and chuckled, "How's this grandson of mine? Not bad. Fairly pale skin, so he wouldn't need to purchase skin care products when he goes down under. 9 coins. He looks like one with a rather short lifespan. He'll be able to enjoy his youth down under. 3 coins. Kan. 5-1, he runs a family business, and whether coffin, money, paper servants or horses, he's got them all prepared. This kid is ready to head down under and enjoy life at any time, isn't he? Have you prepared the method to go down under, boy? Come here. Let me give you a piece of advice. Drowning is the worst way to go, and you won't even look good at the point of death. Wait. I've won. I was waiting for 1, 4 and 7-1. Going back to the topic, hanging isn't a good way to die either, since your tongue would hang out 3 feet long after death. It's a pain to roll it back. I would suggest a car accident. Adjust the angle properly and don't look back. If you do it properly, you won't suffer any pain, and your looks won't be affected either. You'll spiral up to heaven spectacularly with an instant explosion. Bloody hell. What happened to all the cultural norms and conventions? Isn't the usual response to a question like "How's my grandson?" would be "Not bad, he's well behaved," or "How old is he?" or "Has he learned to write?" What's up with their bizarre response? Aren't they being far too presumptuous here? No. In the first place, who's your grandson? Don't identify yourself as my relative. Qin was so upset that he almost spat blood. His face had turned ashen by now. The old granny took another puff of her pipe as she added, "Take a closer look." The other gloomy grannies immediately turned their heads and scrutinized him further. The smiles on everyone's faces vanished in the very next instant. They all set down the mahjong tiles in their hands as well. The 4 old ladies exchanged glances with each other in silence. Then, several seconds later, one of the old ladies queried the old granny, "Is this the fungus of the eons?" The clattering sound of mahjong restarted once again. As 8 hands mixed the mahjong tiles thoroughly, the old granny chuckled, "Whenever he's in front of this old bag of bones, he insists that it isn't, so we'll just leave it at that. Hey, what's your name? Why don't you bring some sky juice here? The water from the mortal realm is a little bit too spicy for our taste." That was quick. How has it already changed from grandson to "What's your name?" The sky juice that they were asking for was none other than rainwater, something that neither touches the sky nor the ground, something that was not contaminated by yin or yang. This was the only thing that the old granny had consumed this entire week. Qin obsequiously brought over 4 cups, setting them down on the coffin board with loud thuds before turning to leave. "Don't mess with me anymore. It's annoying." The game of ghastly mahjong went on till midnight. As soon as the clock struck 12, the old granny immediately rose from her seat and sighed softly, "That's the end of this session, and perhaps this might also be the last time we're gathering for mahjong as well." Rest following suit, the 3 other old ladies stood up as well, bade farewell to the old granny, before transforming into wisps of green smoke that quickly vanished. "What's this?" Qin asked curiously. The old granny didn't respond immediately. Instead, she laboriously retrieved an ancient oil lamp that was covered in dust from the coffin as she massaged her back. The 5 wealth-generating ghosts. You'd tapped on the powers of the 5 wealth-generating ghosts for Mahjong? What do you know? I've earned 1.2 billion today. Why shouldn't I use the 5 wealth-generating ghosts? She makes a good argument. Even Qin Yi was rendered speechless. Do you know what day today is? Collecting her smile, the old granny sat on the bed and stared straight at Qin Yi. Without waiting for his response, she continued, mid-7th month, the ghosts run amok. Today is the last day of the Hungry Ghosts Festival. It's also the day that the gates of hell will finally shut. The day that a person's mortal life is snuffed out is also the day when he first enters the gates of hell. Unfortunately, hell has far too many spirits and too few emissaries of hell in comparison. Therefore, there will always be some spirits who aren't detected and detained in time, and these spirits will end up drifting about aimlessly within the mortal realm. Over time, these souls begin to lose consciousness, and are left with nothing more than their desire to enter hell. These spirits are called drifting spirits. The purpose of the 3 major ghost festivals is for us to receive them in hell. Do you understand now? When the old granny got serious, Qin Yi felt almost as though he had been drawn into the heart of a massive vortex. Having experienced the vicissitudes of life, he could tell that this was the power of her aura, when one's extreme conviction was displayed through his or her actions, disposition and speech, thereby affecting others. It was difficult to fathom how an elderly who appeared so frail and on the brink of death could actually manifest such a terrifying display of aura. Qin Yi subconsciously collected his smile and responded solemnly, "Do you mean that the person who has it has died within the last 7 days?" The old granny nodded her head. Qin Yi furrowed his brows, adding, "I wasn't able to find him." That said, you seem certain that this person will be heading towards the gates of hell today? The old granny responded, "Mm." Qin Yi observed her facial expressions closely as he continued to probe further. "So, the thing that you wanted to tell me was—" At that moment, the old granny suddenly revealed a cunning smile on her face. Then, without waiting for him to finish, she suddenly grabbed tightly onto Qin Yi's hand. Qin Yi wasn't even able to scream before everything simply went black. When everything became clear again, he couldn't help but draw a breath of cold air. Black, white and green, a world comprising only 3 colors. As far as the eye could see, most things were black and white in color, whether the room or his bed. The only green he could see were the wisps of green smoke emanating between all the other elements. To make matters even more bizarre, he was astonished to see his own physical body frozen in a squatting posture, his eyes still shut, while the old granny was still grabbing onto his arm. These physical bodies were akin to 2 statues, completely still and unmoving. "This is my soul?" Qin Yi glanced at his own hands in amazement. His assessment of the old granny's abilities had risen once again. He had personally witnessed innumerable monks or priests performing rites to separate a person's soul from his or her own body. However, none of these experts had been able to pull out a person's soul with such a simple tug on the wrist. Next to the old granny, all of the revered monks and priests could at best be described as mere infants. First rule, don't look back. The old granny hunched her back and lit an ancient lamp. The lamp was incredibly unique. The ancient lamp was made of bronze, square in shape, and it was approximately the size of a palm. However, there were actually 2 carps painted on the back of the lamp, one black, and one white. Hammerstone? Shut up. Second rule, don't open your mouth. The old granny began to move. As she took the first step, the 3-colored world trembled slightly. Qin Yi felt the temperature around him dip immensely, while the fog around him continued to grow thicker. The green fog was everywhere, and it even seemed to be alive. After mere seconds, they found themselves surrounded by nothing more than a sea of fog replete with clouds in the sky. In this world, the ancient lamp was the only source of light. He could even hear the wails and moans of countless people echoing through the sea of fog in the distance. "Put this in your mouth and hang on to my clothes." Qin Yi inspected the object as soon as he received it. It was a willow leaf. As soon as he placed it within his mouth, a warm feeling immediately spread from the tip of his tongue. He grabbed on tightly to the old granny's clothes, and they began to plod on. This path is not for the living. Even though Qin Yi had many questions weighing on his mind, he remained completely silent. They walked on for approximately 20 more minutes before the old granny spoke hoarsely again. The living call this road the Yellow Springs Road. That said, the Yellow Springs Road is in fact divided into 3 portions. The Ferryman's Creek of Forgetfulness, Granny Men's Residence, and finally the Necropolis. We're presently only on the first part of the Yellow Springs Road. She then pointed to the surroundings. The green fog is in fact formed by the yin energy diffusing from the spirits around. It's supposed to be pure black in color, but the yang energy in this place is too strong right now. The green yin energy is the result of the clash of both yin and yang energy. As soon as any living creature opens its mouth in this place, yang energy would leak out from its body and act like a lighthouse or a beacon in tumultuous waters. The innumerable spirits around would begin to recall their lives in the mortal realm, some with attachments and some with regrets. These spirits that haven't consumed Granny Men's soup of forgetfulness will tear the source of yang energy to shreds. Therefore, please don't open your mouth. Qin Yi blinked. It suddenly dawned on him that the sea of yin energy was in fact generated by the gates of hell alone. According to what the old granny had said before, the gates of hell would shut tonight, so the innumerable drifting spirits in the mortal world would naturally swarm to the gates. But just how many spirits did it take to form such an endless, overwhelming sea of yin energy? Were the emissaries of hell all malingering and neglecting their duties? Just then, a ghastly sigh echoed from behind. Don't turn back. There are creatures called the echoing worm living on this road. As soon as you respond to it, it will begin to chat with you. The echoing worm has the face and body of a human, and it's a creature formed by the convergence of innumerable lingering obsessions. As soon as you are hooked by its call, you will be forced to converse with it for 1,000 centuries, forever losing the opportunity to reincarnate. Qin Yi tugged gently on the old granny's sleeves. The old granny chuckled lightly. You must be wondering why this old bag of bones talks so much, yet not a single echoing worm has attempted to approach me. It's simply because they don't dare. Scatter. With a single imperative command, her primly bundled white hair instantly loosened up and began to dance on its own without any wind. The sea of green fog in the surroundings suddenly began to roll and crash as they dissipated into the distance. Their surroundings finally became clear. Qin Yi glanced around before drawing a deep breath as chills ran down his spine. Where was the road under their feet? What they had been treading on was in fact the silver-white bones of a skeleton. The skeleton was gargantuan, and the bone that they were walking on must have been at least 100 meters wide, and so long that he could not see the end in sight. The bone was rather flat, and Qin Yi posited that it must be the cervical bone of a vertebrae. At the same time, there were 2 rows of people, too many to count, lined up on either side of them. Some were dressed in suits, some were dressed in t-shirts and jeans, while others were wearing maxi dresses. These people were all lined up neatly, making their way towards the end of the road, just like Qin Yi and the old granny were. These people presented themselves with appearances that were hazy and illusory, replete with a blank look on their faces. Yin energy continued to escape from their bodies from time to time. Yet the most frightening thing about these 2 lines of people was that their appearances were snapshots of their exact appearances just before they died. Some of them had long tongues sticking out of their mouths and disgusting, bulging eyes. Some had a contorted expression on their faces and broken limbs, and they were resigned to painstakingly crawling this entire journey across the bridge. Some had their skulls fractured, while others had their chests or abdomens slashed wide open. It was almost akin to a gallery of death and demise. The Museum of the Living Dead. These living dead appeared to be floating in the air, and their feet never touched the ground, even when they moved. The gates of hell closed on the last day of the Hungry Ghost Festival. In the darkness of the night, all of these pale ghosts were presently trudging along this yin-yang road just beside a living person. He was right there among them. He was right there beside them. Unfortunately, Qin Yi couldn't help but gasp in shock. In that single moment, everyone in their surroundings froze. Hundreds, thousands, or even 10,000s of illusory spirits paused in unison. Then, without moving their bodies, their heads all turned stiffly like grotesque machines. There were those with long tongues hanging from their heads, and even some without heads at all. All of them fixed their gazes on Qin at this very moment. There were traces of greed, confusion and other emotions in their eyes. In that instant, Qin's body trembled as an intense wave of netherworldly chill washed across his heart. Then, in the very next moment, a frail, withered hand patted firmly on his back, and the chill that was permeating his entire body immediately vanished. All of the spirits around continued to stare at him for a full 30 seconds, before turning their heads back and plodding on. Thump. Thump. Qin placed his hand gingerly over his chest. His heart was beating wildly. That instant when innumerable spirits turned to look at him had caused his entire back to be drenched with sweat. Look over there. The old granny pointed in another direction. Qin glanced over, before covering his mouth in shock. His pupils constricted immediately. He could see the silhouette of something akin to a hill in the distance where gloomy yin energy filled the air. He was unable to see exactly what this was, but it appeared almost as though there were innumerable stink bugs piling one on top of the other. Two green eyes burned brightly in the darkness as netherworldly flames flickered ceaselessly within them. And on its body hung countless people. They were living people, rather, living spirits. Each one of these spirits appeared to be muttering something inaudible. The spirit that hung closest to his current location was no more than 20 meters away. This was an echoing worm and its human pupae. Chapter 7, The Netherworld Odyssey. The hill-sized silhouette was at least tens of times larger than the old granny. The eyes blazing with netherworldly fire were akin to constellations in a surging sea of fog. It was evident that these eyes were trained directly on Qin's body. Yet, not a single one of these echoing worms dared to approach him. Just like that, the two continued to plod along the path of bones. In fact, for every step that the old granny moved forward, the massive eyes would equally take a single step back. It was almost as though the constellations in the sky were shifting as a result of the old granny's approach. This is known as the Netherworld Odyssey. If you're skilled enough, you'll be able to find what you're looking for here as long as the spirit has passed within the last 7 days. You can even temporarily restore that person's memory and communicate directly with him. This is essentially what the monks and priests in the mortal realms do. As long as these spirits have passed on within the last 7 days, and there still remains a breath of yang energy within their bodies, the monks and priests would still be able to recall or summon their spirits. In fact, if you're fortunate enough to be promoted beyond the rank of a netherworld operative, you won't even need to embark on the Netherworld Odyssey any longer. You would already be clothed with the authority to directly arrest or detain any spirit along the yin-yang road without question. All right, lower your head. We've arrived. You may speak now. Qin gathered his spirits once more and lowered his head. The skeletal path had come to an end, and a massive boat lay waiting at the end of the road. It was an ancient-styled ferry that was thousands of meters long, and it hovered silently and stoically in midair. That said, where the ferryman should originally have been now stood a golden-colored skeleton. A green conical bamboo hat and a verdant-colored raincoat hung gently over the skeleton bones that appeared to be made of pure gold. The skeleton was still holding onto the helm of the boat with an arched body and a slightly bowed head, almost as though it was still attempting to exert immense force. It was hard to fathom how such a comparably small human-sized skeleton once controlled such a massive vessel. An incredible gathering of yin spirits could be seen at the bank where the end of the bone bridge stood. Each of these spirits were holding onto stacks of paper money as they stared purposefully at the golden skeleton at the helm. He's dead, Qin murmured. The old granny's gaze was incomparably complex. Not dead, rather, he's departed. It's been thousands of years, yet I never quite learned his name. He never spoke a word, and he would silently ferry these spirits to where this old bag of bones lived, before silently departing once again. I thought that we had a tacit understanding to look out for one another for the rest of time, yet who knew? She shook her head and didn't say any more. Qin withdrew his gaze as though deep in thought. Just then, as though suddenly struck by a brainwave, his eyes gleamed brightly as he cocked his head towards the ferryman once more. Subconsciously, Qin took a step forward. As soon as he set his feet down, he immediately noticed that there was nothing underneath his feet and lost his balance. Fortunately, a powerful force grabbed hold of him and yanked him back onto his feet. "Are you looking to die?" the old granny bellowed in rage. "Look below." Qin looked down as he broke out in cold sweat. Just beneath his feet, underneath the entire bone bridge, was a massive bottomless abyss that stretched on for miles and miles on end. The boat hovered in mid-air, giving others an illusion that the ground beneath it was flat and solid. However, this was not the case at all. The existence of the endless abyss was not frightening in and of itself. Rather, what was frightening was the fact that one could only see this abyss when he stepped out of the bone bridge. Furthermore, in the moment that Qin lost his footing, he thought he vaguely heard a woman's soft chuckle echo through the abyss. He also saw innumerable roiling black waves crashing violently against the walls of the abyss. And it wasn't merely black waves. Rather, it was hair. It was as though this endless abyss had an incomparably terrifying existence that was waiting for an unsuspecting prey to fall into its trap, just like how a spider hunted where the old granny sternly cautioned, "Don't you dare underestimate the Yellow Springs Road just because we're only on its first section. There are far too many fearsome existences along this road that you can't even begin to fathom. This is a forbidden ground for the living. One misstep would mean death for you." Qin softly peeled away the old granny's hand as they locked eyes. "I've got a question, and I'm not sure if I should ask it or not." "Since you suspect that it shouldn't be asked, then don't ask it." Then, almost as though she knew what he was thinking about, the old granny remarked, "You've lived for far too long, so you're naturally far more sharp and sensitive than most ordinary people. Some questions are best left unanswered." However, Qin paid little heed to the old granny's piece of advice. His gaze intensified as he continued, "Hell, what happened to it?" Without waiting for the old granny's response, he continued, "I'm almost certain about something. The ferryman hasn't departed by natural means. After all, his stance tells me that he was in the midst of his duties. His hands were even exerting a powerful force in order to control the helm of the boat. This is a clear sign of a sudden departure, one that was so swift that even a person in the ferryman's position had not expected it. Furthermore, it had to be an instant death. Otherwise, the ferryman wouldn't be frozen in the same posture he held pre-departure." Locking eyes with the old granny once more, he articulated his next statement clearly and succinctly, "Who could possibly exact instant death on a person such as the ferryman?" The old granny's lips quivered slightly. Qin shook his head and continued, "Furthermore, this is something I have been thinking about previously. The spirits of the Hungry Ghost Festival are far too numerous in number. These spirits are already at the gates of hell now, yet they are unable to pass through either. And it's even more bizarre that not a single emissary of hell has appeared thus far." The old granny finally responded, "What are you trying to say?" Qin drew a deep breath, as an absurd thought found its way into his mind. Then, taking a step forward, he whispered with a trembling voice, "Hell has ceased its operations." "Oh?" The death of the ferryman coincides with the surge of supernatural events in the mortal realm. Am I right to therefore suggest that the upheaval in hell is the source of the massive changes in the mortal realm? The gravity of these words was so massive that even Qin couldn't help but shudder at it. In fact, the prospects of such thoughts were so terrifying that even Qin himself found it hard to believe these things. How many people died every day? If hell froze over, then where would the hundreds of billions of spirits go? No wonder the situation in the mortal realm was escalating at such a rapid pace. No wonder the surge in supernatural events was so extreme. The mortal realm was transforming into a living world of hell. Interesting. The old granny didn't respond immediately. It was after a long time that she finally laughed genially. "Boy, you've got a rich imagination." However, she looked straight into Qin's eyes as she explained, "Don't interpret ghastly affairs with your human heart. Things are 1,000 times more terrifying than you can ever fathom. Your superficial guess is only about 10,000th of the great horror you're about to experience. Come on. Get on that ship and shake the helm. Prove to me that you're worthy of becoming the final emissary of hell. Wait. King Yi's mind blared with alarms as he stared at the old granny with distrust. What do you mean the final emissary of hell? What in hell's name are you talking about? I don't think I've ever agreed to such an arrangement, have I? Furthermore, what's with your tone of voice? It's almost as though you're making a will right now. What's going on here? The old granny sneered. It's no use, boy. The longer you live, the sharper and more sensitive you get. No matter how much you try and put on pretenses in front of me, these attempts are feeble at best. You and I are quite alike in some ways. When all is stripped away, the core of our hearts are black and grim. Besides, you're in my territory now, so do you think that you can still act all willful as those 100-year ghasts out there? Before she finished speaking, King Yi already felt a powerful force swooping in from behind, sending him flying towards the massive boat like a falling leaf in the wind. As he flew through the air, yin energy erupted from his body, and he was almost instantaneously clothed with the uniform of Hell's emissaries. Shit! King Yi crash-landed on the ferry with a loud thud and cursed thrice out loud. Then, as he scrambled to his feet once more and rubbed his aching back, the old granny's voice drifted over once more, take the helm. The yin spirits that hear the sound of helm will naturally be drawn towards you. But fret not, because they won't be able to board the boat. You've seen it earlier, this isn't a boat that just anybody can board. Furthermore, the massive abyss between the boat and the bone bridge you were just on can see LS a fearsome existence. Thus, you can rest assured. King Yi gritted his teeth. Then who am I supposed to furry? What in the world do you want me to do? Can't you just speak in clear terms? What's the hurry? The old granny gave him a judgmental look as she added somberly, this boat isn't something that an average peon can operate. Whether you possess the qualifications to be appointed an emissary of hell and become one of hell's official LS will all depend on whether you can steer this boat. I'll be damned. I don't want to do this anymore, alright. That's fine, doggable LS. The old granny lit her pipe as she added, you've got 3 more days in the mortal realm. King Yi's voice deepened by an octave. No, we were just having a pleasant exchange, weren't we? Could you please refrain from jumping to such astonishing conclusions? The desire to live is strong with this one. The old granny blew out some smoke. Those who have consumed the fungus of the eons will never die nor grow old. However, they also become existences rejected by both the mortal realm and the netherworld. Now that hell has ceased functioning, your good old days have naturally come to an end as well. If you're lucky, you might end up becoming one of the drifting spirits that would wander the earth aimlessly until the end of time. If you're not. She pulled out her pipe and drew a circle around a group of yin spirits gathered at the bridge. Which of them would you prefer to be? I'll steer. I'll steer immediately, my savagery is only second to you people living down under. Tears welled up in King Yi's eyes as he bowed 3 times to the golden skeleton before shifting him aside and taking control around the helm. Whoosh! As King Yi began to steer the helm, massive ripples began to spread throughout the void below the boat. There wasn't a single drop of water, yet as King Yi steered the helm, sounds of water began to resound throughout the lands. As this unimaginable sight unfolded, King Yi couldn't help but find a tune popping into his mind, let's swing our oars and steer our boat through the still waters that reflect the vicious GLS and witches around. That's not the right frame of mind to have right now. Vroom. A low horn resounded from the ferry. Its source was unknown. At the same time, all of the yin spirits gathered around the end of the skeletal bridge lifted their heads and looked over at the ferry. Vroom. A second low horn resounded. As the ferry began to turn around slowly, the yin spirits on the skeletal bridge began to shift. They transfixed their eyes on the ferry, gripped tightly onto the paper money in their hand and began to step out towards the ferry senselessly. Then, as though the floodgates had been opened, a tidal wave of yin spirits began to slowly flow forwards. It was a spectacular sight. Yet, the ferry and the skeletal bridge were still separated by an immensely vast chasm, and the yin spirits were unable to cross the chasm and board the ferry. As soon as they took the first step off the skeletal bridge, the yin spirits would immediately fall into the endless abyss below. At the same time, a lady's joyful cackle resounded from the depths of the abyss. That said, the failure of the first wave of yin spirits didn't prevent the innumerable yin spirits behind from following like lemmings. At this moment, the ferry was as dazzling as a bright beacon in a storm. Just like that, hundreds and thousands of yin spirits began to fall into the abyss as wave after wave of them continued to inch forward in a feeble attempt to board the ferry. As a result, these spirits surprisingly became an endless waterfall of sueles. The paper money in the hands of these yin spirits began to be scattered throughout the air, almost akin to the scattering plumes of water molecules that are dispersed into the surroundings as a waterfall crashes into the rocky pools below. It was a breathtaking sight. Chapter 8, King Yama Seal. The netherworldly waterfall was incredibly magnificent and grand. After all, the yin spirits lingering about in the mortal realm before the Hungry Ghost Festival numbered well above the hundreds of thousands. When the congregation of spirits rushed towards the ferryman's creek of forgetfulness all at once, the waterfall of sueles naturally continued for tens and tens of minutes on end. Whoosh! The boat continued to hover about, as though weightlessly. Kinyi was still furiously steering the helm, yet the ferry appeared as though it would never reach the skeletal bridge. Time trickled by, while innumerable yin spirits continued to flock towards the end of the skeletal bridge like moths to a flame as they fell into the depths of the abyss to their demise. 20 minutes, 40 minutes. All of a sudden, of all of the yin spirits present at the end of the bone bridge, one spirit suddenly stepped onto the void without falling off. At the same time, the old granny let out a long, sorrowful sigh. Her figure vanished abruptly, and a streak of dark, inky yin energy swept across the void, drawing the yin spirit with it. When the yin spirit next appeared, it had already boarded the ferry in the distance. Is that him? Kinyi unintentionally caught a glance at the yin spirit. It was a middle-aged man, and his appearances were hardly blemished in the slightest. The spirit presented himself with a chiseled jawline, a well-defined nose bridge and sharp eyebrows. His clothes were even tastefully chosen, of the Armani brand. The person that made this immeasurably formidable old granny go through all that trouble was actually no more than a mere ordinary person. That's right. Hell is experiencing an upheaval right now, and I'm no longer able to pinpoint his exact location. Kinxi County is well populated, and time was of the essence. This old bag of bones only knows that this man had died within the last 7 days, and that he's most definitely come into contact with it. Coming to the gates of hell was the best option available to us. As soon as she finished speaking, the old granny plunged her hand straight into that yin spirit's chest. Yag! A blood-curdling shriek rang out, and the man's expressions twisted wildly. In the next moment, an indescribable netherworldly chill filled every corner of the entire ferry. Boom! Without warning, a powerful gust of wind struck Kinyi, causing his robes to fly up horizontally into the air. His eyes widened with disbelief and he gasped in astonishment, "My God!" This was yin energy. It wasn't overwhelming in intensity, yet the purity of the yin energy was simply unbelievable. BZZZZZZT. The rush of yin energy was so strong that even the void on which the ferry hovered upon trembled slightly. Even the monster below the abyss had gone completely silent. It was impossible for such quality of yin energy to appear on a mere yin spirit's body. Its energy was even more terrifying than that of the old grannies. What in the world is this thing? Man? A millennial ghost? HMPH. Right this moment, the old granny groaned and stretched out her hand as she stumbled back several steps. Her head was covered with sweat, and her arms were ostensibly glowing with a faint golden hue. Even more bizarrely, tens of age spots immediately appeared on her face, as though she had aged dozens of years in the blink of an eye. Everything went silent in that instant. Thump! Thump! His heartbeats reverberated powerfully throughout his auditory canals. Kinyi realized belatedly that his entire body was now soaked with sweat. His heart palpitated as he mumbled, "A ghost king." The old granny stared silently at her own hand. Several seconds later, she eked out a miserable smile. It is on this person's body. I'd calculated that it was located within Kinksy County, yet you were unable to locate it no matter what. Thus, I'd figured that our next best option was to wait here for him when the gates of hell opened during the Hungry Ghost Festival. That's when its holder would finally be summoned here. Kinyi blinked back at the old granny. What exactly is it? The old granny paused for 2 seconds before responding, King Yanluo's seal. Oh, so that's what it, hang on a minute. Kinyi stared at the old granny as though he had just seen a ghost. Then, he continued with disbelief, King Yanluo's seal? The fabled cornerstone that hell itself was built upon? How did you guys lose your source of bread and butter? Does the fact that you're alive is a miracle itself? What's with the look in your eye? Things aren't quite as you think they are. The old granny glared viciously at Kinyi before sighing wistfully. When hell was first established, there were in existence 3 primordial treasures. King Yanluo's seal was one of them. Then, King Yanluo's seal shattered due to a particular cause. However, as with all other primordial treasures out there, as long as you are able to locate a single piece, that single piece will show you where the other pieces are. Wait a minute. Kinyi astutely picked up on the key points and pointed to himself. You're not harboring any unrealistic fantasies, are you? What do you mean, boy? You're now presented with the opportunity to be conferred the title of Hell's last official. Where's your sense of responsibility and duty to the citizens of Hell? Bloody hell. I don't want anything to do with this at all. That's fine too, Doggable LS. You've got 3 days left in the mortal realm. Kinyi's voice deepened by an octave, and his survival instincts kicked in once more. Let's be serious about the matter and steer clear of these unnecessary, fear-mongering talk, shall we? For instance, let's talk about how I'm not actually very good at games and puzzles that require high IQ. The old granny glanced at him. If the skin doesn't exist, the fur has nothing to latch onto. Don't you understand this principle? If hell finds itself in a quandary, the first person to end up dying is someone like you who has allegiance with neither the living nor the dead. Vicious. The veins on Kinyi's temples were bulging and throbbing. Life was a bitch. Since there was no way for him to resist such developments, then he was determined to lie there submissively and enjoy it to the fullest. Right now, his heart was filled with a resolve to laugh boisterously as he took things in his stride. Ah, no, softer, old granny. How did a mere mortal like him manage to lay his hands on King Yanluo's seal? Shelving his earlier thoughts for a moment, Kinyi turned to assess the yin spirit standing before his very eyes. Then, just as he was about to continue, Kinyi suddenly paused and blinked vacantly. His gaze was glued onto the yin spirit's body. What's the matter? I've seen him before. Several seconds later, Kinyi turned around and knit his brows tightly together. This is Wang Chengheo's father. Are you certain? The old granny's gaze immediately turned serious. I'm certain. Kinyi answered affirmatively. He's the richest man in all of Kinksy County, Wang Zemin. I've seen him before at the parents-teachers meeting. His son, Wang Chengheo, is in the same class as I am. He's actually dead? Why didn't I hear of it? He paused mid-sentence for the second time in quick succession, and his eyes gleamed brightly. Something's up, something's not right. The death of the richest man in Kinksy County would have qualified for headline news, and it would be widely reported all across the county, whether on regular news or social media. Going one step further, even if such news were not reported at all, there would at the very least be some measure of difference in Wang Chengheo's behavior. But there was none. Wang Chengheo's behavior over the last 2 days was most certainly not reflective of one who had just lost his own father. Most importantly, he was reminded of a particular exchange that they had. Kinyi, do you know of a way to deal with these things? You're afraid that they'll come after you again? No. It's not me, it's my family, has been a little bit off lately. Things were getting stranger by the minute. Hell looked like it had ceased operations. King Yanluo's seal had shattered and was scattered across the mortal realm. the ferryman had departed for good, and the number of supernatural events within the mortal realm was surging as well. Kinyi revised his earlier assessment of the matter. Hell, something far worse than mere cessation of operations might have occurred to hell. Let's go. Shaking his head, Kinyi addressed the old granny once more. Eh? What happened to your strong desire to live? Kinyi rolled his eyes at her. Since resistance was futile, the next best thing to do was to take immediate action. After all, wasn't one's survival of paramount importance? Survival. This word didn't merely mean a continued sustenance of life, like how any other dog would live. Rather, it implied a sense of stability in his livelihood, just like how a dog residing within a pagoda finds solace in its shelter. That's what I like most about you. You know your limits. The old granny took out a talisman and stuck it on Wang Zemin's forehead, before casually scrunching up the talisman into a ball. Just like that, the yin spirit became nothing more than a ball sealed with a paper talisman. The old granny placed it within Kinyi's pocket. No way. After going through all the trouble to locate him, how could you just handle him so casually? Take good care of it. Your classmate. I'm afraid he might be holding on to the most important key to this matter. But now is not the time for such discussions. As soon as she finished speaking, she pushed Kinyi away and took the helm. Then, with one forceful stroke of movement, the fairy's horn blared authoritatively once again. Earlier, didn't you hazard a guess that hell has ceased operations? Since you've already passed the qualification test, I'll let you witness for yourself right now the reality that is 10,000 times more horrific than your shallow postulations, the whole truth about hell. Huonk. As soon as the old granny took the helm, the ferry began to travel at unfathomable speeds, passing through the void and into the depths of hell. After some time, a massive roar reverberated throughout the rift where the massive abyss was located. Then, 10 minutes later, a gargantuan woman's head slowly surfaced. It was extremely beautiful, with sharp, striking eyebrows and almond-shaped eyes. Her lips were vermilion like blood, while her skin was as white and smooth as curdled fat. There was not a single facial feature that could not be described as exquisite. Any more, and it would have been excessive, while any less would have meant imperfection. However, its entire existence was confined only to the head. There was absolutely nothing from the neck down. 3,000 strands of green-colored threads danced in the air behind the head. This gargantuan head was by no means smaller than the ferry that had taken off into the distance. It could almost be likened to the sun, albeit with human features. It was incredibly bizarre. That's the last emissary of hell you've chosen? Her eyes gazed deeply in the direction where the ferry had departed. After a long time, she sighed. If the skin doesn't exist, the fur has nothing to latch onto. Well said. Then, without hell, what use is there for our existence now? Yet you're still willing to put all your eggs in one basket and give it your all. What's the use of it all? If the mortal realm is going to be chaotic, then so be it. Humans and ghosts are so fundamentally different to begin with, so what makes you think that this is a problem that could be resolved with just a mere human's strength? Why bother with such trifles? Shaking with clear disapprobation, the stunningly beautiful head slowly sank into the depths of the abyss once again. With the old granny at the helm and Kinyi at the bow, the ferry moved incredibly quickly. Their surroundings were filled with a dense and pure-black fog. Yet as the ferry continued to charge forward at immense speeds, the sea of dense black fog continued to split cleanly in two halves, almost like how Moses parted the Red Sea. After some time, the fog finally cleared up, and a massive bridge appeared before their eyes. It was a limestone bridge, and it was incredibly wide. The width itself must have been at least 10,000 meters, while the end was well out of sight. The entire bridge was made from neatly laid limestones. However, it appeared to be rather old and worn out, and several pieces had even been tarnished with dirt or cut and scratched. There was even some moss-like growth that seemed to be thriving between the slabs. It was clear that the bridge had seen its fair share of years. Anyone standing on this bridge would feel as small as an ant. Kinyi stood there in amazement as he took in the majestic sight of the 10,000-meter wide bridge. Then, drawing a deep breath, he remarked, "Could this be The Nerika Bridge? 1. The old granny's gaze was incomparably complex. She loosened her grip on the helm and pointed at the bridge. Just 100 years ago, I would have been seated there, dishing out bowl after bowl of soup for the Sueles seeking to forget their past. Kinya shifted his gaze to where the old granny was pointing. At the front of the bridge stood a broken three-legged cauldron made of bronze. The cauldron was massive, approximately 100 meters tall. All sorts of flowers, birds, insects and snakes were carved on the surface of the cauldron, while 4 bronze dragons were welded onto the cauldron in a manner that made them look like they were crawling out of the cauldron. The mouths of the dragons were no more than half a meter from the ground. Underneath the cauldron sat an ancient, old-fashioned square table that could seat 8 people. This table was covered with yellow paper. The cauldron was there, and the table was there. Yet, nobody else was around. Legend has it that the Nerika Bridge stood in the midst of the Yellow Springs Road. Anyone who made it here, regardless of who it was, would find themselves crying out in helplessness. The ferryman provided access to the Nerika Bridge, ferrying Sueles across the tides of neglect to the bridge, where they would consume Granny Men soup before they were finally reincarnated. Kinya exclaimed at the sight as he continued with a murmur, those who consumed Granny Men soup would forget everything that had happened in the past. If one desires to retain their memories, they would have to leap into the tides of neglect and wait for 1,000 years to pass. When the ferryman departed, Sueles no longer had access to the Nerika Bridge, and Granny Men journeyed to the mortal realm for the very first time. That was when she discovered the millions of spirits trapped on the other side of the tides of neglect. Esteemed Granny Men, what exactly happened to hell? You don't seem in the least bit surprised, are you? Granny Men could tell from Kinya's expressions that he had already deciphered this much. At this moment, his eyes were only filled with wonder at the magnificence of the Nerika Bridge. Kinya shook his head with a bitter smile. I'd already guessed your identity when you mentioned that the ferryman sent spirits to your place of residence. After all, the ferryman had only one port of call. Why else do you think this young master didn't put up a stronger resistance? This young master is a hot-blooded young man. 3 days? So what if it's 3 days? This young master would much rather die in 3 days standing tall and strong than cower in fear and beg for mercy. But. And the key was on this qualification. But I just don't have the ability to do it. This esteemed old granny possesses the power to reduce me to a pile of minced meat with a simple flick of the wrist. Would there really be a point in putting up any form of resistance? If not, it may well be wiser to change my attitude from stubbornness to a harmonious one, and that's how this young master would deal with the situation so flawlessly. 1. The term refers to a bridge where Granny Men resides as she dishes out the soup of forgetfulness to Sueles preparing for reincarnation. Literally translated, it should be the bridge of forgetfulness. However, I've decided to adapt the Sanskrit loanword Nerikade, and its transliteration to Nerika. Chapter 9, Ksatagarbha's Enlightenment. Granny Men led Kinya onto the Nerika Bridge. Everything was still and silent. Standing before such a magnificent bridge completely redefined his perspective of heavenly worship. How incredible would the sight have been when the Nerika Bridge were filled with Sueles, while the guardians of the netherworld, the ox head and the horse face, stood watch over them all, brandishing their weapons. As they walked along the bridge, Granny Men gently ran her finger along the bridge's railing. After a long time, she sighed wistfully once more. Kid, look down. Kinya cautiously stretched out his head. He couldn't help but wish that his neck were a meter long right now. Where's the fearlessness accompanying a revered official of hell? Granny Men chided. I'm afraid of heights. Kinya responded innocently. Granny Men was stupefied. What kind of official has she appointed on hell's behalf? Fear of death, fear of heights, and a spirit of cunning. Couldn't you just balance these traits with a few more merits? With his hands grasping the railing tightly, Kinya took a quick glance below, and he immediately drew a breath of cold air. Beneath them was a completely destitute wasteland. It had not been this way all this while. Rather, there were dilapidated huts and houses built in a haphazard manner, and there were red, already extinguished lanterns scattered all over the place. At the same time, Countless boulders continuously rained down on the destitute lands below like meteors. Kinyi even noticed a massive corpse lying in the distance. He couldn't tell what exactly this corpse was, or how large it was. That said, he could tell that it was a serpent-like creature whose vertebrae extended out from the depths of the thick, dense fog and stretched out into the distant horizon. Everything below looked almost as though a bustling city had been ravaged by a massive serpent. Granny Meng's claw-like fingers wrapped around the railing on the Nerika bridge as she spoke hoarsely. Once upon a time, the tides of neglect flowed underneath this bridge as well. It was also known as the Yellow Springs. But there's nothing left now. Do you know what that serpent-like creature is called? She shut her eyes, before continuing as though in pain. It's called the Oregon or the Torch Dragon. 1. If you go back in time 500 years, you'll see a single burning candle, the Torch Dragon's light, illuminating the entire place. This also happens to be Hell's only source of light. However, it's departed since then, and the light has also been snuffed out. Hell has since become what you see now. Was that why everything was enshrouded in thick, black fog when we first arrived? Kinyi opened his mouth slightly, staring in astonishment at the roiling fog around him. The ferryman had departed, and Granny Meng had personally made the trip to the mortal realm. Even the Torch Dragon has departed Hell as well. As the winds of desolation swept throughout the lands, it carried with it faint echoes of grieving spirits and traces of destruction. What in the world has happened to Hell? You must be wondering what happened to Hell, aren't you? Granny Meng remarked as though she knew his thoughts. The truth is, it's not just the Torch Dragon. All of Hell has been emptied out since 100 years ago. She waved her hands lightly, and the fog in front of her began to disperse slowly. Fainter and fainter. Several minutes later, Kinyi's mouth widened, and he took a step back in astonishment as he stared at the other side of the Nerika bridge with absolute disbelief. As that's where the Fengdu necropolis is located. It's also known as the center of Hell. Naturally, that was in the past. Granny Meng stooped over and explained with trembling in her voice. Kinyi simply couldn't believe what he saw. After all, he was staring at the exact location where the Fengdu necropolis originally stood. However, all he could see was the source of a Bodhi aura radiating brightly in all directions. A golden Buddha rose authoritatively from the ground. It was unclear exactly how large it was or how tall it stood. There was a lotus flower imprinted between its brows, and it wielded a massive two-ringed Buddhist staff. It stood as tall as the sky, and it was wide as the earth. Countless golden lotuses were sprouting up in the surroundings before perishing quickly. These were all signs of a Buddhist kingdom establishing itself right in the midst of Hell. How could the Fengdu necropolis be forcibly transformed into a towering statue of Buddha? This is ridiculous. The fog in the surrounding began to roil and stir once more, slowly enshrouding and concealing the statue of Buddha. It was only when the ridiculous sight was obscured from his vision that Kinyi slowly recovered from the shock of what he had just seen. Suddenly, as though struck by an epiphany, he exclaimed, "I vow to save all souls before gaining enlightenment." This is a statue of the Bodhisattva of the Great Vow. If Hell ever had a Bodhisattva, it would have to be Ksatagarbha, one of the 4 great Bodhisattvas. It is none other than the revered Ksatagarbha. Granny Meng's hair began to hover about on its own as she looked at Kinyi with a grave expression. You're right. He'd vowed to save all souls before gaining enlightenment, but the existence of the statue of Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva means he's already attained enlightenment. Do you understand the meaning of this? Kinyi blinked his eyes. His back was drenched with cold sweat in that instant. He's already saved all souls and emptied Hell. That's why he's gained enlightenment. Then, who's in charge of the netherworld? Almost as though she knew Kinyi's thoughts, Granny Meng laughed huskily. No one, kid, it's been like this for the last 100 years. And now, there's no longer any state or order of Hell in existence anymore. Boom. This statement was like a bolt of lightning that blasted away the dense fog in his mind. The puzzle pieces in Kinyi's mind suddenly fit together all at once. Ksatagarbha gained enlightenment, and Hell is emptied. Even legendary existences such as the Candle Dragon and the Ferryman have all departed. Having nowhere else to turn to, the ghosts and spirits naturally began to seek refuge within the mortal realm. This was naturally the cause for the surge in supernatural activities there as well. Qin was unable to fathom the grandeur of the spectacle in that moment when Xitigaba first attained enlightenment. However, it was clear that the impact of the upheaval in hell must have shattered King Yanluo's seal and sent it scattering throughout the mortal realm. His mind buzzed. Granny Men gazed back at the empty Neraka bridge as she added softly, "You should be thankful for this." When Xitigaba gained enlightenment, he also granted deliverance on innumerable evil ghosts residing in the depths of hell. The truly formidable ones have already been whisked away by that old man. However, King Yanluo, the infernal judges, the abyssal prefects and the soul hunters have all ended up with the same fate as well. As a result, the number of spirits surged. Without the support of hell and its emissaries, most of these spirits ended up becoming natural, benign spirits. However, under the confluence of particular factors, there remains a minority which became truly malicious, evil ghosts. That said, these evil ghosts know better than to move about on their own. They know fear, and they naturally fear that the soul hunters, the hellgods, and the other emissaries of hell would return and re-establish hell once more. However, nothing can withstand the effluxion of time. After 100 long years, these spirits can no longer hold themselves back. Granny Meng looked straight at Qin Yi. "I've spent decades looking for you. Having consumed the Tesu fungus, you're an existence that is rejected by both the mortal realm and the netherworld, even though you coexist in both planes of existence at the same time. In other words, your starting point is much higher than others, such as those who possess the gift of yin-yang eyes, too. Naturally, that makes you the best candidate for the job." Qin Yi was about to interject when Granny Meng shook her head and continued, "You can't refuse. Once I depart for good, there will no longer be any other clergy within hell, and existences such as yourself that straddle both planes of mortal realm and the netherworld are bound to perish. And if you don't care about such matters, let's just say that the emergence of evil ghosts just like Sadako and Chirenmei is only a matter of time, TL, Off the Ring and another Chinese horror film story respectively. Hell has been emptied, and evil ghosts roam the mortal realm." Silence. Qin Yi had never expected his conclusion to be so far off the mark. This wasn't anything like a mere cessation of operations. Right now, hell didn't even exist any longer. "But I don't even live there. Look, you had such an enormous wealth of land, yet you still chose to place a ticking time bomb right smack in the center of your house. Aren't you simply courting your own doom? Well, it's finally exploded now. No, it doesn't matter whether it has exploded or not. What matters is that it's now affecting the course of my life. I was just sitting there, minding my own business when I was somehow drawn into the epicenter of this entire calamity. Do you think I can still live happily and peacefully? Especially now that I've got to wipe your ass and clean up your mess. Ahem, what if I tell you that I don't really know too much about civil engineering to begin with?" Granny Meng plastered a look of compassion on her face as her face darkened. "That's fine, doggable LS. You've got 3 days left in the mortal realm. My $an, at." With much resignation, Qin Yi sighed, "So? What should I do? You'll help me, won't you?" Granny Meng chuckled bitterly. "I've held on so long precisely so that I could wait for the appearance of a person who possesses the capacity to rebuild hell. Now that you've come, I will soon be departing as well." Qin Yi's gaze was instantly filled with a begrudging attitude as he glared daggers at Granny Meng. Yet, Granny Meng's expression caused Qin Yi to suppress his wrath and swallow his anger. Granny Meng adjusted her expression as she added, "Don't you worry, escorting people to hell is a job for the grunt workers. You're hell's last official after all. As long as you tread carefully and refrain from stepping on the toes of those who are well above your weight class, the natural orders of hell will automatically kick back into operation as soon as you locate the first piece of the primordial treasures. At that time, the foundation would have been laid, and everything would be stable once more. You're certain that I would be safe? You're a person who has consumed the Tesu fungus in any event. Can't you show some of the courage and valor that an official of hell should possess? Is boldness really as important as survival? I'll ignore that comment, there's no other choice now. Granny Meng drew a few deep breaths to regulate her emotions, before she forcibly changed the topic. Don't worry. Right now, Wang Chengheo's father is your most important clue. That said, you must also proceed with caution. Each shard of King Yanluo's seal contains an agglomeration of thousands of years' worth of hell's boundless yin energy. In other words, any spiritual existence with such a shard would definitely be comparable to a powerful malicious ghost. They might fear me, but they will most certainly not shun you. Carefully choosing her words, she continued, and when the first shard points at the second shard, the second will similarly be able to see you. Qin Yi felt his eyes twitch uncontrollably. Didn't you say that we were going to gank together? When did this become a full 5v5? TL seems to be a MOBA reference. His expression of distress was all too evident. After pausing for some moments, Granny Meng grasped in the air, and a golden scroll appeared straight out of the void. This scroll was bound up tightly by a red rope, and the yin energy emanating from within was as majestic as the sea. Qin Yi felt his hair stand on end after just a slight brush with the scroll. Sixfold Ghost King Summoning Scroll. Granny Meng held tightly onto the scroll with her bony fingers. The order of the netherworld is briefly described as such: 1 Emperor, 10 Palaces, 18 Hells, and the Sixfold Ghost Kings. These are all the renowned existences within the netherworld, and the mention of their names itself can cause most ghosts to shudder and flee. This summoning scroll allows you to summon one of the Sixfold Ghost Kings once. Kachiyo's no jutsu? 3. That's easy enough to understand. I had no intentions of giving this to you earlier. Granny Meng glared at him resentfully. Remember, you've only got one chance to summon a Sixfold Ghost King to take possession of your body. Apart from that, everything you need to know about Hell, including the different types of ghosts, ranks of Hell's official LS, rewards for your merits, and the like, are all set out in a manuscript that I've placed under your pillow. Qin Yi gingerly received the precious scroll. As soon as he laid hands upon it, he saw a brilliant golden light glowing from within Granny Meng's body before fading away quickly. The golden light was a mark of the Bodhi. Granny Meng's expressions were filled with a transcendent peace and tranquility. As she glanced at her own corporeal body, she sighed softly. It's finally time. Almost as though he understood everything, Qin Yi quipped, you? Mortal LS have their ways, and ghosts have the Neraka Bridge. People and ghosts have different paths. I've dallied in the mortal realm for far too long now. Granny Meng's expression was finally filled with some measure of kindness. Little one, don't hide behind your various disguises anymore. Those who have consumed the Tesu fungus and lived as monstrosities in the mortal realm for such a long time should never present themselves the way you do. The conferment of the title of Hell's last official is also a form of security for you to truly find release and be yourself. Go, return to your world. The mortal realm is on the brink of a great upheaval. Don't disappoint me. The search for King Yanluo's seal is not just for Hell, it is also for yourself. Before she could finish speaking, she transformed into a black butterfly and wrapped her wings around Qin Yi's body, and soared into the skies. Whoosh! An etherworldly gust began to blow against Qin Yi's forehead. He grabbed tightly onto the Sixfold Ghost King summoning scroll as he glanced back at Hell. The golden statue of Ksutagarbha stood tall as the skies, while the rest of the lands appeared completely desolate, engulfed in rolling black fog. Am I finally leaving this place? I hate troublesome things the most. His expressions appeared somewhat indifferent as he glanced at the scroll in his hands and chuckled bitterly. It's been tough. I've led a pretty stable life for the past few decades while training and cultivating my body. Why did this damn old hag have to prick my butt like this? Can't you just let me live in peace? Qin Yi shook his head with resignation. The black butterfly continued to rise up. As Qin Yi rose higher and higher into the sky, his vision expanded wider and wider. He looked at the Fengdu necropolis, and then the Neraka Bridge. Then, as soon as he shifted his gaze to the head of the skeletal bridge, he suddenly trembled in fright. Hair? Flowing hair that was so voluminous it could fill the skies and sea began to surge from the depths of the abyss in the very same moment that Granny Meng vanished. and the hare was charging straight towards the Nerika Bridge. 1. The Orokin is a mythological god with a human face and a snake's body. It possesses red skin, and it lives in the north. When it opens its eyes, the sky turns to day, and when he closes them, it becomes night. When he breathes out, it becomes winter, and when it breathes in, the weather becomes summer. It also has the powers to control the wind and the rain. 2. In Chinese folklore, the yin-yang eyes refer to a psychic ability to see or perceive ghosts or supernatural beings that are ordinarily invisible to normal people. 3. Naruto's summoning spell. Chapter 10, Irakshasa Rumble. The sea of hair was so vast that it covered the entire Nerika Bridge with an entire layer of sheeny black, almost as though there were millions of writhing, poisonous snakes that were charging straight towards Qin Yi. This is. Qin Yi drew a deep breath before bellowing, "Hurry!" He knew full well that the abyss hid a terrifying presence, and it was evident that Granny Men knew who this existence was. No, it might be more accurate to put it differently. Was there any ghost in hell that didn't know who Granny Meng was? The echoing worms hid far away from the approach of the sea of hair, while thousands of ghosts scattered in all directions. Someone had clearly provoked the crouching tiger. Unfortunately, Granny Meng didn't hear Qin Yi's desperate cry for help. She had probably already departed for the same place which the ferryman and the torch dragon had gone, and the black butterfly continued to soar at the same dismal pace as before. But how could the speed of the black butterfly compare with the intense approach of the sea of hair? Perhaps even Granny Men would never have expected the creature from the abyss to turn against her like that. It shouldn't be able to catch me. Qin Yi's scalp was numb as he watched the black hair overwhelm the Nerika Bridge. Then, just as his apprehension came to a head, the hair began to coil and twist together as it shot straight towards the sky. It was almost akin to the fabled demon vines of ancient lore. Shit! Qin Yi gnashed his teeth. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a spot of red rise up from the depths of the abyss. It was incredibly small, yet it was incredibly eye-catching in the sea of black. This spot was red as blood, almost akin to the pupils of a great demon. Clack, clack. The sounds of falling gravel echoed eerily. Seconds later, a red paper umbrella rose from the depths of the abyss. This umbrella obscured most of its owner's body. 3,000 strands of fine hair hung loosely beneath the umbrella. Its owner donned a vibrantly colored silken palace uniform comprising of the clashing colors of green, red, white and yellow. This mysterious entity carefully plodded along the carpeted path formed by its own ink-black hair. With every step it took, a crimson-red flower with 3 tiers of slim petals would bloom behind it. It looked almost as though this entity's blood were blooming behind it. Red spider lilies. Hell was engulfed in pitch-black darkness. The front of hell was where the skeletal bridge was located, the heart of hell was where the towering golden statue of Ksatagarbha stood tall, underfoot was the Nerika Bridge, and the rest of the surroundings were filled with rolling black fog. The sight of the umbrella-toting lady plodding along the ink-black carpet decorated by blood-red spider lilies was so otherworldly that it caused chills to run down Qin Yi's spine. "You are." The lady appeared to be plodding on slowly, yet her speed was frighteningly fast. Within moments, she had already caught up to Qin Yi and stopped mere dozens of meters in front of him. "Irakshasa." The lady's voice was crisp and clear, like wind chimes clanging beautifully in the wind. There was an ethereal twang to her voice. Without raising her red umbrella, she continued to speak softly, "Don't be afraid, I'm one of Hell's officials too. In fact, I was previously an infernal judge ruling over the Peak District of Hell." Qin Yi didn't let his guard down in the slightest as he cautiously took a step back. He had not read the details that Granny Men had prepared for him and left under his pillow, and he was naturally unable to appreciate just where an infernal judge stood among all of Hell's officials. That said, why would a person who was once an infernal judge be relegated to the depths of the abyss? Furthermore, Irakshasa was a name that he had heard somewhere before. This was the name used by Indians. Transliterated, her name would be Rakshasa. Only Hell's most terrifying evil spirits could be referred to as Rakshasa, vicious and murderous, and incomparably bloodthirsty. And right now, such an entity was actually standing right before him. "Do you know Rakshasa lowered her umbrella slightly, and her body trembled slightly. The first section of the Yellow Springs Road, also known as the Skeletal Bridge, cannot be traversed by normal yin spirits at all. Only 3 types of people qualify to traverse this segment of the road. Firstly, emissaries of hell. Secondly, those who had been approved by hell, or those who have even been invited to hell as guests. And thirdly, her body trembled even more vigorously, almost as though she were barely holding onto an umbrella weighing thousands of kilograms, those who have come into contact with shards of hell's primordial treasures. SSS. The hair beneath her umbrella began to emit a peculiar sound as she began to hunch her body slightly. SSS. I. SSSS. And you, how about we make a deal? What deal? Kinyi continued to stare at her with the utmost vigilance. Rakshasa was behaving abnormally no matter how one looked at it. Rakshasa responded, "Give me the Jinn spirit." Kinyi's eyes shifted slightly. "If you say it's a deal, then there must be something in it for me. What do I stand to gain?" SSS, SSSSSS. Rakshasa's body was trembling even more powerfully at this moment. "I can let you leave this place alive." The faint sound of dripping drool could be heard emanating from underneath the umbrella. SSS. I can't hold back much longer. I've not tasted blood or food for the last few centuries. Do you know how tempting your existence is? Her body shuddered as she slowly inched her way over. Do you truly appreciate the significance of the existence of this yin spirit? SSS. Do you really think that the old granny has exchanged 100 years of her time, even trading in her merits and achievements just to prolong her existence that little bit longer, just so that you could locate a single shard of King Yan Luo's seal? Since you neither appreciate nor understand all that, SSS, then you should simply hand it over to me. As soon as she finished speaking, the red umbrella shattered. Her vibrant, clashing robes were immediately rent by an invisible force, and a goosebumps-inducing figure finally revealed itself. It was a head. It was only a head. There was no body. Hair extended wildly and endlessly out of the orifices where the eyes, ears and mouth should be, almost like thousands and thousands of snakes slithering out of their cages. Writhing movements could even be seen underneath her skin. As the hair flowed out like a terrifying black flower blooming, countless grievous moans could be heard echoing throughout the corners of hell. Sorrow, rage, ecstasy, and the manifestation of other intense emotions culminated in innumerable hoarse shrieks that immediately made Kinyi feel as though he had descended into the depths of the 18th level of hell. Deal with me, or die. Rakshas's roar was accompanied by the deathly orchestra of moaning spirits. Its grandeur was like the sight of mountain range upon mountain range, yet the intense undertones of chaos were akin to powerful tsunamis crashing onto turbulent waves amidst turbulent winds. Right now, Kinyi felt as though he was standing in the eye of the storm as his black robes fluttered with the intense gale. What terrifying yin energy! With one hand shielding his eyes from the gale, Kinyi's senses were now operating at its limits. He forcefully suppressed the intense thumping of his heart as he retorted, "But this is something that the esteemed Granny Men has handed to me." Head, SSS. The human head in the core of the vortex appeared to smile in bemusement, before bursting out into a wild laughter. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Everyone in hell, including all emissaries of hell without exception, had once been guilty of 1,000 sins in their lifetime. Do you really expect there to exist any true feelings or emotional entanglement between Granny Men and I? Ho ho ho, don't joke with me like that. If she was still here, I might still be somewhat afraid of her. SSS, human, you simply don't understand what that key you're holding onto will bring upon you. You're not worthy to use something like that. Come, hand it over. Quickly. Boom. As soon as she finished speaking, Kinyi felt as though he was struck squarely by a gargantuan invisible hand, and he immediately stumbled back tens of meters. Shit. He wiped off the blood that had trickled out of the corner of his lips. One sound was all it took. He was evidently being overwhelmed by mere sound waves. His internal organs were stricken with intense pain, while his hell's emissary robes appeared almost as though they were on the brink of immolation. The corners of his robes were already charred and filled with scorch marks. In other words, the defensive capabilities of his Hell's Emissary robes had been overwhelmed by mere sound waves. This was by no means an opponent he could face. Swoosh! Just as his thoughts began to spin, innumerable strands of hair began to converge like a spooky shadow, weaving and coiling, until it formed a ghastly hand that pointed straight at Qin Yi's Vita LS. Qin Yi's pupils constricted as he bellowed, "I'll hand it over." There was no room for hesitation at all. Swish! The hair paused 3 meters away. It had taken less than 1/10 of a second to traverse a distance of tens of meters. A drop of cold sweat rolled off Qin Yi's forehead. He could even begin to detect the greasy smell from his own hair. He held one hand up into the air, and locked eyes with the monstrosity that was tens of meters away as he slowly crouched down. It was all to show that he had no ill intent. He was already drenched in cold sweat. His other hand reached into his robe, as though feeling for something. "Don't play tricks, mortal," Irakshasa cautioned placidly. "Schemes are something that you can only employ when you have the capacity to do so. Our abilities are worlds apart, and no amount of scheming will." Her voice suddenly paused. Qin Yi smiled. Why was he smiling? Irakshasa was taken aback. Has realization only dawned on him on the brink of death? Does he really think that I would truly let him off the hook after he hands over the all-important spirit? Does he really think he's so lucky? Or is he simply scared out of his wits right now? Just then, Qin Yi's Hell's Emissary robes began to dance on their own, while the soul shackle around his waist began to make a clanging noise. In the very next moment, his robes exploded, revealing a mere mortal's clothes within. Yet, right where his chest was, a golden scroll had slowly begun to unravel. His fingertips were tugging on a piece of red string. This? Irakshasa's heart was suddenly overwhelmed with an ominous feeling. However, she was not given the luxury of time to contemplate her next move. With a loud bang, an incomparably dense swathe of yin energy suddenly transformed into a raging tide that washed across the entire Neraka bridge. Majestic and imposing, pure and boundless. If Irakshasa's yin energy could be likened to the Yellow River, then the present wave of yin energy could only be described as the vast oceans. By the time the yin energy ebbed, Irakshasa's hair on the ground had already been completely singed and burned up. Yet what seized her attention at this moment was an immense black vortex, tens of meters tall, that was swirling powerfully as it wrapped around Qin Yi. This is... She stared at the vortex with disbelief. In the very next moment, her entire being began to tremble in fear. Half a second later, with a shrill shriek of horror, she fled madly back towards the abyss from where she came. Sixfold Ghost King, it's the bodily possession of a sixfold Ghost King. SSS, that damn old hag actually gave him something like that. The remnant black hair on the ground retreated like a receding tide. Just then, an earth-shattering bang resounded through the powerful black vortex, and a human figure with a sky-splitting black aura about him riding a white warhorse leapt straight out of the vortex. He was clothed in pure silver armor, yet this armor had clearly been dyed red from the blood of his enemies. His pants were torn and tattered, and he was evidently dressed in the garments of ancient times. However, he still possessed Qin Yi's appearances. He wielded a brilliant white pike in his hand, and the tip of this pike was pointed straight at Irakshasa as she continued to rout. Tap! The white horse's hooves lifted lightly, and it shot forward. In the blink of an eye, it had already traversed hundreds of meters. Destruction was nigh. The white horse with silver saddle looked as valiant as a shooting star in the night sky. Chatter, chatter. As the murderous aura shot straight towards her, Irakshasa's teeth began to chatter incessantly while she shrieked, "No, mercy, mercy. PSSSH." Before she could finish speaking, a pike ran straight through her forehead. The sounds of chaos ceased instantly, and in that moment, there was only silence. Fast? Incredibly fast. No form of martial arts was absolute. The only thing that was absolute was speed. There was no flowery technique or trickery employed. In fact, nobody even witnessed how this pike had been swung. Yet as soon as it appeared, its target was already dead. All it took was just one simple attack. Time appeared to pause for a second. Then, in the very next moment, Rakshasa cried out with a heart-rending scream, and the black hair behind her head began to spin wildly into a vortex. With the tip of the pike at the core of it all, the surroundings transformed into a terrifying black hole in just an instant. No, no. You're just a mere mortal, how dare you? Shwoop. The black hole closed up, and a ball that was sealed with a talisman fell straight to the ground. Insta-kill. Chapter 11, Granny Menk's Parting Gift. Plop. The talisman sealed ball shook several times, before rolling over towards Qin Yi's side. The insta-kill had taken place in no more than 3 seconds, and the intense yin energy that surrounded Qin Yi's body began to dissipate into the surroundings. 5 seconds later, Qin Yi had reverted to his original appearance, complete with his Hell's Emissary robes. This is the might of the sixfold Ghost Kings? He stared in astonishment at his own hands. Just a few seconds ago, he had still been under the impression that there was no way he could have defeated Rakshasa at all. Yet, mere seconds later, he had actually defeated her with his own 2 hands. The chasm between their strength was far too vast. In fact, it had been so vast it was over before he knew it had even begun. This was like catching a mere Pikachu with a master ball. That was way too easy. Qin Yi bent down to pick up the talisman sealed ball. Shortly after picking it up, a resentful voice immediately echoed in his ears, "Kid, even though your body was possessed by a sixfold Ghost King, you would never be able to defeat me with your meager strength. I have a proposition for you. If you let me go right now, I'll forget that anything ever happened today." Ha! With a curt, inconclusive response, Qin Yi placed the talisman sealed ball within his pocket indifferently. Releasing her was an impossible proposition. What would happen if Rakshasa came back to life once more? Wouldn't he have to spend the rest of his life in the mortal realm cowering in fear? He could be a bandit for 1,000 days, but how was he to protect himself from bandits for that long? Even though it was dangerous to bring the ball back with him, he would nevertheless be in the best position to keep it in check and know if any changes occurred to it. To put things bluntly, he was simply afraid of dying. Anyone who gets in the way of this young master's survival are heretics. Without any further interference from Rakshasa, the black butterfly that had initially been shattered and scattered into the surroundings coalesced once more and formed a black whirlwind, carrying Qin Yi straight back into the mortal realm. Several hours later, 2 people sat frozen like statues at the table. Granny Menk's physical body suddenly disintegrated into ash and dissipated into the surroundings, leaving nothing more than the ancient oil lamp that she had used for the Netherworld Odyssey. Shortly thereafter, Qin Yi's body trembled, and he opened his eyes once more, gasping for breath. HAA. Like a victim of drowning who had just regained consciousness, Qin Yi touched his chest and checked that his heart was still beating. His limbs were cold and chilly. It felt as though he had just resurrected from the dead. It seems like he should never visit the Netherworld with his current abilities. Otherwise, he might not even make it through the skeletal bridge. Cock-a-doodle-doo. He was back within the county, and a neighbor's chicken had just crowed. As the rooster declared the onset of daybreak, a golden sheen of light shone softly through the window. Dawn had just covered the lands with a warm golden sheen. Qin Yi could feel the warmth of life creep back into his body. However, he lay where he was, gently massaging his temples as he delved deep into his own thought. It's changed. Everything has changed. He had already changed, while the rest of the mortal realm was on the brink of a great upheaval. He had already found some answers to the questions bogging down his mind. Why did the school make such announcements? Why were the forums filled with posts reporting supernatural activities? Yet, despite the answers he already had, the road ahead was still fraught with uncertainty. He knew that the first thing he had to do was to organize his thoughts and be clear-headed. Otherwise, he would only become more and more susceptible to external influences as the chaotic changes around began to buffet him. First of all, I can't expose my identity. He poured himself a cup of herbal tea as he muttered to himself, the evil spirits of hell are hiding out in the mortal realm. In other words, they are now no different from mere criminals. And what are criminals most afraid of? The answer was self-evident: the law. He tossed his head up and looked despairingly at the roof. And I am none other than an agent of the law, the embodiment of justice. As soon as my identity is exposed, I will most certainly be doomed to die a horrible death. Furthermore, my greatest source of security, the six-fold Ghost King summoning scroll, has already been expended. Yet the only thing I got in return is a stupid, useless pokeball, which I don't even dare to discard. No matter how he looked at the situation, it seemed completely hopeless to him. He had been enjoying life with wanton abandon and little preparation for the future. Yet, that beautiful dream of his had just been shattered to pieces in the span of a few days. I'm really walking along a tightrope here. But all of this doesn't take into account the fact that I can't die. Perhaps, I could just ignore these things after all. Granny Men has departed, so the 3-day limit has already been written off. If I simply ignore it, would I be able to live on as I'd done before? Fool. Irakshasa's cold voice echoed within his ears. Even someone like Granny Men isn't able to determine when a person's life draws to an end. Life and death are part of the natural order of things governed by one of the 3 primordial treasures, the Book of Life and Death. Even if Ksutagaba's enlightenment has shattered the 3 primordial treasures into innumerable pieces and weakened its abilities, death would only be delayed, never abolished. That's a rich statement coming from you. Irakshasa gnashed her teeth as she continued, your records show that you have only 3 days left within the mortal realm. Hell's collapse would affect people like you with dual citizenship, as your existence straddles both realms. The netherworld represents yin, while the mortal realm represents yang. As soon as either realm fell out of balance, your existence would immediately be threatened, even though your name was not originally in the Book of Life and Death. She paused for a moment as she attempted to calm her voice. Kid, my earlier offer still stands. If you release me right now, I'll teach you how to avoid your certain doom. In fact, I can even help you locate a shard of King Yanluo's seal. With a shard of one of the primordial treasures protecting you, you'll almost certainly be able to continue living forever. Before she could finish speaking, the ball containing her was immediately tossed under Kinyi's bed. How dare you gnash your teeth when you're begging me? Take a look at yourself and what kind of fool the author has portrayed you to be. Even your micro-expressions are awful. Kinyi thought for a moment, before picking out a book entitled How to Be an Actor and tossing it under the bed after the ball. You're welcome. Raya, the string of swear words emanating from underneath his bed fell onto deaf ears. Kinyi glanced at his watch. It was now 5:10 a.m. There are 2 periods of time every day known as the demonic hours when supernatural activities surge, 5 at dawn, and 6 at dusk. These are periods of time where yin and yang overlap, and humans who possess relatively higher concentrations of yin energy or dabble with special techniques would be able to see and perceive certain unclean objects. He furrowed his brows slightly. Dawn was here, and there was no longer any way to summon Wang Zemin's soul. In any event, he was not learned in the arts of summoning a spirit either. 3 days. He didn't think that Irakshasa was joking in the least bit with this. In other words, he had to locate the shard of King Yanluo's seal within 3 days' time. Otherwise, it would be game over. Sighing, he walked reluctantly to the other side of his bed and lifted the pillow. A yellowing book sat squarely on his bed. Is this what the old granny left behind? Kinyi was incredibly dissatisfied. Given the current circumstances, wouldn't a secret manuscript imparting an impeccable set of cultivation arts be far more useful? He flipped open the first page. Little one, if you're reading this, it means that you've already learned about the truth of it all, and I. Kinyi flipped the page with hardly any expression on his face. None of that. Do you even know what kind of situation I'm in right now? I've just been forced into a corner by you, yet you want me to commiserate with you? Not happening. What I want is a secret technique. A secret treasure. A magic beast or a genie. I don't give a damn where you've gone off to. The second page. This old bag of bones expects you to treat me coldly and ignore the first page. Therefore, This old bag of bones is going to repeat myself once more. Little one, if you're reading this, it means that you've already learnt about the truth of it all, and I. Kinyi flipped the page without any expression on his face once more. The third page. Don't repeat the same mistake again and again. This is the last time this old bag of bones is going to say this. I'm going to miss this world and the job that I've been doing for the last few thousands of years. Little one, if you're reading this, it means that you've already learnt about the truth of it all, and I. Pack. Kinyi immediately closed the book with one hand. After breathing deeply and regulating his emotions, he finally looked at the book once more, again without a single expression on his face, as he flipped to the fourth page. She's finally getting to the damned point. Why do some authors like to repeat text over and over? Is she just trying to pad the word count? His expression grew somber. As the old saying goes, knowledge is power. What he was reading was going to be the foundation and building blocks for his survival as a rookie emissary of hell. In fact, he secretly hoped that he would be able to find a loophole allowing him to escape from certain death within 3 days so that he could continue living life under the radar right here. The fourth page finally got to the point. It led straight in with the header grading system of Hell's emissaries and ghosts. All of Hell's official LS are also referred to as emissaries of Hell. The lowest grade of these are known as Netherworld operatives or simply operatives, and these govern the affairs of villages. The next grade of Hell's emissaries are known as soul hunters, and they govern the affairs of counties. They are considered a low-grade emissary of Hell. Middle-grade emissaries of Hell are differentiated into 2 separate tiers. Those who govern affairs at the city level are referred to as the entire Hellguards or simply Hellguards, while those who govern affairs at the provincial level and oversee affairs at the city level are referred to as the infernal judges or judges. Upper-grade emissaries of Hell LS are also further distinguished by 2 separate tiers. Those who govern district-level affairs are known as the abyssal prefects or prefects, while those governing affairs at the national level are known as Yama King. When someone has served in his station as Yama King for more than 500 years, he may be elected King Yanluo by a referendum among the citizens of the Netherworld. In all of Netherworld, there are a total of 1,200.000 Netherworld operatives, 240.000 soul hunters, 35.000 entire Hellguards, 1,200 infernal judges, 90 abyssal prefects and 10 Yama Kings. The 10 Yama Kings are also known as the Yamas of the 10 Palaces. No census has been conducted on the emissaries of Hell under the grade of operatives. Based on our last estimate, there are approximately 10 million of them. Separately, there are also the 6-fold Ghost Kings, namely, Zhao Yun, Yingbu, Yangun, Fan Qi, Ranmin and Bai Qi. These are special investigators who wander the lands. As soon as they locate a high-ranking evil spirit, they have the authority to execute them on the spot. 1. Take heed, no emissary of Hell is allowed to interfere with the affairs of the mortal realm. Anyone who flouts these rules will suffer the punishment of the natural order of the world, also known as the Heavenly Dao. Although Hell has collapsed, the Heavenly Dao remains. You would do well to take heed in this regard. Kinyi's hands paused momentarily. Having read the contents of the fourth page, he finally had some level of understanding of the hierarchy in Hell. At the same time, he finally realized how terrifying an existence Firaxis was. She was a governor of provincial-level affairs, one of the 1,200 infernal judges of Hell. In other words, of the billions of spirits in Hell, she was among the top 1,200 spirits. Yet, right now, this governor was simply lying miserably underneath his own bed. This can't do. Once I find the opportunity to do so, I'll have to rid myself of this calamitous existence. He continued to read on. Hell's ghosts and spirits are also divided into 6 grades, from S grade through to E grade. The lowest grade refers to newborn, 5-year-old ghosts. 50-year ghosts are D grade ghosts. 100-year ghosts are C grade ghosts. 300-year ghosts are B grade ghosts. 500-year ghosts are A grade ghosts. Finally, millennial ghosts and ghost kings are known as S grade ghosts. With your current abilities, you should flee immediately as soon as you encounter D grade ghosts. When these ghosts have been subdued by you, they will automatically become sealed within soul spheres. Qin Yi's eyes shone with understanding. Soul sphere, so that's what this pokeball-like device is called? He continued reading. The soul spheres cannot be opened by anyone else apart from the person who sealed them. Every 100 years, these soul spheres are personally sent by an abyssal prefect to Xitigaba to be incinerated en masse. In that instant, a fleeting thought flashed across the bottom of his mind. He tried to latch onto this thought, but to no avail. Qin Yi furrowed his brows for some time, but he was still unable to recall that fleeting thought. Shaking his head, he continued to read on. Strangely enough, the contents of the book appeared to have burned itself into his mind even though he had only been skimming through it. After flipping through several pages, his hand paused once more. The Undying. 1. These are all very famous historical Chinese figures. For example, Zhao Yun was one of the top generals under Liu Bei in the Three Kingdoms, while Bai Qi is considered to be one of the evil genius generals of the Warring Kingdoms period, who slaughtered hundreds of thousands of prisoners. Chapter 12, Irakshasa's Conditions. The Undying. Probability of occurrence. 1 in 100 million. It is an occurrence that is only seen when a person has consumed the Tesu fungus, also known as the fungus of eons. That person will gain a body known as the body of nirvana. When a person consumes the fungus of eons, there is a 50% chance that he will lose control of his mind and become a mindless monster, and a 50% chance that he will gain the body of nirvana. If a person is fortunate enough not to die after consuming the fungus of eons, he will gain immortality, and he will automatically be subject to reincarnation every time he dies. He will not enter hell. Instead, he will gain new life in a period of time that is any time between 10 to 100 years in the future. However, he will also lose all memory he has ever had of the past. Qin Yi's eyes were glued to the pages of Granny Men's records. There it is again, it's the same feeling of enlightenment as before. It was as though the contents of the pages had imprinted themselves on his mind. Just like that, Qin Yi continued to read through its contents for a full 20 minutes, before he suddenly stood up. So that's how it is. Among the countless pieces of information left for him, there really was a method to circumventing the 3-day curse of death, and the words of warning issued by the provincial governor lying in the soul sphere under his bed. Since you've ruined my 6-fold Ghost King summoning scroll, you shall serve me as recompense. Qin Yi did not set out and about his tasks immediately. Instead, he deliberated for another half an hour before crouching down and pulling out from under the bed the provincial-level bureaucrat that appeared to be preoccupied with learning how to be an actor. Kid, I wish upon you a horrible death. I'll wait for you in hell. As soon as you die, I'm going to sentence your soul to the Sky Lantern punishment. 1. As soon as Qin Yi retrieved the soul sphere from under the bed, a massive outpouring of curses and swearing gushed out at him. Qin Yi tossed the soul sphere into the air lightly as he spoke. Granny Men has left something for me. The soul sphere quietened down in that instant. I've just discovered what's unique about people who have consumed the Tesu fungus. Irakshasa remained completely silent. Furthermore, I've even learned that the soul sphere will be delivered to Xitigaba Bodhisattva every 100 years to be incinerated and destroyed. I must admit, that's not a bad national policy. What are you trying to say? Irakshasa muttered icily. Don't be anxious. I'd like to explain my hypothesis to you. I'll explain, and you can listen and let me know at the end whether you find such a hypothesis interesting, shall we? Without waiting for Irakshasa's response, he immediately continued, firstly, how many people in Cathay die every year? I remember one estimate pegged the figures at 5 million people. Then, what about the total deaths in 100 years? That's 500 million soul sphere hanging on a single person's body. Did such matters really need to be attended to by a prefect-class emissary of hell? Do these abyssal prefects have too much time on their hands? Irakshasa remained silent. For some strange reason, a bad premonition began to creep into her heart. There must have been something else that would necessitate such extreme actions. What could it be? I contemplated the possibility of an issue, and that is, Kinyi smiled faintly as he glanced at the soul sphere. Spirits perish on the Nerika Bridge. I would even venture to guess that the prefects are specifically tasked as such because emissaries of hell under the rank of prefect have no way of even entering the Buddhist kingdom established by Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva. Isn't that right? Even you, a spirit that was once judge class, TSK, you could only hide in the cracks of the abyss, far away from the Nerika Bridge, as you sought shelter for survival. In fact, even renowned emissaries of hell like Granny Meng aren't even able to cross the Nerika Bridge and enter the Fengdu necropolis, right? Is that nonsense all that your hypothesis entailed? Irakshasa muttered coldly. Despite that, she failed to notice that her disposition had ostensibly softened somewhat. No. Kinyi wagged his finger. We'll move on to part 2 of my hypothesis, which has to do with why I didn't experience any sense of rejection on the Nerika Bridge. In that instant, Kinyi discovered that the soul sphere in his hands had ceased to move completely. There was not even a faint trace of struggling. It was almost as though Irakshasa had suddenly died. Are you afraid now? I've just figured it out. Granny Men had earlier mentioned this as well. A person with an immortal body like myself can come into contact with any objects, be they yin or yang in nature. Unfortunately for you, even though Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva can overwhelm you at any moment, he is of no threat to me whatsoever. In other words, I have the capacity to make it all the way into the Fengdu necropolis if I wanted to. Isn't that right? Dead silence. Hey, people have to learn to respect me when they speak to me. You're something that I've traded my six-fold Ghost King summoning scroll for. On that matter, that was my only trump card, Kinyi complained. Suddenly, the soul sphere trembled as Irakshasa roared, gnashing her teeth. Just what are you trying to say? Kinyi's smile faded, and he squinted at the soul sphere with scrutiny. What I'm saying is, the soul sphere is going to remain sealed for as long as I am alive. And if I choose to embark on the Netherworld Odyssey once more and toss you at the feet of Ksatagarbha Bodhisattva, what do you think is going to happen to you? My dear, ignorant, ex-provincial bureaucrat. There was dead silence once again. Kinyi no longer spoke. He simply continued to toss the soul sphere into the air playfully. Sure enough, Granny Men was right. When he stripped off all the layers masking his true self, he realized that his heart was pretty darn tainted after all. You can try. Several seconds later, Irakshasa sneered at him. I'm a former judge no matter how you look at it. Ksatagarbha doesn't have the ability to purge me. Besides, she mocked contemptuously, with your abilities? How dare a mere operative like you dream of completing the Netherworld Odyssey? You would be shredded to pieces by the lingering spirits before you even make it past the skeletal bridge. As soon as she finished speaking, Kinyi stood up abruptly and drew the curtains. What are you doing? Irakshasa's voice trembled slightly. Without responding, Kinyi silently picked up the ancient lamp that Granny Men had left on the table and began to study it carefully. If memory serves me well, all I have to do is to light this lamp, and I would be able to embark on the Netherworld Odyssey. What the hell are you trying to do? It's no use. You would never be able to complete the Netherworld Odyssey with your present abilities. There was still no response. After some time, Kinyi breathed a sigh of relief as he popped open the lid of the ancient lamp. To be honest, there's really no reason for us to be at loggerheads with one another. I'll tell you the true purpose of King Yanlo's seal. No, I can even tell you why Granny Men had actually gone out of her way to select and appoint a final emissary of hell. Don't you find it strange? Hell has so many emissaries, and there's even the possibility of locating a few that managed to survive the great upheaval. At the same time, aren't there also many skilled cultivators and priests in the mortal realm? Which one of them isn't better than you? There was still no response. Kinyi flicked his lighter and ignited a flame. Stay your hand. Irakshasa cried out with a shrill, hoarse voice. Kinyi was just about to bring the lighter into the ancient lamp when he paused and glanced at the soul sphere with a grimace on his face. Have you decided to put down your pretenses? Didn't you say that Ksatagarbha can't purge you? This time, it was Irakshasa who had been silenced. The only sound she made right now was from the gnashing of her teeth. Do go on. It's not very satisfying when you simply stop at that. Shut up. Irakshasa's voice trembled with contempt. What are you trying to do? I'll be honest with you, Ksatagabra has the power to purge me in an instant. But what I said earlier is also true, you will most definitely perish before you even make it to the Fengdu necropolis. Alright, then we'll just perish together. $an, email protected. These were the words that Irakshasa wanted to explode with right now. She was feeling salty to the extreme. Don't you understand what I'm trying to get at? Why do you even want to perish? The world is such a beautiful place, yet you choose to be so grumpy and annoying. That's not good. Haven't you ever thought of reining in and restraining your rectal prolapse like Deathwish? Haven't you ever thought about channeling some of your energy for good and contributing to nation-building efforts? What kind of a person are you? She took a deep breath and reordered her thoughts. The soul sphere shook slightly. When she finally spoke again, her voice was far more amiable than before. There's no need to take everything to heart. We might have had some differences earlier, but that's all due to some misunderstandings, isn't it? Earlier, on the Nerika Bridge, I had only thought to give you a scare. In truth, I'm actually quite a friendly person. But not even Irakshasa was fully convinced of what she was saying. Kinyi finally closed the lid on the ancient lamp. An audible sigh of relief could be heard from the soul sphere. Then, Kinyi finally took out the soul sphere containing Wang Zemin's soul and shook it lightly. My request is rather simple. First of all, I don't want to die either. But don't you worry. If we aren't able to resolve this issue by tomorrow night, I'll do everything in my abilities to bring you to Ksatagabra. Since you have destroyed my security blanket, you will have to work for me. Makes sense, doesn't it? What kind of sense has your father been teaching you? A judge of several hundred years would have to work for a mere operative like you. Even my spit could drown you to death. Makes sense, of course it makes sense. Despite her thoughts, Irakshasa found herself expressing a completely different opinion. Furthermore, in order to prevent you from scheming against me, I'll at the very least have to hold on to a strand of your soul as security, don't I? If I die, you die. It'll be as though we're family. That's not possible. Before he could finish speaking, Irakshasa exploded in fury. I'd rather die than give you a strand of my soul. No room for negotiations. Kinyi opened the ancient lamp once more. Haha, youngsters these days are far too impatient. It's not that I refuse to give you a strand of my soul, it's just that I'll have to impose a time limit of 100 years to it. I can assist you. However, if you aren't able to attain the rank of infernal judge in that time despite the lack of competition, you will have to release me. We'll take a blood oath on this, governed by the natural orders of the world. No one can go back on their words. Why didn't you just do this earlier? Why'd you have to test my bottom line over and over again? Kinyi glanced at the soul sphere. You'll beat up whoever I want you to beat up, and you must answer all my questions, all right? That's not quite possible either. As long as the soul sphere remains sealed, I won't be able to help you in combat. The best I can do is to release my aura. That said, hell has collapsed, and its clergy have departed as well. The aura I can exert is at best only effective against 20-year ghosts. In fact, I'm not even sure just how effective that would be. It's fine. Then, we'll just leave it at that. Deal. Take an oath together with me. Irakshasa had practically forced herself to conclude the negotiations with the word deal. Although she knew that Kinyi would very likely perish during the Netherworld Odyssey, what if, in the off chance, he didn't? What if he really made it to the feet of Ksatagabra's statue? As a former infernal judge, was she simply going to perish with a mere operative class emissary of hell? This was not even a choice to her. To her mind, her life was far, far more valuable than such operative class emissaries. After reciting a long string of ancient mnemonics, Kinyi felt his surroundings tremble slightly. Then, he sensed a feeling of connection arising between their hearts spontaneously. He secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had already anticipated that Iraksha would never be able to assist him in battle. After all, that would necessitate unsealing the soul sphere. This was something he could never do. What he coveted was the knowledge hidden in the depths of Iraksha's mind. Her experience. Nothing was more important than that. In fact, one could argue that this was even more precious than the six-fold Ghost King summoning scroll itself. One was a one-use, disposable destructive weapon, while the other was a tool that could aid him in the long run. He was like a newborn trying to survive in a mortal realm infested with malicious ghosts. Naturally, knowledge was power. He secretly heaved a sigh of relief. I finally found myself a little genie. That said, this little genie's always going to be scheming against me. Alright, now tell me, why exactly is this soul so important? How am I going to overcome this 3-day ordeal? 1. This is an ancient, cruel death sentence. A prisoner will be stripped naked, wrapped in sackcloth and soaked in an oil jar. Then, at night, he will be tied to a wooden pole, hung from height, and set alight from his feet. In other words, he becomes a human lantern in the sky at night. There is a slightly more modern reference invented by bandits in the Chuangxiang area, where they would drill a small hole in the prisoner's brain, pour lamp oil into the head, before setting it on fire. The prisoners die a horrific death in both instances. Chapter 13, Arthas Minithal. Iraksha remained silent for some time. She was presumably adjusting her emotions and organizing her thoughts. After a long pause, the soul sphere shifted slightly once more. Yet, before she could speak her mind, Kinyi immediately quipped as he continued to massage his temples, "Iraksha is far too much of a tongue twister. For convenience sake, I'll henceforth call you Artie, all right? Your full name shall be Arthas Minithal. It's catchy, clear and easy to remember. And it's even got international influences. What do you think?" I'll be damned. Thoughts of perishing together with Kinyi began to surface in Iraksha's heart. This obviously isn't even a nation name. And, I get the feeling it's a man's name? Are you serious? As you wish. She unwillingly acceded. Then, drawing a deep breath, she continued, "The main reason why this spirit is important has very much to do with you. A person who has consumed the fungus of eons is immortal. His name no longer exists in the Book of Life and Death, and his existence straddles both the mortal realm and the netherworld. But by the same token, as soon as the balance between the realms have gone awry, you will surely die." She continued indistinctly, "These situations should never happen in the first place." However, who could have expected that Xitigaba would actually fulfill his great ambitions? The only way in which you can continue surviving is to locate the first shard of one of the primordial treasures. That said, have you thought about this before? She lowered her voice, before uttering each of the following words with pristine clarity, "Once you locate the first shard, you will never be able to stop." What do you mean by that? Before Kinyi could finish his sentence, his mind was suddenly struck with a revelation, and he quietened down completely. "I won't be able to stop, that's right. So that's how it is. He had to locate the first shard if he didn't want to die? Yet, acquiring the first shard was also tantamount to striking the first note of the netherworldly overture. Once it begins, no one would be able to make it stop again. After he located the first shard, he would immediately be pointed to the second shard, and the owner of the second shard would also be pointed to his existence. Then, when he obtained the second shard would communicate with the third, and so on and so forth. At that time, regardless of whether he liked it or not, there would be no way of extricating himself from the vicious cycle any longer. It was an infinitely occurring loop. Arthas' voice softened somewhat. Furthermore, each and every shard of the primordial treasures are filled with boundless yin energy. Any ghostly existence that lays hold of it, even 1 or 2 year ghosts, would find their strength amplified and comparable with a 10 or 20-year ghost respectively. Kid, you'd better pray hard right now. If you're unlucky and the owner of the first shard is already a malevolent gas that is stronger than a D-grade ghost, then, you will still be doomed to die 3 days from now. Kinyi remained silent. Instead, he shut his eyes and began to deliberate his options carefully. His fingers tapped rhythmically on the table, and the taps echoed crisply throughout the cold corners of his little home. This was like an urn filled with parasites of all sorts, and each of these parasites was given a shard of a primordial treasure. It was a survival of the fittest. As long as one was given a shard, it would have to fight to the death, whether it liked it or not. There was no escape. So, the first mover has an advantage. He opened his eyes, and a murderous intent flickered across the depths of his eyes. Incidentally, he had uttered this phrase at the exact same time that Arthas did. Since there's no longer any room for retreat, then there's no point contemplating retreat itself. Either you die, or they die. As a judge who had been dishonored for committing the most heinous of crimes, Arthas' heart was naturally cold as ice. She glanced at Qin Yi. I'd never thought that we would see eye to eye on this. Don't worry, since we're already bound by the blood oath, I will never stand idly by as I watch you die. Furthermore, I'd caught a glimpse of this yin spirit earlier when I was in hell, and I could sense that the scent of the primordial treasure shard isn't too strong. You should count your lucky stars. The ghost manipulating him must not have obtained the shard too long ago. Qin Yi nodded his head as he glanced at his phone once more. It was already 7:10 a.m. Since the first mover has an advantage, and since there's no way to summon the soul in the day, we'll start with my classmate, Wang Chenhao. If his first opponent didn't perish in 3 days' time, Qin Yi would be following in Granny Meng's footsteps very shortly. Earlier that night, at 3 a.m. Just as Qin Yi was embarking on the Netherworld Odyssey, a tall, well-built teenager living in the most upscale neighborhood in Clear Creek County was lying on his bed with a frown on his face. He was deep in slumber. Even though it was summer, his home was nevertheless equipped with a state-of-the-art central air conditioning system fully equipped with air-refreshing technology. One such system would cost upwards of RMB 100.000. The home of Wang Zemin, the richest man in Clear Creek County, was located within the Kanglan neighborhood. All of the houses in this neighborhood were detached villas. If one peered out of the windows of any of these villas, they would be blown away by a magnificent, unobstructed view of the Dabo mountain range that stretched on for miles and miles on end. When the night breeze came, it would carry the gentle, rustling sounds of the bamboo forests on the mountains with it, bringing tranquility to the mind and easing the heart. This was also a very green neighborhood. Naturally, the price of homes in this neighborhood was comparable with the top neighborhoods within the entire province. The exclusivity of this region also explained why there were only 3 or 4 villas in this location. There was even a pleasant-looking forest not far away. The only drawback was that in the dead of the night, and under the dim glow of the moon, the forest gloom appeared somewhat eerie and creepy. Wang Chenhao was lying on his bed in slumber, ostensibly disturbed. He tossed and turned, and his eyebrows were tightly knit together. Finally, he screamed loudly and woke up abruptly. "Haa, Haa." He gasped for breath as he patted his chest. His heart was still beating wildly. Even though 2 days had lapsed, that nightmarish incident was still as fresh in his mind as ever. In the very next moment, he suddenly froze. Even his heart appeared to have paused. A sense of intense dread began to spread from his spine, making his scalp go completely numb. A lady was seated at the foot of his bed. Silently, with her back towards him. Her waist-length hair was hanging loosely, and she was dressed from top to toe in pale white. "Why you?" Wang Chenhao was so scared witless that he immediately backed himself to the headboard and repeatedly flicked on the light switch. "Don't bother. The power is out." The lady's voice was somewhat hoarse, almost as though she were chewing on something. "Auntie Liu." Wang Chenhao finally settled down a little. Auntie Liu was his stepmother. However, he had continued to address her as Auntie Liu because he had never been able to bring himself to call her mother. His stepmother had moved in 3 months ago under the invitation of his father, Wang Zemin. Wang Chenhao's biological mother had passed away while giving birth to him. Auntie Liu no longer responded to him. Instead, as she slowly left his room, a peculiar gurgling sound could be heard coming from within her mouth. As the door to his room clicked shut, Wang Chenhao wiped off the cold sweat on his forehead and prepared for bed once more. After lying down for a few seconds, he suddenly sprung back up out of bed as though a pin had pricked him. Something's not right, something's not right. I'd made sure that the door was tightly locked before going to bed last night. Even the windows are tightly shut since I was using the air conditioning. So, how in the world did she enter my room? No, and the power would never go out in this neighborhood. If the power went out here, then the power in the entire county should have gone out as well. His body shuddered as blood surged straight to his brain. He thumbed the light switch several times once more, yet there was simply no response whatsoever. Cursing under his breath, he immediately picked up his cell phone. Yet as soon as he switched it on, he immediately covered his mouth with his hand, curled up and cowered under the security of his blanket. A tall, burly 18-year-old lad was on the brink of screaming his lungs out. There was no light. The dim moonlight in the sky had projected the shadows of Dubber Mountain's forest trees into his room. These shadows swayed wildly, almost as though a supernatural force was creeping closer and closer to him. There were no signs of any humans. The entire room was filled with a maddening pin-drop silence. The only source of light was the faint white glow from his cell phone. And under its dim illumination, he finally saw it clearly. There it was, a trail of footprints leading from his bedside to the door to his room. It was neat and tidy. But why would the footprints be visible to the naked eye? These were human footprints. And yet, they were also bloody footprints. At 3 a.m. in the dead of night, a trail of bloody footprints had just appeared within his bedroom. T. Wang Chenghao's teeth began to chatter uncontrollably. A locked door, his stepmother sitting at the foot of his bed at 3 a.m. in the morning, a trail of bloody footprints, and incessant sounds of someone stuffing themselves. He crept towards the room to his door silently. As he drew close to the door, he noticed that the door was still slightly ajar. There was a tiny seam between the door and its frame. His forehead was percolating with sweat. Just as he was about to shut the door silently, he caught a glimpse of a scene so horrific that it almost made his soul depart his body. His own stepmother was kneeling next to his family's Labrador, and her head was twisted in a bizarre posture, almost as though she were eating something. Furthermore, there was a large pile of golden hair lying in a pool of blood just beside where her feet were. Where did all the golden hair come from? What creature was large enough to shed so much blood? Click. With shivering hands, he shut his eyes and bit down hard on his lips as he shut the door to his room. It's a ghost. There's really a ghost at home. With profuse sweat pouring out of every pore in his body, he leaned against the wooden door and slumped to the ground, panting heavily. After tens of minutes, he finally picked up his phone once more and steeled his resolve to photograph the bloody footprints. Click. After snapping a photograph, he checked on it within his photo album, only to be taken aback once more. What photograph is this? An extra photograph had mysteriously appeared in his phone's photo album at an unknown time. That photograph depicted a scene familiar to him. His classroom. There were those he knew as well, including Zhang Yiling and Qin Yi. However, Qin Yi had his back to them and appeared to be holding up a magic staff of sorts with adornments of lotus flowers as he battled a large mass of nothingness. This was a time when Zhang Yiling and Wang Chenghao had already passed out in the corner of the classroom. The camera's angle was rather poor. The photograph had evidently been snapped when Wang Chenghao passed out and accidentally accessed his phone's camera app. Qin Yi, this is Qin Yi. Isn't this that day? Didn't he say he'd also passed out? Thud. Just then, a violent knock resounded on the door to his room. Wang Chenghao could no longer suppress the fear welling up in the depths of his heart and screamed out loud as he retreated more than a meter from the door. Who is it? Silence. However, the knocking sounds on the door continued to echo out in precisely 5-second intervals. Thud, thud. It was like a death god's knell. Wang Chenghao scrambled madly for the door once again and bolted it tightly shut with his body. The knocking sounds continued to resound without stopping. He wanted so much to flee from the only piece of wood separating him and the source of his terror. However, what he dreaded even more was the possibility that the door would immediately be opened as soon as he left. He wanted to secure the door to his room, yet this meant that he had to remain uncomfortably close to the very source of his terror itself. The fear was so intense that tears began to stream from his eyes. Never had he looked forward to the moment of dawn as much as he did right now. For the rest of the night, the rhythmic knocks on his door continued to reverberate endlessly throughout his room. Finally, at 5 a.m., a cock crowed in the distance, and the knocking sounds finally ceased. Wang Chenghao didn't dare to move. Even though it was 5 a.m., and even though the knocking sounds had ceased, the sky was nevertheless still dark. Even in summer, the first glow of dawn came at approximately 5:30 a.m. Wang Chenghao silently prepared some cash with him as he continued to stare transfixed to the time on his phone. As soon as the clock struck 5:30 a.m., he immediately charged out of the front door like a madman. He wanted to get as far away from this living hell of a home as possible. His family's chauffeur had not arrived yet, so he raced onto the streets. Even though there was nobody on the streets right now, and even though the air of the summer morning was far colder and damper than it was at home, he still felt as though he had finally shaken off the niggling source of fear that had badgered him for the entire night. He waited outside for approximately 1 hour before he finally managed to hail down a taxi. He hurriedly boarded it as soon as it pulled up, to the suburbs of the county, where the funerary street is located. A shop called the Afterlife. The taxi sped down the road. As soon as it arrived on the funerary street, Wang Chenghao whipped out a RMB 50 note and dashed straight out of the taxi. Crash. In his haste, Wang Chenghao had coincidentally collided straight into Qin and his bicycle. Wang Chenghao? Qin was surprised to see him. "What are you doing here? Save me." Like a madman, Wang Chenghao immediately minced his way up close to Qin and grabbed his hand, completely ignoring the fact that there were others already up and about buying their breakfast in the area. Save me. I know you can do it. My house, there's a ghost, there's really a ghost. Without batting an eyelid, Qin coolly wrested his hand free from Wang Chenhao's grasp and sized up Wang Chenghao once more. He was immediately taken aback by what he saw. The center of Wang Chenhao's forehead was dark and ominous. Just 2 days ago, Wang Chenhao's face had still been filled with radiance and vigor. To make matters even more frightening, 2 of the 3 oil lamps over his body had already been snuffed out. One, the only one remaining, was the one above his head, and even that was flickering feebly. It was a sign that he was on the brink of death. 1. This is explained in the next chapter. The 3 oil lamps are located 2 above the shoulders and 1 above the head. Chapter 14, Still Alive. Legend has it that every person has 3 lamps illuminating their bodies, each of which represents the 3 parts to their soul: nascent light, spirit of vigor, and hidden essence. These are also known as the 3 lamps. As soon as these 3 lamps, the 3 fires from the lamps are extinguished, a person's soul would leave their body and they would experience true death. A normal person should possess a vibrant flame in each of these lamps. If any one of the flames weakens or even flickers out, that person is commonly known to have too much yin, or be plagued by yin energy. If left unaddressed, that person will go on to encounter a series of unpleasant experiences, including a demotion, a pay cut, trouble with their career, etc. If one's 4 pillars of destiny 1 leans towards the yin affinity, he would even begin to notice unusual, unclean occurrences. Other legends say that when one walks along the street at midnight, or even evenings, if one walks along a secluded path, one should never turn his head to answer any person's call, especially if the voice sounds unfamiliar. As soon as a person turns his head, the ghost will extinguish one of the fires on your shoulder. This is why the saying goes, men light fires, but ghosts snuff flames. These are popular sayings among the military as well. Perhaps it was a result of Qin having already completed the Netherworld Odyssey once, but all he had to do was to think about it in order to perceive the 3 lamps hovering about Wang Chenhao's body. Currently, notwithstanding that only 1 day had lapsed since they last saw each other, the lamps hovering about his body were almost entirely extinguished. This was by no means a good sign at all. The fact that a radiant, hot-blooded teenager could be reduced to such a tragic state in just one day meant that this ghost was definitely not to be underestimated. The netherworld and the mortal realms are two entirely separate planes of existence. Ordinary spirits would never be able to affect a mortal to such an extent. Kinyi had hung the soul sphere on his bag like a cute ornament. Arthas cautiously added, I had once assumed a post in the mortal realm for 100 years as well. Those entities depicted in mortal horror films, such as Sadako, Shirenmei and Jason, are all ghosts that are at least of the 50-year grade. Right now, I can already say with utmost certainty that the ghost we're dealing with has obtained the shard of King Yanlo's seal not more than half a year ago. Otherwise, a mere mortal like your friend would already have perished. This is good news for you. Kinyi nodded his head as he looked at the dazed Wang Chenghao. Then, just as Wang Chenghao began to break out in cold sweat once more, Kinyi began to speak placidly, how did you discover it? Wang Chenghao bit down on his lower lip, switched on his phone and showed Kinyi the photograph that had mysteriously appeared. His gaze lingered on Kinyi, scrutinizing every expression on his face. When Kinyi returned Wang Chenhao's phone, and before he could even begin speaking, Wang Chenghao immediately grabbed hold of Kinyi's arm tightly and pleaded with a trembling voice, previously. I'm sorry for all I've done to you previously. I'll never do it again, please save me just this once. This was a towering, well-built teenager who had habitually flaunted his endowment of strength in front of others. Yet, his feet were currently ostensibly weak and limp, and it was clear from the scars on his lips just how much he had bitten down on them last night. If not for the fact that he was on a public street right now, he might already have knelt down to beg Kinyi for help. If their other classmates could see how Wang Chenghao was clinging on to Kinyi like an ornamental brooch and pleading for his help, they might very well find themselves completely flabbergasted. Let's speak somewhere else. Kinyi lifted his head as he responded resolutely. As soon Kinyi finished speaking, Wang Chenghao dragged him off his bicycle. Let's go, you haven't had breakfast, right? It's my treat. I'll buy you anything you want. And just leave your bicycle here. Once we get back, I'll give you a Pinarello. The two students hailed a taxi. As soon as they hopped on, Arthas mocked, mercy? That's an emotion only the weak possess. Do you think I'll actually have such useless feelings for someone who has only crossed paths with me for less than 3 years? Kinyi gazed out of the window as he responded placidly, he's no more than a sojourner in my life. That said, since this matter implicates him, it's convenient to have his help. The two students went straight to a small shop within the county town that was hailed by all high school students to be a dating paradise. This shop's design was clearly inspired by various popular anime series. Even though the shop had been standing for more than 10 years now, it had managed to keep prices low and maintain the quality of its products. Most importantly, the seating within this cafe was cleverly designed in booths, and the privacy offered attracted many couples, especially those who were in their early days of courtship. Once they sat down, Wang Chenghao handed the menu over to Kinyi, currying favor with him, feel free to order whatever you like. Kinyi ordered an assortment of deep-fried skewers and a cold beverage. It was early in the morning, and the shop was not too busy yet. Naturally, the food that they had ordered arrived promptly. Kinyi took a sip out of his iced citrus tea. Tell me more about it. His comment came out naturally, yet seemed somewhat arrogant at the same time. Kinyi's disposition was clearly different from that which he displayed when he was in school. However, Wang Chenghao didn't find anything wrong with this. His hands were wrapped tightly around the milk tea in his hands, while his eyes were quivering and filled with fear. It took him several deep breaths before he finally managed to organize his thoughts and explain the situation. With a trembling voice, Wang Chenghao began, did you notice this? I've been eating at school every day over the last few months. Kinyi thought about it before nodding slightly. Wang Chenghao shrank back slightly as he muttered, this is because the food at home has become completely inedible. I don't know when exactly this began, but my dad has taken a liking to raw food in recent times. He first started by taking a fancy to Japanese food, and I welcomed its freshness. However, his condition began to worsen like an illness. Roasts, steaks, and the like, he began to lean towards the rarer side of things. From medium well to medium, then to rare, and then finally to blue rare too. All the meat at home is completely bloody and raw when you bite into it. It's completely inedible. And that's not all. My dad has also become very strange. Over the last 10 days or so, I began to detect a very strong stench of cologne on his body. But the strangest part is that he had never worn cologne ever before. That's right. Since last week, my dad has even stopped eating rice altogether. These were things that could ordinarily be attributed to nothing more than mere quirks and idiosyncrasies. However, under the influence of Wang Chengheo's paranoia, he began to string them all together and pour out his heart. I haven't been too concerned about these things previously. After all, I'd only found it somewhat peculiar, but nothing went overboard. Until last night. His body began trembling uncontrollably as he gripped tightly to Qin Yi's hands. His hands were already covered with sweat. I'd clearly locked the door to my room, yet that woman was there, sitting at the foot of my bed at 3 in the morning. When she stepped out, she even left a trail of bloody footprints. Furthermore. He shuddered once more, and his voice grew hoarse. I saw her. She ate my family's Labrador. When I left the house this morning, I particularly made it a point to glance at the kennel, and I saw that it was empty. Empty. His entire body was shaking like a sifting chaff, and his voice was breaking up. She's a ghost, she's not human. She must be an evil spirit. Qin Yi picked up the spoon in his cup and gently stirred his drink as he interjected, "Where's your father?" Wang Chengheo was bewildered. How was his funeral? Qin Yi furrowed his brows. Wang Chengheo stared at Qin Yi in astonishment. "What are you talking about?" Qin Yi appeared somewhat upset. "I'm talking about your father's funeral. Did your mother handle it, or were you in charge of it?" "My father's funeral?" Wang Chengheo's lips trembled as he squeezed Qin Yi's hand tightly. "Baby brother Qin, don't scare me like that. My father should still be alive and well." Swish. Qin Yi's gaze flickered as he gazed deeply into Wang Chengheo's eyes. At this moment, the only sounds that could be heard was the light rustling of leaves in the soft morning breeze. It was quiet. So quiet that it was even slightly eerie. Sweating profusely, Wang Chengheo took out his cell phone and dialed the number of his father, Wang Zemin. Hey, how? Father's busy right now. Study hard. I'm hanging up now. It was a brief conversation, but it was most certainly the voice of Wang Zemin. That said, there was still something peculiar about his voice. His statements were somewhat fragmented, and his thoughts didn't seem to be too coherent. It could be likened to the words spoken by a person who had not been speaking for a long time. Wang Chengheo's lips trembled furiously. Qin Yi's words had been far too shocking. What exactly do his words mean? His gaze was transfixed on Qin Yi, while Qin Yi furrowed his brows slightly as he continued to stir his citrus tea. This was the first time he was dealing with a supernatural encounter as a fully fledged operative. Yet, he had already run into such a bizarre situation. Wang Zemin isn't dead. That's not possible. There's no way this ghost could be as powerful as Granny Men. Wang Zemin's soul had been personally subdued by Granny Men at the Skeletal Bridge. There's no mistake about that. So? Qin Yi drew a breath of cold air. So, who exactly is the imposter father in Wang Chengheo's home? Is he alive? Or is he something else altogether? I understand. Let's go. It won't dare to emerge while it's day. Come to my shop tonight after 6 p.m. Wang Chengheo's Adam's apple shifted slightly, and his chest rose and fell sharply as he nodded his head furiously. However, he didn't leave. He continued to stare anxiously at Qin Yi. Afraid to leave? Qin Yi pointed at an adjacent booth. Sit over there. Wang Chengheo pleaded with a hoarse voice. I won't disturb what you're doing in any way, don't leave me. Get over there. Wang Chenghao gritted his teeth helplessly as he resigned himself to leave. But, just then, Qin Yi suddenly clutched at his heart and leaned back onto his chair weakly with an extremely pale face. Qin Yi. Brother Qin. What happened? What happened to you? Wang Chenghao almost jumped at the sight. In that moment of crisis, he didn't even notice how he had subconsciously elevated Qin Yi's status in his heart. Qin Yi didn't respond. Just underneath where his palm lay, his heart had actually, slowly stopped beating altogether. This was a feeling that his fleshly body could clearly perceive. It was a feeling of the thread of life slowly drawing to an end. His surroundings suddenly seemed muted. Thump. 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 The only sound he could hear was that of his heart painstakingly drawing blood from every single blood vessel in its body as it inched closer to stillness. His life's countdown timer had begun. Go? Qin Yi's face was incredibly pale, yet he still managed to maintain his earlier command to Wang Chenghao. Wang Chenghao was both frightened and at a complete loss as to what he should do. Scram! Qin Yi bellowed with a low voice as the bulging veins on his forehead began to throb. This time, Wang Chenghao picked up his school bag and dashed straight to the adjacent booth without any unnecessary words. You must let me know if you need anything. The booth was finally silent. Qin Yi could somewhat sense that Arthas was calling out to him. However, his hearing was impaired at this very moment. His moment of weakness lasted for a full 5 minutes. It was only after that that his heart gradually resumed its normal PLSE, and color returned to his face once again. HAA. After yet another 5 minutes, he sighed in relief as he chugged down his tea. That felt horrible. He had just experienced the feeling of dying, and he never wanted to experience the same a second time. The moribund remembrance. Arthas' voice was grave. The imbalance in hell has caused your source of immortality to become shattered. Your name has once again appeared in the book of life and death. Even though hell has collapsed and the primordial treasures have been reduced to mere shards, some of these things will continue to function on their own accord. For instance, the book of life and death. Otherwise, this world would be filled with innumerable immortal monstrosities. This accords with the heavenly Dao. Qin Yi nodded his head. Death was knocking on his door. His time was running out. You can be certain that every single person in his family is problematic. Arthas no longer minced her words, and kept her advice succinct. The only unknown to us right now is how the problem had begun manifesting, whether by way of possession, or otherwise. What we do know is that Wang Chenhao's father is the key to unlocking this mystery. He is most certainly dead. However, it is only his soul that is dead. His body still remains alive. There are but a few possible causes for such circumstances. Let me now impart to you the first immutable principle of all emissaries of hell. No matter how bizarre the situation may seem, everything is related to a ghost's obsession prior to his or her death. Every ghost is born from obsession. Whether that person died a violent death, or an unjust death, or something completely different altogether, it is invariably their pre-death obsession that keeps their spirit around and prevents them from moving on. Over time, these spirits turn into evil ghosts. When that happens, you can be certain that every single abnormality or peculiarity with the location or person it haunts can somehow be explained by the ghost's obsession in its previous life. This is because ghosts will instinctively repeat their obsessions after death. These details may be minor, but they are most definitely the key to granting deliverance on this spirit. She concluded affirmatively. Tonight, when the clock strikes 12, I'll teach you how to summon a spirit. We'll reawaken Wang Zem in spirit, and the spotlight shall fall squarely on him. 2. It's a Dynasty that is rarer than rare, damn near all. Chapter 15, Summoning a Spirit. Qin Yi nodded his head. He was slowly collecting his dues from Arthas. Her unparalleled wealth of experiences would become the cornerstone of his survival amidst the great upheaval that was to come upon the mortal realm. Then, let's wait. He gazed out the window and into the distance. Tonight would be a night of preparation. tomorrow, and the day after tomorrow, would be when the sword clashes with the blade. Even if a death god crawled straight out of the television, Qin Yi was hell-bent on kicking it back to where it came from. The day flew by quickly. Wang Chenhao was so traumatized that he no longer dared to be alone. Thus, he spent the rest of the day following Qin Yi around like his shadow. Then, as soon as they were dismissed from school, Wang Chenhao immediately tugged Qin Yi as they made haste towards the outskirts of the county. A summer day's weather was just like a child's face, capricious and unpredictable. The skies were still clear during the day. Yet, by the time they arrived at the funerary street at 6 p.m., the skies were already dark and overcast. They could even see flashes of dazzling lightning from time to time. The broadcasts relating to the recent surge of paranormal activities had just begun. Families were bolting themselves in their homes. Some of the more antiquated-looking streets were even completely empty by now. As the evening gust blew, it swept up the stacks of paper money on the ground, sending them scattering about. There were even paper talismans hanging on the doorframe of each house. The entire funerary street appeared completely gloomy. Wang Chenhao couldn't move an inch. It was only when Qin Yi pushed open the door to his small shop and switched on all the lights did Wang Chenhao finally heave a sigh of relief. Qin Yi set his school bag down and massaged his sore arms. Then, he pulled Wang Chenhao over, looked him straight in the eye and spoke sternly, "Later on, no matter what you see, you are to keep everything to yourself and never speak of it. If you even make a peep of sound as to what you've seen today." He intentionally left his sentence incomplete. Wang Chenhao nodded his head wildly. He, too, had a hunch that tonight was one where he would witness something that even science couldn't explain. Thereafter, Qin Yi ignored him and began busying himself with preparations. Arthas had already communicated with Qin Yi earlier, informing him that he was unable to summon spirits with his current strength, and that he would still need the aid of some auxiliary tools. Incense of the dead, an incense crafted from ground bone meal. It sufficed that it was made from generic bone meal, and it did not necessarily have to be bone meal ground from human bones. Portrait of the Anitya. Since the role of the Anitya Hellgods is to escort yin spirits to hell, their portrait can naturally act as the medium and backbone of their communication between the netherworld and the mortal realm. This auxiliary tool was an imperative. A bowl of rice. And not just any rice, it had to be yin rice. This was prepared by steaming glutinous rice and drying it in the dark, completely obfuscated from any yang elements. Finally, a bowl of chicken blood, and a pair of chopsticks made from willow wood. It was already 11 p.m. by the time Qin Yi was done with all the preparation work. Thereafter, he shut his eyes and rested for a while on his chair. Very soon, the clock struck 12. According to Arthas' instructions, the first step was to hang the portraits of the Anitya Hellgods on both sides of the altar. As the scrolls unraveled with a light rustling sound, they revealed the portraits of the Anitya Hellgods of black and white. Both Anitya Hellgods had pale, ghastly complexions, and tongues that extended 1 meter out of their mouths. The only difference was that one was dressed in a long white robe, while the other was dressed in a long black robe. The incense was set on the altar. Incense was something that was quintessential for any funerary procession. 2 large words were written on the portrait over the black Anitya Hellgod's head: world peace. Similarly, 2 large words were written on the portrait over the white Anitya Hellgod's head: instant wealth. Right after the incense was placed on the table, Qin Yi placed the bowl of yin rice on the altar and inserted the willow wood chopsticks vertically in them. This was tantamount to a plea to the Anitya Hellgods to have mercy and allow the yin spirit one final chance to communicate with the mortal realm. If their response was positive, the chopsticks would fall over. If not, the chopsticks would remain standing upright for 3 full incense sticks of time. At that time, one would be wise not to attempt any further summoning of souls. Whoever attempts to summon a soul then would perish. After all, if King Yanluo has decreed that a person should die at noon, nobody would dare say otherwise. Arthas had further explained that even though hell no longer existed, this was still part and parcel of the heavenly Dao which continues to maintain the natural order of the world. Otherwise, the world would already have fallen into chaos by now. Qin Yi ignored Wang Chenghao. He shut his eyes and drew a deep breath, before wisps of yin energy began emerging from his body. As soon as Wang Chenghao saw this, he immediately opened his mouth to scream. Fortunately, he quickly placed his hand over his mouth just in time to prevent a peep from escaping his lips. That said, he continued to tremble vigorously as he retreated to the corner of the bed. Whoosh! As the yin energy congealed in the air, Qin Yi was suddenly clothed with his Hell's emissary uniform. He had just shed his identity as a mere mortal, and he was now praying to the heavens in his capacity as an emissary of Hell. Then, Qin Yi held up the incense of the dead and ignited them. As they burned with an eerie green glow, wisps of smoke began to drift into the surroundings. The entire room was indescribably bizarre right now. Finally, Qin Yi bowed reverently to the portraits of the entire Hellgods and whispered in accordance with Arthur's instructions, "This inexperienced one seeks guidance." Operative Qin Yi humbly prays that the esteemed entire Hellgods open their eyes. Once he finished speaking, he placed the 3 incense sticks into the incense burner, and placed the soul sphere containing Wang Zemin's soul onto the bowl of yin rice. There are presently yin spirits who traverse the mortal realm, wreaking havoc and harming humans. I urge the heavens to extend a lifeline and leave the man surnamed Wang a breath of yang energy. This lowly official promises to repay this favor. Man surnamed Wang? He means, my father. Wang Chenghao balled himself up in the corner of the room. He was so creeped out right now that his soul felt detached from his body. He remained completely silent as cold sweat continued to pour out of his pores. Just then, the entire Hellgoid suddenly moved. Almost as though a draft was sweeping through the room, both portraits began to rise gently and fall in tandem. Wang Chenghao's scalp went numb, and he almost screamed aloud. This was because the windows and the door were all shut. There was no reason for a draft to be blowing through the house at all. How did it move? What in the world is going on here? Qin Yi didn't say another word. Instead, he simply half knelt in front of the altar as he watched the incense of the dead burn down slowly. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. An incense stick of time was a full 15 minutes. Then, at the 13th minute, Qin Yi's eyes gleamed brightly. The pair of willow wood chopsticks that were standing vertically in the yin rice had just shifted slightly. Then, in the very next moment, it silently fell to the side. At the same time, the yin rice began to diminish and vanish into thin air. This process was somewhat slow and measured, and it almost seemed as though an invisible entity was slowly consuming the rice. Quickly! Arthas shouted, "You only get one shot at summoning a spirit. There's no room for Ridos. You've managed to borrow a breath of yang energy from the heavens, and the emissary of Hell's act of consuming the yin rice is a sign that it is giving you face. The yin spirit will depart for good as soon as the yin rice completely disappears, regardless of whether you've finished your line of questioning or not." Qin Yi was incredibly anxious. Despite having lived for such a long time, this was still the first time he had encountered something like this. Clasping his hands together, he softly murmured, "The fisherman's light Kal ls the spirits of hell, let the gleaming stars of night illuminate the netherworldly abode. Open." As soon as he finished speaking, the soul sphere opened with a rustling sound and transformed into a talisman that spontaneously combusted in the air. Simultaneously, a green vortex of yin energy began to congeal in the middle of the room, and a ghastly shade emerged slowly from the heart of the vortex, almost as though he were emerging from the surface of a water body. UHH. Wang Chenghao let out a muffled sound and promptly covered his mouth before passing out completely. Qin Yi heaved a sigh of relief as he began on his line of questioning, "Wang Zemin?" Wang Zemin's response was a shrill, blood-curdling shriek. It was one filled with agony. Wang Zemin was dressed in a ramrod straight suit. As soon as he appeared, he immediately collapsed onto his knees and clutched at his head, screaming his lungs and heart out. Qin Yi was taken aback. "Although I can empathize with what you've gone through, don't you think that your present actions are still somewhat overboard? Could you please rein it in a little? Something's wrong with his soul." Arthas interjected, "Grab hold of him." Qin Yi's temples throbbed. What was with this feeling? He was just reminded of an instance when he sent his Pikachu out to deal with a wild, ghost Pokémon. Roar. Before he could make his move, Wang Zemin suddenly threw his head up into the air, and a 2-meter-high pillar of green flames shot straight out of his mouth. His voice no longer sounded like a human's voice any longer. It was a dark and windy night, and Qin Yi was in the midst of a summoning ritual. As the netherworldly flames blazed in the dark, the portraits of the entire Hellgods were sent floating into the air, and the gloomy jade-colored shadows in the surroundings shifted in tandem with the flickering flames. It was sufficient to send chills down anyone's spine. Clack. Just as the pillar of flame shot straight into the sky, the soul shackles around Qin Yi's waist shot straight towards Wang Zemin and latched onto his skull. With a miserable roar, the chilling green pillar of flame finally subsided and vanished into Wang Zemin's mouth once more. The Sky Lantern punishment. Arthas was somewhat surprised. Open his mouth. You'll find something surprising inside. The netherworldly Sky Lantern punishment is the worst form of torture for any soul around. The victim will be prevented from entering the cycle of reincarnation. Instead, he is forced to suffer from the endless, excruciating pain of his soul's immolation. Geez. I wonder who it is that hates him so much. Qin Yi grabbed hold of Wang Zemin's jaw. It was icy cold to the touch, and even somewhat illusory. That said, a corporeal candle stood right in the middle of his mouth. Qin Yi pulled out the candle and inspected it. The candle was grayish-white in color, and it emitted a strong stench of death and decay. Its wick was pitch black in color. Wang Zemin's body trembled with immense liberation as soon as Qin Yi removed the candle. 2 specks of flame immediately ignited in the depths of his eyes and began glowing with an eerie vigor. Corpseal candles. This is installed by filling a person's stomach through to his mouth with corpseal after he dies. Then, a wick made of the deceased's hair is placed at the front of his mouth and set alight. This flame will continue to burn unceasingly for 100 years, never to be extinguished. The corpseal candle is otherwise also known as the soul-suppressing nail, precisely because it pins down the soul of the deceased and prevents his corpse from decaying. It somewhat resembles the ancient Egyptian mummification techniques. Arthas explained. Qin Yi played with the now broken candle in his hands. Does this explain why Wang Zemin's physical body still remains alive, even after death? It's hard to tell for at least a month. Are you an emissary of hell? Just then, a voice of incredulity echoes beside him. Wang Zemin's soul trembled slightly as he spoke up for the very first time. Are you my savior? Yes. Time is of the essence, so I'll speak quickly. You're already dead, but your flesh lives on. There's presently an evil spirit haunting your house. If we don't resolve this pressing issue quickly, there's a possibility that your son might die tomorrow. How? How? What is she trying to do to Ahau? Wang Zemin paused for a moment before responding with increasing agitation. Unfortunately, Qin Yi was the only one who could hear his voice. Do you see that bowl of rice there? You have to tell me how you died before it vanishes completely. Tell me what you know, quickly. Otherwise, you'll have to be on your way once your escort finishes his meal. At that time, even I won't have any means of helping your son anymore. All right. Wang Zemin shut his eyes. The fact that he was the richest man in a county spoke volumes about his decisiveness. At the very least, he was by no means a capricious or fickle-minded person. His ethereal body shuddered slightly, and he quickly opened his eyes once again. Then, with gritted teeth, he began, it was all because of that woman. He took a deep breath, adjusted his emotions, and began to explain, my company is called Hyatt. Hyatt Corporation. Even though it's not a huge conglomerate, there's still a chance that you might have heard of it before. Hyatt. Qin Yi raised his eyebrows in surprise. Is it that Hyatt that I'm thinking of? Wang Zemin chuckled bitterly. Trademark laws prevent the existence of 2 entities with the same name. The Hyatt you're thinking of is probably one and the same. Arthas wondered aloud. Famous? Quite. Qin Yi responded somewhat ruefully. Not too famous, but its rise to fame has to do with why it moved to this location. Looks like you've heard of it before. Wang Zemin continued with a bitter smile. Back then, just as the Hyatt Corporation was steadily flourishing and growing, a particular post was made on the forums. I can still recall the handle of the author of that post. Her handle was That Amorous Affair. That's not a bad name. Arthis remarked to Qin Yi, but he'd better pick up the pace. There's no time for him to indulge in his moment of commiseration. Qin Yi interjected, Mr. Wang, you're getting emotional. Why don't you let me summarize the story instead, and let me know if there's anything you have to add. Chapter 16, That Fateful Incident 5 Years Ago. 1. Qin Yi took a moment for consideration. Before beginning, this was quite the high-profile incident back then. News of the incident was splashed across all microblogs, vlogs, forums and news sites. Even celebrities were reposting and commenting on it. It could probably qualify as viral news. 5 years ago, That Amorous Affair made a forum post, stating that the CEO of the Hyatt Corporation had forcibly engaged in sexual relations with her whilst she was still a minor. She added that she had at all material times been unaware that the CEO was already married, and that he even had a child that was not much younger than she was. She added that CEO Wang had represented to her that he was single, and that his feelings for her were genuine. At that time, she found the prospects of becoming madam to the CEO an irresistible thought. CEO Wang's generosity towards her tipped the scales for her, and she finally agreed. Arthis thought aloud, it's normal for a man to lust after a woman. Qin Yi shook his head, but this was just the beginning. The plot twist came exactly 1 week later. This post was originally tepid at best. While the term minor struck a nerve with some people, few people could bother themselves with the private affairs of the CEO of the Hyatt Corporation. After all, he was hardly on the same level of public scrutiny as a real estate magnate and his ilk. That said, there will always be people in this world who think themselves as know-it-alls, possess the all-seeing eye, and have the capacity to be the defender of the world. These people would fervently chime in with their weak, timid voices, hoping that by doing so they would finally establish for themselves a foothold of belonging in this world. The post was first made public on the Xian'ai forums. It should still be accessible now. I didn't personally look up her post at the time of the incident. That said, I did hear from multiple sources that many people who had read the post began to condemn her instead, accusing her of being a social climber and selling herself out just to become rich and famous. These accusations came from people who stood each on their own lofty pedestals as they condemned the rest of society as trash. Therefore, he gazed deeply at CEO Wang. 1 week later, in a fit of rage, That Amorous Affair leaked audio recordings and photographs. There was a moment of silence. Wang Zemin's soul trembled unsteadily, yet Qin Yi continued with a neutral tone of voice, what's the easiest way to gain attention on the internet? Do something extraordinary. Incidentally, That Amorous Affair was quite beautiful. Furthermore, CEO Wang's size was something that others would do a double take at. Even I did a double take at it. Do you still remember the Eelgate incident? 1. It's easy to go viral these days. All you have to do is to look pretty and do something that others wouldn't ordinarily dare to do. And if this was something to do with sex, it would almost certainly go viral in an instant. After all, the creation of such content is akin to tossing a bloody piece of meat into a sea of sharks. The voracious humans lying in wait for the next piece of viral news would immediately snap at it and devour it. Just like that, That Amorous Affairs forum post continued to top the forums for an extended period of time. After 1 week, it finally caught the attention of several mainstream news platforms, and it was subsequently reported in all forms, shapes and sizes, whether in headlines or tabloid. Just like that, the relatively unknown Hyatt Corporation instantly shot to fame. Arthis acknowledged thoughtfully. Overnight, her photographs and audio recordings went viral and spread like wildfire throughout the internet. Thousands of vigilantes who thought that they had grasped the truth of the matter went straight towards Hyatt Corporation's humble website, hurling abuse and words of condemnation. They were vigilantes who perceived themselves to possess the moral high ground to berate and cuss others with the most abusive of words. They thought that this was the right. Wang Zemin sighed soullessly as he muttered with a firm resolution, I didn't do it. But my voice was far too insignificant at this point. I remember posting about it on Weibo. Yet my voice was almost immediately drowned out by the spit of those who think that they are the voice of reason. Building upon a single account of the incident posted by that amorous affair, all of these internet users began to hurl allegations at me, even picking out non-existent loopholes in my account to paint me in a bad light. I immediately shut down the company's website and started my own investigations, piecing together information to identify the culprit. Finally, I discovered who this person was. She was in fact a 25 years old fresh employee in my company. She's not a minor at all. Just 1 week ago, she called in a report for a pay revision, but I personally turned her down. After all, there were only a few employees within the Hyatt Corporation, and I personally took charge of these affairs. She alleged that her wages were too low. Certainly, her salary was a bit low, but there's no boss willing to pay workers any more than absolutely necessary. Hell, we all try to pay as little as we can. At the end of the day, it takes two hands to clap. These arrangements only work because one is willing to dish out the punishment, while the other is willing to receive it. It's a partnership by mutual agreement. If you can't accept these terms of engagement, find another job. At least, this was how I thought society worked. Yet, I had thoroughly underestimated just how cruel the human heart could be. Kinyi nodded his head. That's why you chose to sue. Wang Zemin chuckled bitterly as he gazed up at the ceiling. Have you ever thought about it? Have you ever thought about how twisted the human heart is? The moment we commenced a legal action in the courts, the entire Weibo was instantly silenced. Countless self-professed clairvoyants and vigilantes immediately changed their tacts and contemplated the possibility that there was more than meets the eye. Were we wrong? This matter is not as simple as it seems. Such reactions abounded. The lawsuit was an overwhelming success. Facts were facts after all. Hyatt won. I won. However, the results were not quite what I had expected. His voice rose sharply. In the end, all I ever got was a few hundred messages saying I'm sorry or I was wrong. Overnight, it was as though the rest of the tens of thousands of words of humiliation, abuse and curses had never been uttered once before. 3 words were all I got. The longest message of apology didn't extend beyond 10 words. And these messages ranging from 3 to 10 words from the 200 or so people were the only words of remorse I had received among the tens of thousands of people who had previously wronged me. The majority simply chose to forget everything that had ever happened in the past. They're no different from rabid dogs hiding behind their devices, waiting for the next piece of meat to show up to satiate their ravenous appetite. His voice gradually crescendoed to a climax and reverberated through the cold corners of the house. Several seconds later, he lowered his head once more and gnashed his teeth. The price of rumor-mongering is far too light. That's what emboldens these keyboard warriors. If the law doesn't punish the evildoers, these seemingly harmless evildoers will eventually become a cancerous cell to society. In their eyes, they had done nothing more than speak a few words each. Yet, their actions had forced me to leave the East Sia province altogether. Arthis was silent. She must have seen too many final farewells in her time, much like when she bade farewell to Jaina Proudman. In truth, Arthis had merely been puzzled and had taken time to consider the matter. Since that's the case, why then did the woman turn into an evil spirit? Kinyi replied just as calmly, since the result was clear and simple. The wind in the internet immediately shifted as soon as the verdict was out, and those who had initially condemned and cursed Hyatt turned around and lashed out at that amorous affair even more viciously. This was because they wanted, more than ever, to cover up their own misdeeds. These internet vigilantes hardly possess any conscience to begin with. Yet, the modicum of shame that remained in them compelled them to do something to close this chapter in their lives. And what was the best thing to do in their minds? Leave a comment under Hyatt's response? No, they knew no remorse. Instead, they chose to remain as venomous as ever. It's as though they were telling CEO Wang, look, I'm helping you out here. I'm condemning her on your behalf now. As to Hyatt's ordeal, these people had selectively forgotten about it. After all, it was difficult to slap yourself. Slapping others still achieved the more resounding result of the two. Arthis clicked her lips. TSK, 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 humans. There are times when humans can be far less adorable than ghosts. But of course. Kinyi's gaze was deep and abstruse. Ghosts will always be ghosts, but humans can sometimes become inhumane. We resented that amorous affair. Yet at the same time, we felt sympathetic towards her as well. This was because, having received an endless barrage of humiliating messages and furious words of condemnation, she finally chose to end her own life. She jumped off the roof of the Hyatt Corporation. Wang Zemin laughed. Do you know something? When I first learnt that she had leapt off the building, I was the one who issued the orders that no one was to go collect her body. I was pleased. Incredibly pleased. In fact, I'd never been so ecstatic about something before. At that time, I felt like my hatred for her could only be expiated after witnessing her corpse weather the elements for 3 whole days and nights. Just then, an astonished voice rang out from the corner of the room. Dad? Kinyi was taken aback and turned around immediately. Wang Chenhao had already come to his senses for some time, and he had been watching all of this in complete bewilderment from the corner of the room. Clinkety-clang. Just then, the bowl in front of the altar was overturned, and yin rice was scattered all over the floor. Pack, 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 pack. The sources of light in the house extinguished all at the same time. It was the clash between yin energy and yang energy. And the ghosts had snuffed out the light. Quick! Get to the point. Kinyi bellowed. What happened next? How did you die? Wang Zemin was taken aback. Within moments, his appearance began to fade and grow more and more illusory. He glanced at his own hands in dismay and yelled anxiously, after that woman died, I've been suffering from nightmares every day. Then, 1 week ago, an unknown sender mailed me a piece of stone, and I secured it within my office safe. The code is 200,086 Aha's birthday. The day after tomorrow is his birthday. As to how I died, I'm not too certain either. It feels as though I'd gone to sleep and never quite woke up. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of chains resounded from the void above them. Wang Zemin, together with his unfinished words, had finally disappeared from the face of the mortal realm. Silence. With a blank expression on his face, Kinyi picked up the bowl of chicken blood and splashed it all over the altar. This was to leave no traces of yin energy behind. Then, Kinyi made his way towards Wang Chenhao. Still somewhat dazed, Wang Chenhao stared blankly at Kinyi as he asked, what's going on? Am my dad's spirit? What the hell happened here? Earlier. Before he could finish babbling, Kinyi struck him forcefully on the back of his neck. Wang Chenhao's eyes rolled back, and he passed out completely in an instant. When the light came on once again, nobody spoke. Both of them were deep in their own thoughts. So that woman's lingering obsession was with the fact that she didn't become the CEO's wife. That's ridiculous. Arthis muttered indifferently. With a teacup in hand, Kinyi chuckled lightly. I can imagine that despite your immensely long life thus far, you must not have interacted much with the living. Humans are peculiar creatures. When no hope is in sight, we'll just quietly await our doom. But if we were to catch a glimmer of hope, only to see it fade out once more, that overwhelming feeling of despair is sufficient to turn the kindest of persons into the vilest of EVLs. So what do you plan to do? Simple. Kinyi glanced at Wang Chenhao. Won't everything be over once he gets the stone back? Instant silence. Seconds later, Arthis pressed the issue with some measure of disbelief. Are you saying that you don't intend to grant deliverance to this ghost? Is that how things work now? Kinyi glanced at the pokeball with ridicule. Naturally. Why clash head-on against the enemy team when you can simply take a tower from under their noses? The goal is to claim towers, not heads. 2. But, weren't you hell-bent on making the first move just some moments ago? What caused the sudden change of mind? Kinyi sighed faintly, before putting on philosophical airs. As I mentioned earlier, when no hope can be seen, we humans tend to just await our doom like the lazy slackers we are. However, the reverse is also true. As soon as hope peeks out over the horizon, mankind will do anything in our power to strive towards our goals. That's a completely glib and deceptive answer. Also, is it really a good idea to spare an evil ghost in the presence of a former judge like me? Didn't you put up a little bit of a fight earlier? If you keep at it and work harder, you might one day even impress me. You're asking the impossible. Kinyi presented himself righteous as he responded in a dignified manner, unless I'm forced into a corner, it's just not in my nature to struggle. Not in this lifetime. 1. This refers to an incident in March 2017 when a female broadcaster, in order to increase the number of views and gifts to her, inserted an eel into the orifice between her legs. Her stream instantly went viral. Those involved in the Eel's Gate incident were arrested in May 2017 and prosecuted. In 2019, the main anchor Kiki was sentenced to 1 year and 9 months in prison, together with a fine of RMB 50,000. 2. Yet another MOBA reference. Chapter 17, that fateful incident 5 years ago. 2. Arthis conceded. She was willing to bet good money that if this conversation had taken place several hundred years ago between her and one of the emissaries of hell under her command, she would already have sentenced him to be purged under the feet of Xitigaba. India, someone trapped in a soul sphere has no choice but to bow down in submission for now. What would people say of history's last emissary of hell, if they knew his sole talent lay in staying alive via cheating and deception? Repressing the discomfort in her heart, she sneered disdainfully, but isn't letting him live tantamount to courting your own doom? No, no, no. Kinyi wagged his finger confidently. Firstly, you've forgotten all about Sledgehammer Wang's identity. And who is Sledgehammer Wang? That's not the main point. The main point is that Mr. Sledgehammer is Wang Zemin's son, and he's the only one who can gain access to CEO Wang's room. Secondly, he can go in the day, while the ghosts are still in hiding. Arthis thought about it. The plan was practically watertight. Logically speaking, there's nothing wrong with your plan. Yet, for some strange reason, something about it still feels a little bit off. I'm going to rest for a bit. Try not to call me if there's nothing serious. She felt crushed. Wang Chenghao found himself abruptly awakened to the tempo of Kinyi's slaps on his face. However, the fact that his cheeks were on fire was the least of his concerns right now. He blinked his eyes and scanned his surroundings in dismay. Did I just see my father? What was he doing here? He cowered like a rabbit before a predator, trembling as he pleaded, "What's going on? Kinyi? I beg you, please tell me. I feel like I'm going mad." Kinyi clamped his palms on Wang Chenghao's cheeks and lifted his head as he gazed straight into the depths of his eyes. Your father has already passed on, and your stepmother has likely been possessed. If my guess is right, you're the only person in your family that is still alive. Wang Chenghao's jaw dropped in complete shock. He blinked his eyes with a vacant stare, and his entire body shook uncontrollably. A feeling of overwhelming terror sent waves of shivers shooting across his body. How is this possible? We've been living together for such a long time. Does this mean that I've actually been living with a bunch of corpses? What's going on? Kinyi caught every moment of Wang Chenghao breakdown from confusion to despair. It was only when tears began welling up in the corners of Wang Chenghao's eyes did Kinyi smile faintly. Do you want to live? Wang Chenghao desperately nodded his head. For some strange reason, he found Kinyi's present disposition to be somewhat terrifying. Even though there was a smile on Kinyi's face, Kinyi's imposing disposition was sufficient to elicit Wang Chenghao's complete trust and faith in him. TSK, look at you now. Where's that air of arrogance that you used to flaunt so much in school gone? Head up. Chest out. Stand straight. Kinyi patted Wang Chenghao's shoulder. You've got to fight for your own life if you want to live. Wang Chenghao gritted his teeth. That's right, no one is obliged to help me out. Rather than desperately beg others for help, why don't I just help myself? Airingo with double acute Kinyi finally withdrew his hand as he continued with a kind expression, And after you fight and give it your all, you'll still find your efforts completely in vain. Wang Chenghao's expressions immediately twisted in a pathetic manner. He opened his mouth slightly as though he wanted to say something, only to find the words lodged in his throat. It felt as though he were eating shit. And yet, for some strange reason, it left a slightly sweet taste in his mouth. Then, Qin Yi's smile faded, and he revealed a stern expression as he explained, "If you want to live, the first thing you'll need to do is to go to your father's office and locate his safe. The code is 200,086. You'll find a piece of stone inside. Bring that to me." "All right. I'll go first thing in the morning, t. Wang Chenghao's teeth chattered rhythmically as he shivered. He avoided Qin Yi's gaze and glanced down at his own legs. Haha, why are my legs shivering uncontrollably? I'm not afraid. It's good that you're not afraid. Don't worry. Brave boys have good luck. Those who have no luck are all dead anyway." Qin Yi patted his shoulders. "It's too dangerous to go back at this time of night. Feel free to stay here for now." Wang Chenghao clutched timidly at his chest as he nodded his head. Then, he wrapped his blanket around himself as tightly as a cocoon and shivered himself to sleep. At 7 a.m. the very next morning, Wang Chenghao departed from the funerary street with a pale expression on his face. Only one of the 3 lamps above his head was still alight. Yet, even the remaining flame flickered dangerously in the rising sun, as though it would be snuffed out in the very next moment. Qin Yi left Wang Chenghao to deal with his own affairs. Instead, he switched on his own computer and began trawling through the forums for the Hyatt Corporation debacle that occurred 5 years ago. Although a substantial period of time had lapsed since then, forum posts are rarely deleted from the online archives. He should have no issues locating what he was looking for. He logged onto the Xian'ai forums and typed in the keywords Hyatt. Very soon, hundreds and hundreds of posts appeared before his eyes. "You remember?" Arthas was somewhat surprised. "It's only natural for someone who's lived among humans for such a long time. I've got all the necessary memberships." Qin Yi clicked on one of the posts that had thousands of comments to it. The author of this post was naturally that amorous affair. This should be the original post. It's also the starting point of the entire debacle. It was like what Arthas had mentioned before, the first immutable principle that all emissaries of hell should learn was that nothing is unrelated to a ghost's obsession, no matter how bizarre the situation might seem at first blush. Put differently, it is precisely the ghost's obsession that drives it towards ceaselessly repetitive actions. These details may well lead one to the key to eventually delivering the ghost. Although Qin Yi had already begun creeping forward with a view of stealing the tower from under the enemy's noses, he still had to be prepared for any contingencies. His manifold life experiences taught him the importance of not getting caught off guard. Qin Yi continued skimming through one comment after the other. Things were no different from his recollection. Give me a break. Clickbaits like this are a dime a dozen. Can't you come up with something fresh? What a waste of my brain cells. User 029344. Haha, no pic, no talk. You allege that the old CEO has his sights on you? Do you think you're a hottie or something? Conan, Cathay. Even if this is true, you're just a scheming bitch who's looking to ascend the social ladder, aren't you? You were used, and now you're here to elicit feelings of sympathy for you? Get lost. Pessimistic, resentful user abusive language like this was like an invisible knife. It flowed casually from the users' mouths, yet penetrated deep into their target's heart. Qin Yi continued to scroll through the comments placidly. Very soon, he located a comment which had tens of photographs attached. Qin Yi paused. What? That's strange. Qin Yi looked at the photographs with a grave expression on his face. These photographs should have depicted the carnal interactions between a man and a woman, and the website should already have 404 of them as well. This was that amorous affairs post, which was the inflection point of this entire debacle. It was precisely the emergence of these photographs that sent the post into viral overdrive, after all. But, why hasn't the post been censored yet? In fact, the photograph that appeared did not even depict the carnal interactions between a man and a woman. Instead, it was simply the photograph of an office space. This was the office of CEO Wang. It was taken at night when the lights were on, yet not a single person was captured in the frames of the photographs. Each and every photograph was taken from a different perspective. It was almost as though a pair of invisible eyes continued to watch the office space silently each night. "Look here." Arthis suddenly spoke, and Kinyi shifted his attention to the location pointed out by Arthis, and he noticed it immediately. It was in the reflection of the windows located just behind CEO Wang's seat. There, a lady with disheveled hair stood motionlessly under the dim lights of the room with her arms hanging limply about her. The perspective of the photographs and the lighting were both very poor, and one could easily gloss over these details if one did not scrutinize the same closely. This woman was wearing a black-colored dress ensemble that seemed to meld into the dark of the night. Upon closer inspection, Kinyi could vaguely make out a bloodshot eye staring straight through the draping hair at the seat where CEO Wang had built his business from. It was a ghastly photo. This photograph was not snapped by human hands at all. Rather, it was this evil spirit that had captured snapshots of its surroundings and posted them onto the forums. Yet, despite this being on the public domain, there was not a single person who had realized this to date. When was this changed? Kinyi was taken aback. He looked to the top of the post. There, the timestamp stated the 19th of August 2025. 10 days ago. This was that Amorous Affairs post, and these photographs had been uploaded by her as well. In other words, a woman who had already died 5 years ago had just edited her own post 10 days ago. In fact, this was clear evidence that she had been staring menacingly at CEO Wang's back every night since 10 days ago. Kinyi's eyes gleamed as though it was on fire, and he immediately went back to the original post and began scrutinizing it once more. "Did you discover something?" "Yes." Kinyi's eyes glowed brightly as he pointed at the number of comments on the screen. "If there's anything remarkable about me as a person, it's the fact that I've got a pretty good memory. If memory serves me well, the level of this post had earlier been 8,472. In other words, there have been 8,472 people who have commented or replied to this post since its incipience. But now, do you see the number? 8,473. In other words, from the time he accessed the already dormant post, someone, or something, had silently commented on it again. According to the forum's rules, the original post would immediately be bumped back up to the first page of the forums as soon as someone comments on it or replies to it. This was the definition of bumping up posts. However, this post was not bumped up. Kinyi drew a deep breath and flipped all the way to the final page of the post. As soon as the page loaded, he saw several comments in a row, all of which were written in blood-red font and signed off by "That Amorous Affair." It was none other than the lady who had died 5 years ago. I'm back. I'm not lying. I've got him. Tonight. And the last comment was something that had just been posted. "I know, you're watching." And it was now daytime. It was daytime at the funerary street. Bright beams of sunlight shone into Kinyi's shop, the afterlife, illuminating the paper servants, paper horses, firecrackers, incense and candles alike. It was as though everything were covered with a faint, white sheen of smoke. It was clearly midday, yet the room suddenly felt oppressively quiet. A pervasive, netherworldly chill filled the air. "Damn, that's something." Arthis was stunned for a moment before she chuckled. "That's some temper she's got. It's been some time since I've seen a ghost that has dared to oppose an emissary of hell." "Oh, that's right. Given the amount of time that she's been an evil spirit, I'm afraid she might not even have heard of hell. As things stand right now, I'm afraid the only ghosts who would know to fear hell are at least centennial spirits." Kinyi was also somewhat stunned by this. It was only after he had personally been to hell that he finally understood how terrifying it was. A provincial-level bureaucrat like Arthis had been relegated to hiding in the depths of the abyss for survival, while the six-fold ghost kings were existences that possessed sufficient power to instantly annihilate infernal judges with a single strike. And this didn't even take into account the Yamas of the 10 palaces and King Yanlua who ruled over them all. Hell, even Granny Men was already someone that caused others to tremble at her sight. What kind of gall did this ghost have to provoke a national organization like Hell? Screw her. Qin Yi's fingers tapped rapidly at the screen. You probably haven't heard of me before. Regardless, I'm giving you a chance to turn yourself in. 12 midnight tonight, when the moon hangs high above the willow tree and the world is deep in slumber. What do you say? No response. It was almost as though the other's computer had crashed. Something about this still feels off. Seconds later, another line of crimson words appeared, look at your phone. As soon as he read the ghost's response, his cell phone immediately began to ring at maximum volume. Instead of picking up the call immediately, Qin Yi glanced at the dated wall clock hanging behind him. It's 12. Arthas immediately understood the significance of this. Something's gone awry. It had been 5 hours, yet they had not received a single phone call in the meantime. Given how frightened Wang Chenghao had been, he would most certainly have called Qin Yi as soon as he had completed his task. Unfortunately, Qin Yi still hadn't heard from him yet. Qin Yi sighed. It seems like he's got quite the dumb luck. Could he be dead? Arthas chuckled contemptuously. I'm not trying to look down on this ghost. It's just that killing a human in broad daylight is something that even I would refrain from attempting. So, how could it possibly do so with its meager abilities? Chapter 18, Visitation. So she's doing this to protest. Qin Yi tapped on the edges of his phone thoughtfully before he finally answered the call. He put her on the speakerphone, yet there was no sound. It was almost as though his phone had been connected to the bottomless abyss in the depths of hell. Everything had suddenly gone incredibly silent. Then, about 20 seconds later, Qin Yi finally heard the first audible sound communicated through the phone. It was the sound of water droplets. In fact, it was the sound of water droplets falling from mid-air and striking the ground. Drip, drip, drip. The rhythmic drops sounded incredibly still and tranquil, yet eerie at the same time. Erg, erg. Just then, the phone transmitted a different type of sound altogether. It was faint and barely audible, yet it was a drone that went on and on. It sounded like the desperate gasping sounds made by a person who had been locked in a dungeon for decades on end and deprived of water. It was the sound emitted by parched throats, almost akin to the sound of glass shards grinding against each other. Hey dear, that's poor form. Qin Yi finally responded, stop using the dated spooking techniques of the 90s. It's a bit underwhelming. Don't get me wrong, I'm not trying to nag at you, but given that you are a modern-day ghost, don't you think that you should keep up with the times as well? Is there really any point in mimicking the sounds of a horror film? For that matter, have you even obtained the licensing rights from Ms. Jion? Don't. A low and hoarse voice could be heard on the other end of the phone. It was intermittent, almost as though someone was playing back an audio recording on an old-fashioned recorder. Qin Yi sneered, don't? What do you mean by don't? Are you finally afraid of me now? Weren't you still happily fooling around earlier? However, it sounded as though Qin Yi's provocation didn't even register with the voice on the other end of the phone. Speaking with the same low frequency, the hoarse voice continued, but in Biep. As soon as she finished speaking, the line was immediately cut. She's a feisty one, isn't she? The frivolous expression on Qin Yi's face diminished substantially as he glanced meaningfully at the soul sphere on the table. What do you think? That was quite the insightful interaction. Arthas paused for a moment of deliberation before continuing. Firstly, you need to understand the distinction between each rank of ghosts. You've been apprised of the differences among the S-grade ghosts through to the A-grade ghosts. The truth of the matter is that there are corresponding qualitative classifications to the ghosts as well. The A-grade ghosts correspond with ordinary souls or spirits. In other words, these are the ghosts that are more commonly known as wandering spirits or drifting spirits. The D-grade ghosts refer to vengeful apparitions. These are ghosts who had been so enraptured by their obsessions prior to death that their spirits were unable to dissipate after they died, thereby becoming vengeful apparitions. The vengeful apparitions only possess ordinary capabilities. The C-grade classification refers to malevolent ghasts. Malevolent ghasts have developed the capacity to infiltrate and influence a person's mind as well as manipulate external objects. Ghasts must be eradicated once discovered. Furthermore, ghasts also possess cognitive functions and the ability to speak just like any other human out there. The ghost that we had just interacted with was mumbling incoherently at all times, and that tells us that it probably isn't a C-ranked ghast. If we use the proper nomenclature, it would either be a pseudo-ghast or a vengeful apparition at best. Arthas pondered, this means, she's never truly mastered the use of the shard of King Yanlo's seal. She won't be too formidable. It should probably be well within your abilities to subdue her. It's not just a mere probability. Kinyi continued to fidget with his phone. Several seconds later, he continued with a categorical declaration, it's a certainty. She didn't react in the slightest despite my sudden interjection earlier. Her tone of voice didn't even change one bit. This proves that she has no capacity for conscious thought at all. Her existence is purely built on her obsession, and she simply wants the death of the Wang family. Nothing else forms part of her considerations. He furrowed his brows slightly and paused for several more seconds before he continued, but, have you considered this? Her abilities are far from strong, yet she dares to provoke and challenge a fully fledged emissary of hell. She even possesses the ability to make a move against Wang Chenhao in broad daylight. This is well beyond the abilities of a mere apparition. Arthas was silent. It took her some moments before she finally responded in a calm voice, do you know something? Humans are interesting creatures after all. I'd really like to know something. I'd witnessed you fawning over Granny Meng and currying favor with her earlier at the Nerika Bridge. Previously, your life was centered around the tenet of mere survival and getting by, and yet, now, you're courageously confronting the troublemaking ghost with no qualms at all, even spinning silk from cocoons and painstakingly investigating the matter. Which exactly is the real you? There had only been mere seconds from the time when Kinyi received the phone call to the time when he started buffeting the evil ghost with probative questions. Yet, despite the short interval of time he had to make preparations, he had made the most appropriate choice by asking what seemed like a completely innocuous set of questions in order to achieve the answer that they so desired. They were now able to assess the ghost's true abilities. Arthas immediately understood what Kinyi was trying to achieve as soon as he had embarked on his line of questioning. One old man, and one old ghost, were able to cooperate surprisingly seamlessly without any form of prior coordination. Please be precise with your words. What do you mean by fawning and currying favor? It was a tactical retreat in the circumstances. Kinyi continued bluntly, truth be told, I'd very much like to continue cruising along and doing just enough to get by, but there's no longer any way of doing so without confronting the problem in front of me right now. So? Arthas interjected, so you've come to the conclusion that there's no longer a point in just getting by? Not quite. Kinyi sighed with exasperation, my goal now is simply to dine and dash. This kid truly knows himself well. Arthas found his response rather apt for the circumstances, and she found herself completely lost for words. Well, what do you plan to do next? Kinyi sneered, I'd initially been thinking of tackling the root of the problem while leaving myself some room for maneuver. But given how Wang Chenhao hasn't returned yet, I'm left with no choice. I'll have to strike without mercy. He declared resolutely, she dares to fight back against Hell's dictum? This ghost truly hasn't understood the meaning of death. Should I be pleased? Why does it seem like you're far more confident after learning of the extent of your enemy's strength? It's like you've transformed from a Gintama character to a Dragon Ball's character in just an instant. I still can't quite get used to the stark change in your persona so far. You know nothing. I've merely made a tactical choice. The weather today was peculiar, to say the least. The sky had been clear and cloudless all throughout the morning. Yet, as soon as the clock struck 3 p.m., the sky quickly became overcast. Whoosh! Strong winds began to sweep across the lands. Anyone could tell that it was the precursor to a massive downpour. At 6 p.m., a peal of thunder resounded powerfully, and crackles of greenish-white lightning peeked out from the blackened clouds like mythical dragons dancing in the sky. The entire lands were blanketed with darkness and trembled at the mercy of the thunder-god's fury. Squeak! A wooden door was gently pushed open in the afterlife, and a paper umbrella extended out of the gap between the door and its frame. Kinyi stood under the umbrella, dressed in his Hell's emissary uniform and fully clothed with his authority as an inspector of Hell. He was heading out at the onset of the demonic hour. Whoosh! A massive gust of wind replete with splatter from the torrential downpour kicked up the corner of his robes. The recent surge in reports of paranormal activities on online forums and social media, coupled with the government's lack of intervention, meant that the entire county was devoid of life as soon as the clock struck 6 p.m. The only trace of civilization were the dim yellowish glows of the street lamps lining the roads. This was the funerary street. Patter patter. The torrential rain poured down like innumerable silver threads connecting the sky and the earth. From time to time, Kinyi could see some people, both young and old, drifting by the roads that should have otherwise been sparse and empty. However, the strangest thing was that these pedestrians were only dressed in green or white, or a mix of both. No other colors could be seen on their bodies. In fact, one could make out wisps of smoke emanating from their bodies. If one took a closer look, he would realize that the feet of these pedestrians never once touched the ground. They acted like puppets, monotonously repeating the same actions that they had habitually done in their previous life, over and over again. These were spirits. Drifting spirits, also known as wandering spirits. These souls no longer have a place to go to because Hell has been emptied out. That's why they're simply drifting about aimlessly. Arthas explained in a hushed voice, if a magistrate doesn't appear very soon, the mortal realm is going to experience a great collapse. Kinyi nodded his head. Rain continued to wash off the edges of his paper umbrella, forming a neat curtain of water in front of him as he continued to march towards his destination. Wherever he went, the wandering spirits would bow down and prostrate to him, paying their respects to him with trembling as though he were an emperor walking among his palace servants. There was no logical thought process behind these actions. They were merely instinctual. Clink clank. The soul shackles around his waist clattered. Kinyi glanced in the direction of the Hyatt Corporation. The heavens are furious, and Hell's Gate is open. Do you really think you can get out of this predicament alive? This was an incident that would determine whether he lived or died 3 days later. He would very much have liked to explore an amicable solution to this problem. But, now that he was forced into a corner, anyone in his shoes would go for broke. Meanwhile, at the top floor of the Hyatt Corporation building, 2 bloodshot eyes seemed to have sensed something amidst the torrential downpour, and they glanced menacingly in the direction of the funerary street. Ugh. Kinyi continued to walk on slowly. He saw wandering spirits drifting everywhere within the county. By Hell's dictum, all ghostly rabble must disperse. Not a single spirit dared to even draw close to an official emissary of Hell. The county was not large by any means, and Kinyi found his way to the entrance to the Hyatt Corporation building very soon. Even though it was only a small 5-story building, it was still considered a very conspicuous existence within the county. This was a building that had been erected in the 2000s, and it was already showing signs of its age. Just then, the main door that should have been locked tight was silently opened. Faint yellowing light glowed from within. It looked almost as though the gates of Hell had just been opened. We emissaries come from Hell to begin with. Without hesitation, Kinyi stepped right through the main door of the building. Kinyi was immediately greeted with a grand reception desk. Yet, nobody was manning it. Flashes of lightning toggled the ambience of the main hall between light and dark. Kinyi entered the elevator and pressed a button. Then, as soon as the doors shut, the lights in the elevator flickered and sizzled before going out completely. His eyes glanced around his surroundings sharply. Someone's here. The elevator had been completely empty when he first got in. Yet as soon as the door shut, his reflection in the mirror revealed that behind him stood a woman with long disheveled hair. She was wearing a long black dress and red high heels, and she hung her head lowly. Just like that, she stood silently behind Qin Yi, almost as though she were his shadow. As the lights went out, her bloodshot eyes could be seen underneath her curtain of disheveled hair. She was staring directly at Qin Yi. It was that moment when light and dark intersected. The strangest part about all of this was the fact that the elevator was still slowly ascending. BZZT. Just then, a peculiar sound could be heard in the pitch-black darkness of the elevator. Erg, erg. It came from right behind Qin Yi. Qin Yi's palm wrapped around the hilt of his saber in the dark. His ears perked up and twitched slightly as though he were a prowling tiger. He regulated his breath and lowered its magnitude to a minimum. One man, one ghost. Both were trying to sense each other in the dark. Swish! A faint trace of cold wind tickled the hairs on Qin Yi's neck. Simultaneously, a bright gleam of light cut through the darkness in the elevator like a bright shooting star. It was the bright gleam of a saber. A glint of light shot through the air like a jade shooting star, and the saber shimmered like autumn frost. The sounds of the saber unsheathing and sheathing seemed to echo at the same instant. A miserable scream cried out. Then, with a click, the lights came back on once more, and the only person that could be seen in the lift's mirrors was Qin Yi's reflection. The lift door suddenly opened. The third floor? He had clearly pressed the button to the fifth floor earlier. You're guilty of the crimes of resisting arrest and obstruction of justice. A crackle of lightning flashed in the background. Qin Yi's arm was wrapped tightly around the hilt of his saber. Well then, do pardon my lack of manners. Before he even finished speaking, the soul shackles around his waist began clattering. In the blink of an eye, the chains had already transformed into tens of chains and shot in all directions around him. The chains seemed endless, and appeared to act as though they were Qin Yi's eyes. With a massive crash, everything on the third floor, including the doors, desks and cabinets, were immediately shattered into pieces. That said, the hooks at the end of the chains didn't penetrate the wall ls, and instead appeared to act as Qin Yi's eyes. In just less than 10 seconds, innumerable chains had already scattered across the entire floor, dividing the space into far smaller partitions as they continued to linger about menacingly. Office paper scattered like confetti in the air. Ding-a-ling. A chime echoed softly from the end of the soul shackles that were wrapped around his waist. Within moments, the sound of several bell ls echoed throughout the rooms like a rising tide of sound. She's escaped. Arthas remarked placidly, she's even weaker than we had expected. That said, where does she think she can run to? This building only has 5 floors. We can lock down each floor of the building systematically from the ground up. There's a massive thunderstorm out there, and the evil ghost will most certainly perish if it goes out right now. Qin Yi remained silent. His pupils were gleaming with traces of bright light. A netherworld operative could hardly be considered a high-ranking emissary of hell. In fact, he was merely akin to a village leader in the netherworld. He didn't possess any magical powers like the Anitai Helgward or the infernal judges did. And apart from the low-grade implements such as the demon-head saber in his hands and the soul shackles around his waist, the only other thing that he could rely on was merely the privileges and benefits that were conferred upon all emissaries of hell. In this regard, one of the most basic of benefits conferred upon all emissaries of hell was the infernal eyes. Upon activation, everything in one's vision would turn completely monochromatic and nothing would be hidden from sight. Neither day nor night made any difference to a user with the infernal eyes. Escaped? He still held onto the hilt of his saber tightly. That's right, her physical body has escaped. But can you tell me what this is? Arthas was completely startled. This is Chapter 19, Your Undead Army. The building was by no means large. After all, Hyatt was not a large corporation to begin with. Right this moment, the corridor leading up from the 3rd to the 4th floor of the building was packed with over 10 spirits that were drifting about, completely obstructing their access to the next floor. Is this your undead army? Qin Yi furrowed his brows. Of course not, my troops are currently in Northa. Hang on, why do I even have to answer such a stupid question of yours in the first place? Qin Yi noticed that Arthas' disposition had somewhat changed. He had the urge to ask her what was responsible for turning a former high-level bureaucrat into someone less imposing than a little bird. Where was all her nobility and frigid charisma? These are familiar spirits. Arthis explained with some measure of bewilderment. It's strange to see things like familiar spirits here. Have you heard of a saying, familiar to a tiger? The saying speaks exactly of familiar spirits. Legend has it that a tiger would transform any human it devours into a familiar spirit of its own and use that to lure and draw in other travelers to the tiger's den. Why would something like that appear here? Qin Yi furrowed his brows. That's not the point. What I want to know is just how strong these familiar spirits are. Very weak. They practically have no offensive abilities at all. These familiars can create some illusions at best. As soon as she finished her explanation, Qin Yi shot forward like an arrow loosened from a bow. Arthis' lips twitched slightly. He was still gripping the hilt of his saber nervously when the familiar spirit's abilities were yet unknown to him. But as soon as he discovered that these spirits don't possess offensive abilities at all, he immediately shot forward like a horse with a fire lit up its ass. What kind of a person is this? Shining. Dazzling light shone wherever Qin Yi's saber went. The demon's head on his saber ignited with a gloomy flame, devouring soul after soul as they were cut down. Wherever the saber's light went, the sueles melted as rapidly as the snow melts in the warm spring sun. Waves of rooted yin energy surged towards him like tidal waves, only to be scattered by a simple cry on his part. Then, after one last flourish of his saber, the lingering yin energy finally dispersed to the surroundings. The revivification of hell was finally underway. An emissary of hell had been dispatched, and the weak drifting spirits had encountered their natural predators. TSSS. The corridor linking the third and fourth floors finally opened up. Qin Yi charged up immediately. The entrance to the fourth floor of the building was a complete mess, as though someone had earlier been ransacking the place. The originally orderly office desks had all been knocked on their sides or overturned, computer accessories were scattered everywhere, and even the lights had all been shattered. As soon as Qin Yi made it up to the fourth floor, the doors and windows to the corridor were immediately snapped shut at the same time. Bang! A crackle of thunder struck the window outside, causing everything to turn greenish-white momentarily. Qin Yi's hands were still wrapped tightly around the hilt of his saber. He could tell that there was an existence on this floor of the building whose level of yin energy was on a completely different scale than the familiar spirits. But he was uncertain just how much stronger this entity was. It was probably still weaker than him, but it would nevertheless be wise to treat this opponent seriously. This must be where that amorous affair's true body is. So soon? He muttered softly as he glanced vigilantly at his surroundings. Arthis was similarly puzzled. To be honest, there's nothing wrong with her appearing already. She's only just come into contact with the shard of King Yanluo's seal a few days ago, and it's evident she hasn't mastered its use yet. How many tricks do you think a piece of trash like her would have up her sleeves? That said, she was still able to capture Sledgehammer Wang in broad daylight, so the full extent of her abilities should still be hidden for now. At the very least, there's no reason for her to reveal the full extent of her might at the moment. Drip. Just then, Qin Yi felt an icy cold sensation on his neck. He touched it. It was blood. Ice-cold blood. Coming from just above his head. Erg, erg. A peculiar noise that was mechanically intermittent came from the ceiling just overhead. Despite the windows and doors on the fourth floor being completely shut, a chilling wind of yin energy had begun to blow, causing Qin Yi's hell's emissary robes to flutter wildly. Simultaneously, the demon-head saber sliced through the air, drawing a magnificent radiant arc of light in the air. Bang! With a muffled sound, Qin Yi retreated 2 meters. A crackle of lightning flashed once more, and Qin Yi finally managed to catch a glimpse of the true face of the ghost on the ceiling. This is... Even though he was already mentally prepared, he still couldn't help gasping in shock. Even Arthis was taken aback, and it took her some time before she could remark, "So that's how it is. I finally get it." The ghost wasn't even in human form. Ghosts generally maintain the appearances of its physical form just prior to death, regardless of their class or circumstances. Yet, that amorous affair did not. Instead, she possessed an almost ethereal body. Her face was incomparably pale, as though it was completely devoid of blood. Her disheveled hair hung loose, somewhat obscuring the demonically bloodshot eyes of hers. Her gaping wide mouth was filled with vicious, gnarly fangs, all of which were ink black in color. She wore a black dress. Her body was as twisted and contorted as humanly possible. Yet, beneath the dress, was the lower half of a tiger's body. Furthermore, her body seemed rather incomplete. Several dark and grisly holes the size of a finger's width covered her entire body. It was reminiscent of one who had been sentenced to the ancient Iron Maiden punishment. Her entire body was riddled with holes. It was terrifying. Ugh, ugh. The lower half of her body continued to cling tightly to the ceiling. What had just struck Qin Yi was evidently not her arms. Rather, it was her tail. Simultaneously, she was holding tightly to a foot-wide safe with her hands. "Kid, I'm afraid that things aren't as you'd expected." Arthur's voice seemed somewhat distant. Her form, I've seen it somewhere before. Half man, half tiger, and escorted by familiar spirits. This is a phenomenon known as the tiger fabrication. 1. The holes in her body represent the thousands of pointed verbal attacks that she had received prior to her death, each puncture leaving a deep, grisly wound in her body that lingers for the rest of time, even after death. The voice of Wang Zemin that you'd heard over the phone was probably also something spoken by one of her familiar spirits in an attempt to lure others to investigate the tiger's den. Unless one has an immense grievance with no viable outlet for ventilation, it's practically impossible to inherit this form after death. Damn that CEO Wang, was he messing with us despite the fact that we'd summoned his soul for the final time? A grievous death. Qin Yi glanced at the vengeful apparition on the ceiling with some measure of surprise. He was instantly reminded about the post that he had seen, about how incredibly critical and harsh the anonymous voices had been in their accusations towards that amorous affair as soon as the verdict was passed. It was overwhelming. These were the anonymous voices of internet vigilantes who had abused the Hyatt Corporation on her behalf after hearing her account of the incident. Then, as soon as they perceived that they had been made use of, and their intelligence had been insulted, they doubled down on their abusive words and launched intense mudslinging attacks on the one whom they were trying to help in the first place. It was their curses and marrow-piercing insults, and the immense tidal wave of humiliating words and threats that cut deep into her body and turned her into what she was today. But, this was an old incident from 5 years ago. Was there still a hidden secret to it? Ugh, ugh. The bloodshot eyes stared transfixed at Qin Yi. At the same time, Qin Yi regulated his emotions and spoke with a low voice. Regardless of whether you'd been maligned or not, the fact remains that you've murdered someone. There are rules to all things. Since you've committed the crime of murder, you'll naturally be subjected to the commensurate punishment. Submit to me, and you may be granted mercy from the immeasurable suffering you might otherwise face. Do you understand what I'm saying? Roar. With a fierce tiger's roar, the apparition leapt down from the ceiling and pounced straight towards Qin Yi. Quick. Incredibly quick. In fact, it was so quick that its strike had already arrived right in front of Qin Yi before he was even able to react to it or dodge its attack. You're courting death. Since it was too late to take evasive measures, there was no point in attempting such trivialities altogether. With a battle cry of his own, the demon-head saber in his hand trembled. His clothes fluttered on its own, while the veins of his arm grabbing tightly to the hilt of the saber bulged violently. Bam! The yin energy in his surroundings began to rush madly towards him. In an instant, the convergence of yin energy transformed into a several-meter-large cyclone that raged from his feet. Just as the apparition arrived in front of him, the demon-head saber in Qin Yi's hands finally shifted. It was slow, so slow that it appeared to be completely motionless. But, this was a mere optical illusion that had only occurred because his actual movements were so quick that the naked eye was unable to track his movements. Thus, it simply appeared as though nothing had shifted at all. Whoosh! Time seemed to freeze in that instant. The apparition's dress and hair fluttered wildly before falling down again. Her bloodshot eyes were still gazing menacingly at Qin Yi. Then, the sound of a saber being sheathed finally broke the oppressive silence. Clink. Do you know? Kinyi gasped for breath. His expressions were somewhat pale. The orders of hell are on a completely different level from your meager gathering of drifting spirits. Both the hell's emissary robes and the subduing saber can be considered treasures of hell, each of which are imbued with magical abilities that allow me to suppress ghosts on a level equivalent to mine. In the human context, it would be akin to how police are equipped with guns. Would that be a more easily understandable analogy? In fact, I've become fond of referring to my saber as a Zenpakuto. And this move is officially called the Phantom Cleave. Me? I'd like to call it the Jitsuga Tensho. 2. Unfortunately, it's an ability that I can only use once a day. The tiger claws formed by congealing the surrounding yin energy had stopped approximately 10 centimeters in front of him. It was unable to go any further. Like a sculpture, the apparition trembled vigorously. Then, with a loud whoosh, her ethereal body was scattered by a powerful gust of winds, reducing her to nothing more than several spots of green light that continued to hover about and linger in midair. The safe which she had been clinging tightly to finally fell to the ground, and the door to the safe was knocked open. Crash. As soon as the apparition vanished, the glass elements in the entire building were all blown out to bits. A sphere of minute slash marks expanded out in all directions, etching themselves into the walls and ceiling of the building. Kinyi stood tall at the center of it all. I'm a person who never does anything he's not certain of. Kinyi breathed out a long sigh of relief. Simultaneously, his proof of identity as an emissary of hell flew up from his bosom, and a line of writing was mysteriously added to its records. Granted deliverance to one vengeful apparition, maximum of 20 merit points granted. Remaining points required for promotion to a soul hunter, 180 merit points. So this is the so-called merit system. Kinyi scanned the words on his proof of identity, and he was about to shift his gaze away when he suddenly froze in place. Then, he did a double take at the records. No. There's a problem. Granted deliverance? Having also noticed the same issue, Arthis exclaimed, that's not right. Hell is incredibly strict about its ranks and forms. And the merit system, which is the foundation that the rank system is built upon, is even stricter. After all, there are only a few billions of people in the mortal realm. But I'm afraid that the number of souls that have accumulated in hell over time is well beyond this number. Therefore, expunging a ghost and granting deliverance upon a ghost are completely different things. There is no way that the merit system will mix these up. She continued, expunging is when an evil ghost refuses to submit and ends up being destroyed by an official of hell so that it would no longer do any harm to the world. Granting deliverance is quite something else altogether. Deliverance is when an evil ghost submits to conversion, and the emissary of hell has also fulfilled the ghost's dying wishes. In other words, the merit system only grants more points to the emissary when it detects that the evil ghost no longer has any lingering regrets or attachments. Kinyi nodded his head. In other words, this was essentially the difference between surrendering and being arrested. The one who was arrested might go on to exact vengeance on society in future, but the one who surrendered had essentially done so out of contriteness and turned over a new leaf. His situation was clearly the former. He had just killed the apparition, so why was it accorded to him as having granted deliverance upon her? Moreover, the apparition had clearly exhibited a hostile intent towards him, so how did he manage to grant deliverance upon her so easily? After pondering for a long time, he finally spoke again. You'd earlier mentioned that resolving the source of a ghost's obsession bestows true deliverance upon them. And this is an undergirding principle that is applicable to all ghosts. As soon as he finished speaking, both he and Arthis immediately turned to look at the now open safe. This was an ordinary safe. The door had incidentally been split open by Kinyi's earlier attack. Yet, he could tell that the safe was otherwise covered in claw marks as well. But those claw marks were not those of an animal's. The claw marks were slender, almost as though they were caused by a woman's nails when she dug and scratched at the surface of the safe. The only other thing that I might have done was to unintentionally cleave open this safe. In other words, her object of obsession might very well lay in the contents of this safe. Something of vital importance is hidden inside. Even after death, she had time and time again attempted to open it, but to no avail. Safe to say, this is her source of obsession. 1. The Mandarin words here are an idiom which essentially means that rumors become facts when repeated sufficiently. It's a play on words, because also means tiger. The original story came from a wise minister who was worried that in his absence, the emperor would believe lies about him from his political enemies. He asked the emperor, "Would you believe it if one of your ministers told you that there was a tiger roaming the city?" The emperor replied, "Of course not." The wise minister then asked, "What if 3 of them told you the same thing?" The emperor hesitated, then said, "Well, perhaps." The wise minister nodded and said, "Thus, 3 men can create a tiger." Hence this is now a Chinese idiom that if untruths are repeated enough time, people will begin to believe them no matter how ridiculous they sound. It's surprisingly apropos given what's going on in the world these days, but we digress. 2. If you've watched Red Bleach, this is none other than the first move that Ichigo learns to unleash after unlocking his Shike. Chapter 20, The Real Truth. Kinyi emptied out the contents of the safe. It was filled with document after document. Everything pertained to the various agreements that Hyatt had previously entered into. As he sieved through more and more of these documents, he suddenly noticed a black box that lay at the very bottom of the safe. As soon as he opened it, he saw a tattered mobile phone stashed safely within the box. It was a slightly older model. Kinyi switched it on proficiently, only to notice that the phone was surprisingly fully charged. It was evident that this phone had been habitually maintained. There was no password to it either. Kinyi immediately accessed the documents folder. The folder was filled with videos. "What's this?" Arthas asked in bewilderment. Kinyi glanced at the thumbnails as he responded, "Look at the timestamps. These should be all of the videos that amorous affair had recorded from the time she got to know Wang Zemin to date. She actually had videographic evidence. Why didn't she post these to the forums back then?" He opened them and began sieving through the videos. The contents of the videos were ordinary at best. It started with a video of that amorous affair in person. Even though these were videos that he had once seen 5 years ago, Kinyi still couldn't help but admit that she was an incredibly beautiful woman. 25 or 26 was the prime age when women transformed from sprightly, youthful girls into mature ladies. Their bodies would naturally exhibit the best of both worlds during this period of transformation. That amorous affair had slender eyebrows, sharp faces and large glossy eyes, all of which were features that were touted on the internet as the perfect, ideal facial features yet rarely seen in real life. The videos were shot surreptitiously. It was evident that the videos had been shot from a fixed location like a spiccum, as opposed to forthrightly filmed videos. As a result, there were times when the subject of the video couldn't be seen altogether, and only the audio could be heard. Things started off sweet and rosy. It was like the honeymoon period between any couple. Naturally, this was probably reflective of the period of time when the two had first got to know each other. She also enjoyed taking selfies, just like how any other beautiful women out there did. Furthermore, the selfies that she took usually showed off her own privileged lifestyles. Everything worn by this woman is rather lavish. TSK, CEO Wang is truly extravagant, isn't he? Kinyi couldn't help but remark aloud. There were over 20 videos to sift through, and none of them were short videos to boot. Kinyi watched on patiently. Yet, the more he watched on, the more discordant its contents became. The videos weren't getting any longer. Rather, it was just that these videos had begun to record more and more instances of arguments. "When the hell are you going to marry me? I've sacrificed so much for you. I'm not working anymore, and I'm not even going home anymore. Don't you love me? Do you have someone else outside?" A man's voice responded with ostensible frustration, "I've told you that we can't rush these things. Be good, all right? The age gap between us is quite substantial, and there's naturally a lot of considerations to take into account. You don't want to end up with a broken family, do you?" Kinyi looked at the timestamps of the videos. The first video was recorded between 5 to 6 years ago, and the series of videos took place over an entire year. Both their lives were like water that was being put to a boil on a stove, slowly simmering and stirring. As time went on, that amorous affair grew more and more impatient, and the instances of quarrels and arguments only increased. "You've lied to me, you've lied to me. Screw you. You're a married man, aren't you? Your child is studying in the Ocean City High School right now. Why did you have to lie to me? Look, I can explain everything. The person I truly love is you. There are some things that are difficult to explain right now, but you've just got to trust that my feelings for you are genuine. Take a look at this. What do you think of this leather jacket? I'll buy it for you in a couple of days, all right? I don't even buy these things for the other woman at home. Get lost." Crash. The video revealed an exquisite flower vase shattering into pieces on the ground. Wang Zemin finally lost it and bellowed in rage, "Will you please calm down and listen to me? Can't you just wait for me a little while longer? Time? I need time. I don't want to listen to anything. Get out. I've given you everything I have, yet you've simply lied to me for an entire year. I'm going to sue you." The video suddenly shook violently, almost as though it had been knocked to the ground amidst a physical confrontation between the two. The only thing that could be seen next in the video were the pair of legs of the two standing close together. In the next instant, Wang Zemin could be seen tightly embracing that amorous affair, and there was a trace of fear hidden beneath his immense display of tenderness. "Don't be like that. It's already been a year. If I were lying to you all this while, would I still be here right now? So feelings are mutual. Listen to me, give me some time, and I'll buy you whatever you want in the meantime. Don't say such things again in future, all right?" This part of the series of videos ended there. Also Qin Yi thought. Moments later, the darkened screen brightened once more and revealed that amorous affair's face replete with her tear-stained eyes and disheveled hair. "He's lying to me. I can feel it. His child is already in his teens and in the first year of high school. How could he possibly divorce his wife for me?" From then on, she changed. In the subsequent videos, she continued to maintain her relationship with Wang Zemin. However, she began to ask for more money, and more money. Qin Yi gathered from their conversations that Wang Zemin habitually provided her an allowance of RMB 30,000 every month, and even bought her many designer goods. However, with every mention of a threat to sue, Wang Zemin would cave in and give her more and more. RMB 50,000. RMB 70,000. In the end, the sum increased to an immensely burdensome RMB 200,000. Hyatt Corporation was not large by any means. Even though Wang Zemin was the richest man in Clear Creek County, this still didn't mean that his source of funds was unlimited. Arguments had become the norm in the latter few videos. "What do you want from me? I've already been forking out a sum of RMB 200,000 for your expenditure every month, yet you still don't find it enough. Fine. Let's break it off. We should have ended this a long time ago." "Haha, breaking up? Mr. Wang, you make it sound like such a trivial affair. I've stuck by your side for well over a year, yet you dare to talk about splitting up now. Are you even a human? You best believe it when I say I see you in court tomorrow. We'll air your dirty laundry in public, and your wife and son can see with their own two eyes what kind of a man their beloved father truly is. Fine, this is the last time. $500,000, and we'll call it quits." Bang! The door was firmly slammed shut. It was just like a pot of water simmering on a stove. No matter how insignificant the flame is, the water would still one day reach its boiling point. After simmering for well over a year, the turbulent waters between the illicit couple had finally reached its boiling point. The penultimate video. "How dare you come looking for me at my company?" The video should have been recorded using a pinhole camera. Although the images were slightly shaky, the resolution was sharp enough to capture Wang Zemin's vile expressions clearly. It was evident that amorous affair was already paving the way for her own retreat. In other words, as soon as she realized that there was no happy ending to this relationship of theirs, her mentality slowly shifted from that of giving to that of taking. In her mind, she had sacrificed her youth for him, and she was merely asking for what she deserved in exchange. SHK. The newest model of an LV handbag was placed on the table. Her wrists were adorned with Cartier jewelry. It was clearly more exquisite and expensive than the one she had previously worn. Her nails were beautifully maintained and painted over with pretty pink nail polish. The pinhole camera had ostensibly been worn on that amorous affair's clothing, and it naturally didn't capture her image. Her voice echoed, "1 week ago, I posted something on the Cheyenne forums. Here it comes." Now was when the water had begun to bubble vigorously. "I'll advise you to take a good look at it." Wang Zemin immediately switched on his computer. Seconds later, he stood up abruptly and barked through his gritted teeth, "You're fucking crazy. I called you, but you've refused to answer my call LS. So you changed your number? Blacklisted me on WeChat? Wang Zemin, you're smart, but did you really think I won't be able to track you down with what I already had?" That amorous affair also stood up and barked back in a voice that was seething with just as much rage as his did. "Lower your voice." Qin Yi could sense Wang Zemin's confluence of shock, rage and dread even through the screen. Wang Zemin immediately grabbed hold of her hands and continued with gritted teeth, "What else do you want? Haven't I already given you 500,000 RMB? What more do you want from me?" Equity. That amorous affair's response was clean and curt, "Your company isn't large. Give me 15% equity in the company, and we'll call it quits." Silence. Qin Yi's heart was still and calm. Truth be told, he had never expected things to turn out like this. How could he have known the extent of Wang Zemin's superb acting skill LS? How could he have imagined that Wang Zemin would have the gall to even lie to a fully fledged emissary of hell? It was only because the stone had been stashed in his safe had he revealed the code to his safe in a moment of panic. Otherwise, the truth might forever have remained buried together with this safe. That said, when all was said and done, Qin Yi was still an emissary of hell. Thus, he continued to watch the revelation of their affair as though he were reading a storybook. People can turn out vastly different even when undergoing similar experiences. That's quite greedy. Qin Yi mused aloud, she's evidently looking to secure her finances in the long run. Wang Zemin has become her personal source of funds. She'll do absolutely nothing, but will continue to get paid handsomely. It's literally the dream of all mistresses out there. There's no way Wang Zemin is going to agree to this. No wonder he bit back so viciously. Ridiculous. Just like Qin Yi expected, the video showed Wang Zemin slumping back down onto his chair and chuckling bitterly, "We've been together for over a year, and I've given enough. Equity is off the table." After a brief pause, that amorous affair dropped the bombshell, "I'm pregnant with your child." That's impossible. Nothing's impossible. Her hand stretched into the frames of the screen and lifted the coffee cup in front of her. "Don't worry, I'm not going to spill the beans for the sake of our child. At the very least, our child still needs to be able to lift his head up high. Get out of my sight." Wang Zemin spoke icily. "You're vicious, but I'm no herbivore either. Just wait and see." That amorous affair finally stood up and left. The final expression that was seen on Wang Zemin's face was almost akin to the expression with which one looks at the dead. The final video. It didn't reveal her image. The only thing that could be seen were her two hands, desperately typing as she responded to the comments on the forums. Qin Yi glanced at the timestamp. The final video was recorded slightly over 1 month later. In other words, it was after the verdict was passed. She had been far too naive. The human heart was far more complex and unpredictable than she had thought. If one was unable to cope with the dangers of a trial, then it would naturally be wise not to put oneself through that trial in the first place. Wang Zemin had always been fully aware of where his bottom line was, what he could compromise on, and what was non-negotiable. As soon as this line was crossed, he would much rather throw caution to the wind than to compromise yet again. By this point, he was determined to have a clean break from all of this, even if at great cost. His repeated display of ostensible weakness had led that amorous affair to mistakenly believe that she could continue to manipulate Wang Zemin in accordance with her whims and fancies. Unfortunately, her handle on Wang Zemin was hardly as firm as she thought. After all, the two were vastly different in terms of their social status to begin with. How could this have happened? As far as the eyes could see, she was furiously typing with both hands in a desperate attempt to explain something on the forums. It's not like that. Her phone continued to buzz incessantly with notifications. Wang Zemin was much more ruthless than she had ever expected. The verdict of the courts had not only been posted on her Weibo account, it had even been sent to her parents' place back in her hometown. She picked up the phone. As soon as she answered the call, an old man's voice exploded. The old man was evidently appalled and seething with rage. You come back home right this moment. Dad, listen to me. You still have the nerve to argue with me. What have you done? The verdict has been plastered all over our neighborhood. Do you know how shameful these things are? Even if you're numb to all these things, we still find it incredibly shameful. How could you do this? How are we old folks going to hold our heads up high ever again? Another lady's weeping voice echoed the man's voice. Oh daughter, what have you done? How could you destroy someone else's family like that? The heavens are going to punish you and strike you down by lightning. The two of us are already getting on in our years, and there's nowhere else for us to hide our faces now. You mentioned that you were going to East Seat to look for work. Yet how did things come to this? Oh God. Woo. Did you even think about us when you committed these shameful misdeeds? How? After hanging up the phone, that amorous affair finally choked up, then completely broke down into a heart-rending bawl. Was it regret? Regret for having even met this man to begin with? Regret that she should never have been too impatient? Or perhaps regret for letting herself become far too invested in the relationship? Whatever the case was, nobody knew. End of part 1. Novels Hall Dynasty.